Morning, welcome to the second day of this set of hearings into the Welling Hatfield Local Plan. My name is Mel Middleton. For those of you who haven't been before, I'm a Chartered Town Planner. I've been appointed by the Secretary of State to examine the plan. I'm not proposing to go through the long introduction that I've done on the sort of two previous days, unless anybody specifically wants me to. Is there anyone here who's not been before? Actually participating? Okay, I mean, if you do have issues, problems, then by all means have a word with the programme officer in the break, and if you've got problems, I will come and explain them to you, okay? There's an attendance list circulating. Would you sign it, please? You probably will have noticed that I've changed the programme a little bit. I've actually sort of moved item 5 to item 4 and item 4 to item 5. That's basically because I thought it followed more logically to actually have a discussion about what the overall purposes of the Greenbelt are, and having done that, to then move into the review of the Greenbelt that the Council has done, what people think about that, and what actually sort of flows out of that, whether it's fit for purpose or it isn't fit for purpose, etc., etc. And I thought that that would probably be better conducted if we'd actually at least got some views as to what the overall exceptional circumstances for taking land out of the Greenbelt actually is. It's not actually defined anywhere, so it's probably a moving feast, but we'll see. What I will say that I did say yesterday is that there's a lot of reference to particular sites and people advancing cases as to why sites are particularly preferable over other sites. I don't want to hear anything about that today. I think the programme officer sent you a note out. It might be in certain instances necessary to refer to examples to demonstrate the point that you're making. If you're doing that, I'd prefer that you chose a site that you're not directly involved in. Otherwise, the chances are you'll stray into trying to promote it. And as I say, there'll be plenty of opportunity to do that once we've established what the strategy of this plan and the need for housing in particular is going to be. Okay. I assume there isn't any fire drill today. No one's told me. All right, so if the fire alarms go off, it's for real. We go out the doors at the back there and leave the premises as soon as you can. There's no roll call, no assembly point. If in very unusual circumstances you can't get out of the door at the back, then the way is through the door through here and straight out the front of the building. As did yesterday, we'll have a break for coffee sometime mid-morning. It will probably, I suspect, be after we've done the first item. But if we go on much beyond 11:30, then I'll break. Hopefully today we can break somewhere around 1 o'clock. I try to be finished by 5, but yesterday to get the business done, we were sitting till after 6 o'clock. And then we'll have a break sometime mid-afternoon. If you didn't know, the council have provided tea and coffee in the vestibule at the rear of this building. Oh, sorry, this room. Anyone got any questions at this point? No? Right. Right, to break the ice then, as yesterday, I've asked a number of people if they could briefly summarise their case, where there are sort of cases on, if you like, either side of the council's case. I've asked 2 people to where there isn't. I've only asked 1. And I've also asked them if their case is limited to include representations, points raised by parties that have got a similar point of view to theirs. So I've asked Mr. Baker of CPRE to introduce today, so I can't see where it's in. The other point is, in terms of seating, not everybody's around this table. I take it the 3 people on my left there are participating, and is it the 2 people or is it? It's 4. Okay, all right. So, yeah, I should be able to see you. I haven't mentioned actually, for those of you who've not been, if you want to speak, then stand your Toblerone up. Okay. All right. When you get to the point, if you want to be brought to the discussion. I have made some notes as to who, if you like, advancing different points, so I'll do my best to bring you in if you don't bring yourselves in, okay? So, Mr. Baker, please.
Thank you, sir. Yes, can I start by saying that there is clearly a problem trying to deal with the issue of exceptional circumstances in isolation because of the interrelationship between this, the Greenbelt Review, target setting, and indeed land availability, and indeed the overall strategy, which there will be a roundup bringing those together. But it is because the whole process tends to be an iterative one, it is difficult to deal with the issue of what constitute exceptional circumstances in isolation. And can I just comment that you have two questions which are effectively new to the agenda in relation to the choice of land for removal from the Greenbelt and whether the proposed boundaries are robust, and maybe it would be more appropriate to deal with those under, they're more, it seems to us to be more a Greenbelt review element. So maybe if some flexibility in terms of where those questions on that are dealt with, but I wasn't proposing to deal with them in my introduction. I'd like to focus on the specific question of exceptional circumstances, but my starting point is to note that all the land in Hatfield, not already set aside for development or in the towns and villages, is Greenbelt, and it is a very high percentage of the borough, 79%, I understand. But what I wanted to point out was that this is a Greenbelt for which permanent boundaries have already been established. We're not establishing new boundaries, and it's given special protection by national policy because it is nationally important. And indeed, MPPF Section 9 explains that and what its purposes are, and that we'll come on to that, no doubt, later. But any change from this situation has to be justified either through the development management process or the local plan process, and it has to be justified by the person putting it forward. Now, in the case of this plan, that is Hatfield Council. And the council says it wants to provide a certain number of houses through the plan and indeed some employment land. And they say that they can't provide more than about half of that without going into the Greenbelt. Now they have to prove that this is the case. And that's why other sessions will clearly be important, because on your question 8, sir, it deals with land availability. And question 7 obviously looks at specific targets for development. So that is why I say this is an iterative process. And indeed, the overall strategy will need to look at strategic alternatives to development in the Greenbelt or reach conclusions about whether there are other alternatives of a strategic nature. Now, all of that has to be gone through in order to determine whether or not the circumstances that justify changing a Greenbelt boundaries are exceptional and whether they exist. And the final point on context is the key to the process is compliance with paragraph 14 of the NPPF, which I remind everybody does define sustainable development. In fact, I think there was a legal case, Mr. Beglan will no doubt tell me if he disagrees, but the Barwood case determined that it is paragraph 14 that the whole of sustainable development goes back to. And that does put a specific onus on the council to identify whether there are, via paragraph 14 and section 9 of the plan, there are exceptional circumstances that allow a departure, allow land to be taken out of the Greenbelt. And of course, the Calverton case, and I'd ask you to, at your leisure, to look at paragraph 23 of the judgment in the Calverton case, did clarify that it is Greenbelt that carries greater weight than the desire to achieve sustainable development. There is a specific reference there saying the council are required to demonstrate exceptional circumstances for release of Greenbelt. They are not required to demonstrate exceptional circumstances for achieving sustainable development. And it is in this context that the council has to show that there are exceptional circumstances, both for the amount of land to be taken out of the Greenbelt, which is a strategic issue, and changes to specific Greenbelt boundaries to allocate sites, which I presume so you're more likely to deal with under the site-specific session of the sessions of the examination, looking at individual sites. So what does in Hatfield have to do to show that there are exceptional circumstances for the amount of land? It's not just about maximising the use of non-Greenbelt land and then accommodating the rest in the Greenbelt, as some people here will argue they should provide all of it if they can't meet in other ways. And indeed, the council isn't proposing that they should meet all of the need. But they have to consider all other alternatives before they consider releasing Greenbelt. And those alternatives include maximising the use of existing urban areas, but also they could contemplate other means of addressing needs in different timescales, and indeed in combination with the other local authorities in the housing market area. It may be a Greenbelt review issue, but I think the council are relying on a Greenbelt review that covered a number of local authority areas. But I see no indication anywhere that any thought was given to, well, is a piece of Greenbelt that we feel we have to release more important to retain than a piece of Greenbelt that maybe doesn't do that elsewhere. Now, that's not an issue that the system is set up to deal with, but it seems to me that it is the council's onus to demonstrate they have considered all of these things before determining an amount of land that requires the release of land from the Greenbelt because it is so important. And then in terms of identifying those needs which ought to be provided for now, despite this being in the Greenbelt, the starting point clearly in terms of housing is based on the OAN, and we had a lot of discussion about that already. But the council, our concern and my concern is that it isn't a sound basis because it doesn't distinguish between what the government says, it doesn't make the distinction the government makes between housing need and housing demand. And you'll have our evidence there in my appendices, which indicate that ministerial statements indicate the market element isn't a justification for removing land from the Greenbelt. So that's one issue. The second is that several elements of the OAN are what I describe as discretionary, including the uplifts and the extent to which those uplifts are justified, in other words, by exceptional circumstances. And I'm also concerned, particularly what I heard yesterday, that there seem to be some, maybe not in overall significant numbers, but do seem to be errors built into the calculation of OAN, including, for example, overestimation, past overestimation in particular of international migration. So what we consider the duty of the council is in order to determine whether exceptional circumstances exist is all around the first stage of that process as suggested by Calverton, which is about what constitutes the acute and intense need that ought to be met, even if it means going into the greenbelt, and that by adopting the methodology for calculating the OAN, the information to determine that currently isn't obvious and doesn't exist. In that it's a modelling result and with uplifts, rather than an analysis of the elements of the OAN that is genuinely needed to determine what is so acute or intense that it must be accommodated, even if this means loss of the greenbelt. So that's where I see the argument going up to the point at which, in terms of an introduction to the background and what we consider the council need to achieve, and I may wish to come back, Sarah, on individual specific points as we proceed.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm going to ask the council now to tell me what it considers exceptional circumstances to amount to, and how one goes about deriving them.
Thank you, sir. Well, there is no definition of what constitutes exceptional circumstances, either in the NPPF or in National Planning Practice Guidance. And as we all know, decision makers are therefore entrusted with reaching a sound planning judgment on whether those circumstances exist, having regard to the consequences of sustainable development. As a matter of context, it is a matter of fact that all Hertfordshire authorities within the Welwyn Hatfield wider housing market area have either already released land from the Greenbelt to meet their development needs, as in the case of Hertsmere, or are proposing to make Greenbelt releases in either recently examined or submitted plans. So that includes Stevenage, East Herts, North Herts and St Albans. Broxbourne, which recently consulted at Reg 18 stage, is also planning to release a significant amount of land from the Greenbelt to meet its development needs. Welwyn Hatfield does not therefore find itself in a unique position. CPRE have said that it's for the council to justify that. Yes, we do need to justify and prove our case. In our hearing statement, we have set out and followed the Calverton case. We have set out the acuteness of the OAN, which we discussed in detail yesterday. The subnational population projections alone suggest a change of over 23%, and the household projections of over 27%. Now, that in itself may be considered to be acute, but in addition to that, the OAM with the 19% uplift obviously suggests much higher levels. And I think that the OAN enforces the acute need for housing in Welwyn Hatfield. We have then looked at the constraints on the supply of land and availability, and I'd agree with CPRE that if we were to restrain ourselves to urban capacity or other brownfield sites, then we can probably accommodate in the region of about 50% against the Reg 19 OAN, but against the more recent OAN in 2017, that would reduce to 43%. Now, I think it's useful at this point to say this isn't new. This isn't, a recent likelihood that Welwyn Hatfield would release land from the Greenbelt. This has been signalled for many years. In our issues and options paper in 2009, which is Examination Library Document LPD/1, at that time we were working in the context of the East of England Plan. And issue number 28 in that document was looking at a combined total of 7,745 that would need to be released from the Greenbelt. Now, that was in the context of an overall delivery figure of 15,000 over quite a significant period of time. But nevertheless, back as far as 2009, the council had made it clear that it was unlikely it would be able to meet its development needs. Rolling forward to 2012 in our emerging core strategy, which is Examination Library Document LPD4, in paragraph 5.13, the council indicated that exceptional circumstances existed and that it was highly likely we would be removing land from the Greenbelt. That continued into LPD5, which is the Local Plan Consultation Document 2015. That was in the context of an OAN that was slightly less at that time of 12,500. And again, exceptional circumstances were referred to in paragraph 3.6 of that document. I think it's also fair to say that the council has been looking for sites since 2007. So after 10 years, I think the council is in a position where it understands what its land supply is. Clearly, it is a moving feast. Sites do come forward from time to time. But we have reached a position where in order to get on with this plan, we do believe that there are exceptional circumstances to remove land from the Greenbelt. And the social and economic consequences of not doing that have been set out in our hearing statement. With regards to NPPF and paragraph 14, of course there are 2 bullet points to that, and they're an either or both together. The second bullet point, which some representatives do refer to, which is around footnote 9, and that development should be restricted, doesn't say development should be prevented or avoided. Restricted implies it could be restrained, it could be limited, and therefore it points to the circumstances where an authority with Greenbelt may not meet its OAN in full, but that still doesn't absolve it from seeking positive opportunities to meet the development needs of the area, and that's what the council considers it has done.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Bolton?
Thank you, sir. Turning to exceptional circumstances and the advice in the framework. Firstly, paragraph 83 is clear. Once established, Greenbelt boundaries should only be altered in exceptional circumstances through the preparation or review of the local plan, which is what we're doing here. So this is the approach that needs to be taken, so we're doing it at the right time. It goes on to say that when drawing up, this paragraph 84, when drawing up or reviewing Greenbelt boundaries, as we're doing here, account should be taken of the need to promote sustainable patterns of development. So in terms of when we're talking about exceptional circumstances, one of the clear indications from the framework is that one of those circumstances is to achieve sustainable patterns of development. And they do that by channeling development towards urban areas inside the Greenbelt boundary and towards towns and villages inset within the Greenbelt or towards locations beyond the outer Greenbelt boundary. Well, taking that last point, that would be through the duty to cooperate. And there's a question still hanging there, I think, in terms of that, so we won't go back to that. But if you also look at paragraph 52 of the framework, that also talks about the best way of achieving sustainable development. So that's, if you like, the golden thread, if you like, that's running through here. And it's saying the best way of achieving sustainable development might be through new settlements or extensions to towns and villages. So in a case such as this, where the development plan, the local plan is being produced, the first instance should be it should try and meet its objectively assessed need, and it should leave no stone unturned, if you like, in trying to do that. One of those will be the review of the Greenbelt boundary in line with paragraphs 83 and 84 of the framework to see whether or not the sustainable development can be achieved by releasing Greenbelt boundaries, and or through the duty to cooperate. At the present time, there seems to be a mismatch between the OAN and what the council have identified for release, which has not been squared. And I don't think that that level of need and demand should be left to disappear into the ether. It needs to be dealt with either by allocations or via the duty to cooperate, would be my way forward. The tests that the CPRE are trying to introduce, that one should only alter Greenbelt in circumstances of acute or intense need only, rather than meeting demand, doesn't have a place within the framework. It's a new test, and one which I think would actually count against sustainable development, because sustainable development might mean accommodating for need and demand where it arises, rather than, if like, promoting that in locations beyond the outer greenbelt boundary, in the case of the metropolitan greenbelt, which could cause further travel or increased travel distances back into the into both this borough and indeed into London if it's about accommodating people out of London. So I think there's the test that the CPRE are trying to impose just isn't there in the framework in government policy, and to describe some elements of the OAN as discretionary is again incorrect. The OAN is made up of a number of building blocks, and I accept that we all hear selectively, but I quite clearly put out the evidence yesterday from the ONS about the discrepancies of UPC not relating to migration, and yet we're still having that being, if you like, drawn back into the debate. I'm not going to repeat the discussions from yesterday, but I think there are some very clear indicators from the framework about how a local authority should go about doing a Greenbelt review, and my view is that the council have started that process in the correct way. We think that there's other opportunities that they've dismissed that they should look at again in light of the higher OAN, but clearly there are exceptional circumstances in this case, in line with the policies within the framework.
Okay, thank you. Just before we go on, I maybe ought to tell you that the latest guidance to inspectors from PINS as to how to deal with these matters basically clarifies the issue about how you deal with it in your reports. Historically, there have been some local plan examinations whereby inspector has found exceptional circumstances for whatever reason, quite often because of inability to meet housing need without going into the green belt. What is said now and what the proper way of doing that is that yes, you can define what exceptional circumstances, but exceptional circumstances can vary with, if you like, between locations, and what I will have to do at the end, assuming that we are going to release some land from the green belt, is not necessarily site by site, but probably settlement by settlement, or side of settlement by settlement, justify or otherwise whether the land should be taken out. Okay, so it's not just a matter, if we say for our sake of argument, that if a council doesn't have an objectively assessed need and it can't meet anything like it, it goes into the green belt. There's the exceptional circumstances. You forget about the green belt then and just look at matters of sustainability, etc. That unfortunately is far too simplified a view of doing it. You have to look at, if you like, the weight you're given to the exceptional circumstances versus the value of different parts of the green belt. All right, so that's what I'll be doing. So that might help you, your thinking. I don't know. Right, so Mr. Bate had his card up next.
Thank you, sir, for Save Simon's Hide. Yes, I think what you've just said, in a sense, confirms the first point I wanted to make, which is that exceptional circumstances simply cannot be defined. You cannot have a list of what constitutes exceptional circumstances. If you could have such a list, then they wouldn't be exceptional. What we have to have is we have to use such indicators as there are available from the courts, and I drew attention to two in evidence, that the Solihull case and the Calverton Parish Council versus Nottingham City Council case. I'm not sure, speaking as a non-lawyer here, I'm not quite sure how long the Calverton decision will last the assessment of higher courts, because it reads an awful lot into the MPPF, which, so far as I can see as a non-lawyer, isn't there. But we are where we are, and we have to consider it. So, taking that point, I'd like to ask if you could possibly turn up the Council's statement to this session. It's question 5 under the old numbering system, or matter 4 now. And you can see that their statement is based almost entirely on compliance with the Calverton decision. That they list, no, quite properly, the findings of the judgment in paragraph 5.3, and then they structure the rest of their statement around those headings. You could get the impression from this that the Council has followed the Calverton decision in its Greenbelt review. Nothing could be further from the truth. The Greenbelt review in Welwyn Hatfield was completed before the Calverton judgment. That we've got a lot of post hoc rationalisation going on here as to what the Council did, and they're trying to make out that it did comply with Calverton anyway. So far as we can see, the reality of what the Borough Council did is different. As far as we can see, it identified the housing and employment quantities it thought appropriate. Then it applied a sequential test, prioritising brownfield redevelopment and underused land to some degree. And then it proposed to meet virtually all the objectively assessed need identified at the time. And then it lamented the significant fraction of its target supply that involved taking Greenbelt land, and it asserted that this was wholly necessary and there must be exceptional circumstances to justify it. That is my reading of how the Council went about it. In other words, what we can see is, firstly, that Greenbelt did not shape the Council's policy, except, I have to say, in one small respect, when they proposed 12,000 houses rather than 12,500 houses at the Regulation 19 stage, for the reduction being due to Greenbelt. The second point is the Council took a pro-growth strategy, despite knowing full well at the outset that this could only be achieved by the taking of substantial amounts of Greenbelt. In other words, the problem that the Council now faces with prospective loss of Greenbelt is an entirely self-inflicted one. And the third point is it did not adequately seek other solutions or propose to provide a quantum of development short of the objectively assessed need. That if one looks at other authorities, there's not many of them, but you can go, for example, to Reigate and Banstead, where the Council proposed and the Inspector agreed that a lesser, substantially lesser quantity of housing development would be appropriate because of the Greenbelt constraint. So it seems to us that the local authorities' approach to exceptional circumstances is the opposite of what Greenbelt policy stands for. And what we're keen that you should do is not reward the Council for its neglect of that approach, that proper approach to Greenbelt. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Hill?
Thank you very much, sir. Can I just touch on the starting point, really, what is meant by exceptional circumstances? Everyone's observed, it's a truism that there's very little help provided in the framework. But of course, the Calverton case, to which you've been referred by a number of parties, does genuinely seek to plug the gap and guide councils, inspectors in a position such as yourself as to the appropriate course to take when considering meeting needs in an area heavily constrained by the Greenbelt. I note Mr. Bates says he's not sure how long the Calverton case will last. I'm not aware of its imminent demise. Certainly it's been relied upon on a number of occasions. It would take a judgment of the Court of Appeal.
Do you know if it's been appealed?
It's 2015, sir. It certainly
It probably
hasn't
won't have been then.
I'm so sorry?
So it probably won't have been appealed.
No,
then.
absolutely right, sir. No, it goes back to 2015 and it hasn't been appealed. It's been applied, certainly. And so I just want to check it is before you in some shape or form in the examination library. Yeah. And I was proposing, if you would allow me, because it's helpful, just to cite passages from 2 paragraphs. I think it's very much on point and helpful, and that these are really at the heart of the judgment of Mr. Justice Jay in the Calverton case. And the first is, and it accords exactly with the approach that you set out a moment ago, the judge saying that it would be illogical and circular to conclude that the existence of an objectively assessed need could, without more, be sufficient to amount to exceptional circumstances. So that is the court's view of all the material before it. Of course, the court here was reviewing the report of one of your colleagues, Mrs. Kingerby, who was looking at the position regarding the Greenbelt around the city of Nottingham. But then the next paragraph, so that's the only other paragraph to which I want to draw your attention, paragraph 51 of the judgment. The judge, Mr. Justice Jay, having looked at what the Court of Appeal said in the Hunston case, which you'll also be familiar with, said that it seems to me the planning judgments involved in the ascertainment of exceptional circumstances in the context of both national policy and the positive obligation located at section 39.2 should at least ideally identify and then grapple with the following matters. And then there's a list of 5 matters, and I'll just read those out quickly if you'll permit me. The acuteness stroke intensity of the objectively assessed need. Those are words to which you've been referred by CPRE already, and that explains their source. Matters of degree may be important. Second, the inherent constraints on the supply and availability of land which is prima facie suitable for sustainable development, so brownfield sites, for example. Third, on the facts of this case, the consequent difficulties in achieving sustainable development without impinging on the Greenbelt. Fourth, the nature and extent of the harm to this Greenbelt, or those parts of it which would be lost if the boundaries were reviewed. And fifth and last, the extent to which the consequent impacts on the purposes of the Greenbelt may be ameliorated or reduced to the lowest reasonably practicable extent. Now, so I know I would say this as Queen's Counsel, wouldn't I? But I think those are very helpful, as a helpful set of pointers in terms of the approach that an inspector or a counsel in a case such as this should take when faced with a clear need looking forward 20 years and very little brownfield land available and extensive parts of its local authority area covered by long-standing Greenbelt designation. So I'm not going to take you beyond that, but I thought it would be helpful just to say that is the position set out by the courts, and I know applied by a number of councils up and down the country, and no doubt referred to by a number of your fellow inspectors faced with similar sets of circumstances.
Thank you. Mr. Adam?
Thank you, sir. I'd just like to comment on a couple, 2 or 3 points that have been made by my colleagues representing CPRE and also Mr. Bate. I just wanted to come back on this suggestion that the Council is promoting a pro-growth strategy, because I think it is slightly misleading. What the Council is setting out to do is to meet its objectively assess need, or get as close as it feels it can to meeting that objectively assessed need. And that is what it is required to do by government policy. And indeed, it is what it is required to do to avoid a whole set of very undesirable social and economic consequences of not meeting that need, many of which are already visible in the analysis of affordability problems, increasing problems of overcrowding and concealed households, and the acute and consistent increase in house prices above affordable levels. So I'm just questioning whether pro-growth is an appropriate phrase for actually a strategy which is meeting government guidance and is required, if you like, not necessarily to stand still, but certainly to address a whole set of social and economic issues that are already evident. And I just wanted to come back to a couple of points made by CPRE. They've already been touched upon, but the first was the danger of following the line that the objectively assessed housing needs could, in this case, be met in a different way. We've had no evidence that the need could be met by other local authorities, and we've heard a lot of evidence that the need derived from London is strong and will continue. And therefore, I don't think there is any basis to conclude that the need could be met outside Welwyn and Hatfield Borough. And the council have exhaustively tested the availability of land within the built-up areas over a 10-year period, as we've heard. So I think it would be very dangerous to attach any weight to the being as yet undefined options of meeting the need outside the borough. And then another point I wanted just to comment on, which was made, was that the market elements of housing provision are not capable of constituting exceptional circumstances. And if that was right, then it would be impossible to deliver sustainable communities and to sustain sustainable communities, because sustainable communities require the full range and choice of housing, market housing and affordable housing. So it can't be right that market elements doesn't qualify as exceptional housing. And I think the same must surely apply to the argument that a discretionary uplift should not be allowable in considering whether exceptional circumstances, because those discretionary uplifts are specifically focused around very important issues such as the economic consequences and economic pressures and affordability. So if you can't make an uplift to take account of acute pressure for affordability, then clearly that would be wrong. So those are the comments I wanted to make at this stage.
Mr. Maddox.
Thank you. I'd like to just come back on a comment that Mr. Bates made, please, and it's regarding that you can't give a list, I believe, of exceptional circumstances.
Can you speak up a little bit?
Yep, you can't give a list of exceptional circumstances, otherwise they won't be exceptional. Seems odd to me, because you need to be able to define those circumstances. And I think that the Calverton judgment is quite clear on giving a list of considerations that would amount to exceptional circumstances. And consequently, I agree with the council in their approach and their conclusions that the need to plan for sustainable patterns of growth and to ensure that sufficient land is available to meet the borough's needs do comprise, as a matter of principle, exceptional circumstances in this case. However, I would like to also support Mr. Bolton's comment that in reviewing Greenbelt boundaries, paragraph 84 of the MPPF is critical in that that we need to promote the land towards channeling development towards the urban areas within the Greenbelt. Thank you.
I can't read your name this far, sorry.
Yeah. Simon Slatford, sir. So just very quickly, I wanted to pull back everything we've heard back to the MPPF. And I just sort of feel that the third bullet point in paragraph 17 under core planning principles would appear to pull together everything that we've been saying and in support of the council and this attitude about pro-growth, because the MPPF does ask the council to proactively drive and support sustainable economic development, and that every effort should be made to objectively to identify and then meet the housing, business and other needs of the area, and that plans should take account of market signals such as land prices and housing affordability. So I think I would just seek to confirm that the council is absolutely right in its approach, that to achieve one of the core planning principles of the MPPF, it is necessary to look at amending and releasing the Greenbelt boundaries.
Okay, Mrs. Highland.
Just two very minor points to come back on. Mr. Bate mentioned that the Greenbelt Review was carried out before Calverton. Of course, the point there is that the Greenbelt Review isn't a policy decision. It's technical work, it's a piece of evidence. The policy decision relates to when the council considers the acuteness of the need, the acuteness of the land supply. And I'm not quite sure whether Mr. Bate is suggesting that it's all or nothing with the Greenbelt and therefore that delivering 50% of our OAN would be sustainable development. The council would clearly contend that wouldn't be the case. What I haven't heard from Mr. Bate is whether he agrees that less than the OAN is consistent with the MPPF. I've only heard that you seem to think there should be no release from the Greenbelt. Now, I may have misunderstood what you were saying there, but nevertheless, before Calverton, the council was fully able to decide whether exceptional circumstances exist, but Calverton now clearly sets out all the steps that a council should go through, and the council considers it has gone through all those steps. Now, in terms of getting as close as it possibly can to the OAN at Reg 19 stage, and when the council made the decision to submit, the OAN at that time was 12,600 to 13,400. So the shortfall at that time perhaps could have been described as sort of more limited at the lower end of the OAN, but of course we acknowledge that OAN has now been revised as we discussed yesterday. Thank you.
Do you want to answer the points?
Well, if you'd like me to do that now, I'll happily do it. I was probably going to say some of this under the next question, has the choice of land to be lost from the Greenbelt been objectively derived? But I'll do it now anyway, because it's slightly
well, it'd be useful
different.
to know, the point that you raised. Are you actually saying that there shouldn't be any incursions to Greenbelt, or some, or a lot, or what's your point of view?
Our point of view is this: that if our strategy was followed, and the point's been raised about discretionary increases above the demographic requirement. And the emphasis, I think, is on the word discretionary. And in our view, one should be extraordinarily cautious about discretionary increases in housing requirements when the implication of doing so is to put even greater pressure on the greenbelt. If you were to do what we suggest, which is not make those discretionary increases above demographic requirements, and if attention was paid properly to reflect the unattributable population change, I take Mr. Bolton's point that it's not all necessarily international migration, though that's a part of it. If those changes were made, then the housing requirements for which provision might ideally need to be made would be very different from those which are in the plan now. So we'd be faced with a different set of questions about how to meet the apparent shortfall in the way in which the dwellings are actually provided. You could say, well, there's less of a problem. The shortfall between what we can do without going into the greenbelt and the actual need is much less. There would therefore be less to worry about, in a sense, if you decided that greenbelt was more of a priority than meeting some of that need. That in a sense, if the approach that was to be followed was that which we're recommending, then you'd simply be in a different place from where we are now, and the issues to be addressed would be rather different. I don't think we're actually saying thou shall never take any greenbelt ever. I mean, clearly the NPPF allows for revisions which do accept that greenbelt can be taken. But the hurdles that need to be crossed to get yourself into a position where you can justify that seem to us to be an awful lot higher than the council is taking as its starting point. I hope that answers the question. Okay. If it doesn't, I'll come back to you.
All right. Mr. Back, do you want to come back now, or do you want to wait until Mr. Bolton and Mr. Adams have spoken? I imagine they're going to say something that's just been in response to something that's just been raised.
No, I'll wait, sir. It's just that we had done the circle, but now we're going back on things. It's probably best if I leave my comments to later.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, Mr. Bolton.
Thank you, sir. In terms of the Calverton decision, the approach there sets out in a little bit more detail, if you like, the approach I was alluding to when one reads my reading of the framework, and that the ability to achieve sustainable development is still a golden thread that runs through decision making, and indeed runs through the decision on whether or not to release greenbelt land. Picking up on a couple of points, what's being suggested to you by Save Simonside is a policy-based approach to OAN, which is clearly contrary to the Huntston decision. And if one looks at the evidence that's been put before you, especially the evidence of the last 2 years of population growth and migration from mid-year estimates, that suggests that the DCLG demographic-based projection might actually be too low in any case. On top of that, we see the idea that there's discretionary elements of OAN just doesn't hold up with a reading of the with a reading of the National Planning Policy, National Planning Practice Guidance. The OAN, it sets out a number of decisions you have to make, but you have to make them, and you don't make them with one eye on the policy or policy you're seeking to defend. So that would be the wrong approach, and a way to another High Court case, I imagine, if one was to follow that through. So I think if one looks at the Calverton case, have the council gone through that process? And of course, at the time, the inspector hadn't got those points to go through, but was still found to have actually gone through them by setting out what they thought were exceptional circumstances by looking at the overall need and indeed the capacity, which is what the council have done here. The last part of it is that balancing of individual sites against the need and the ability to deliver sustainable development, which is what you'll come on to later on in this process. So I think, the overall approach is not wrong. I've got problems with some of the individual elements of it, which we'll come to later, but
Yeah.
I think they passed the test.
Okay. I can't quite read your name, but the gentleman there.
Discretionary element of OAN. That is policy. It is in practice guidance, and that is what the council are required to look at with regard to the need. It's not a discretion. It is an actuality of the practice guidance. And also, just on a second point, sir, in terms of referring back to the sustainable development and going through, is that paragraph 7 sets out the economic role and social role and environmental role. And within that social role, it's very clear that providing the supply of housing required to meet the needs of present and future generations is a key element of the system, the planning system, and expected to perform. So I think in terms of defining what element of sustainable development going forward, that's a key element of that golden thread that Mr. Bolton's discussed just now.
Okay. Gentleman who's representing Councillor Zukoski.
Councillor Malcolm Cowan. Yeah, I just wanted to challenge the view that was expressed a few minutes, I think it was by the other representative from HBF, I'm not quite sure, that the council couldn't get anywhere through duty to cooperate. In fact, as far as I'm aware, the only duty to cooperate exercise in terms of finding sites outside Way and Hatfield was with East Herts on the virtual Gutton suburb site, where there's, to and fro on that. We put the view several years ago, quite a few years ago, that the council should be looking at a completely new settlement, a new garden city or a new town. And indeed, if you look at the map of green belt around London, it's not a perfectly formed donut of equal width all the way around. You don't have to go very far to find that much of East Herts, for example, is outside the green belt. So it would be perfectly feasible to find a site that worked, and we'll come on to this in more detail when we look at strategy. It would have been perfectly feasible to find a site that did not build a single home in Greenbelt if you went a little bit further afield. And of course, if you reflect back on the location not only of Welwyn Garden City and Hatfield, but of the other new towns that have been built around London since the war, all of them were a leap. They were a leap beyond the edge of London. These new towns were not built when the last house in Barnet or Enfield or Croydon finished, and you then built your new town immediately beyond that. You leapt further on to create a new settlement with Greenbelt in between it and London. And if it was possible to do that 60, 70 years ago, our submission is it should be easier to do it now.
Well, we did it, didn't we? Milton Keynes, Peterborough, Northampton, Swindon.
You've absolutely made my point.
We just haven't continued to do it. Gentleman on your left.
Thank you. Jonathan Fisher, Central Hearts Green Corridor Group. Just like to come back and support and welcome your reporting of the PINS guidance in terms of what I wrote down here is considering the weight to exceptional circumstances against the value of the green belt, which I think is in full in line with MPPF para 14 and the pursuit of the golden thread of sustainable development and its balanced consideration of the three pillars, including the environmental role. So we need a strategic assessment of the environmental assets in the green corridor, in the green belt, and its ecosystem services and benefits, against which we need to see convincing evidence of exceptional circumstances that might outweigh them. And as far as we're concerned, the council hasn't done this. In addition, sir, I'm concerned that the plan and its discussion seems to be largely in terms of pieces of land, and that has fundamental shortcomings because the benefits of the green belt is the key, and that is different from the land because the benefits relate more than just a strip of land because they yield direct and indirect benefits outside that strip of land, extending across the green belt and wider. And I can give you a couple of examples if you want, or I can go straight on. Do you want a couple of examples?
Sure, yeah.
Yeah. Well, give one example. There's open rough grassland on the former landfill site close to here, which is currently well away from housing, and that provides an important valuable habitat for mammals such as voles. Those provide the food needed to sustain barn owls that then now successfully breeding in the commons. And in addition, that land provides winter feeding for significant birds in other parts of the Greenbelt, Stanborough. So there is a whole network of benefits, and therefore you need to see the strategic view of the Greenbelt as a whole and its integrity, and see any impacts on it in the round in that strategic assessment. Thank you, sir.
Okay. Mr. Griffiths.
Thank you, sir. Just some brief points. I think Mr. Hill has been very useful in this discussion, because he's actually brought forward those 5 points in the Calverton decision. I think which obviously the Borough Council have latched onto, but nevertheless I think they believe that they followed through that process. The overall problem here, and I think I'll go back to what Mr. Fisher has just said, is that there has been no strategic review of the Greenbelt in Hertfordshire, but that's where we are. So we have to look at it from the point of view of the individual local authorities in the county. So that's our problem. But I think looking at Calverton decision, looking at various other court cases, I think we are where we are. But I think it comes back, doesn't it, to what Mr. Bate has been saying about OAN, and we believe, as he does, is that the final figure is too high, that it should be lower, and that's what should be driving the linkage with Greenbelt. Very complex, I know. The council, I guess, in the circumstances, has had no choice but to release land from the Greenbelt. As a Greenbelt society, we wish it were not so, but obviously we have to accept that some land, given the circumstances, that some land has to be released. But there is too much, and we'll come back to that, if we may, when we come back to the Greenbelt review. Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Bate.
Thank you, sir. I can be brief. I must put my hand up and say to Mr. Bolton, the HBF, sorry, you've got a good point. In the speed of my response to Miss Hyland, I didn't choose my words carefully enough. I referred to discretionary uplift, which was correctly pointed out as objectively assessed need is objective and not discretionary, and it is or isn't. I have to say I was using the phraseology because I was not supportive of the comment to my right, where reference was made to precisely that discretionary uplift. What I should have said is that if the objectively assessed need had been calculated in the way that we think it should have been calculated, then there wouldn't need to be the uplift proposed by the local authority as a result of the SHMA. So I didn't mean to give the impression that objectively assessed need was a discretionarily assessed need. I'm sorry about that.
Yeah, I noted yesterday, where you felt that parts of the calculations assumptions had been wrong, but you're not alleging that the council haven't actually followed the guidance in the PPG in, determining what the full objective assessed housing need is, are you?
Well, sir, to the extent that there's a demographic thing. There's a technical argument about unattributable population change. You can make what you will of that. You've heard the evidence.
Yeah, I heard
the other aspect
said about
yeah.
uplifting because of households under 35. Yeah. But I mean, there is a process that the PPG tells councils to go through, and I mean, my
Well,
question is, are you alleging the council didn't do that?
I'm alleging they got it wrong in the process of trying to do it. That so far as the original 8% uplift for young people is concerned, even their own SHMA subsequently stated that it wasn't going to work. And so then what happened? It wasn't going to achieve the objective set. So then they came up with another suggestion of having an additional 10% uplift to the idea that
the
that was
10% uplifts for market signals.
yeah that was but it was on the same issue.
Are you saying the PPG doesn't say they have to do that?
No, the critical word here is objective. That the additional 10%. I mean, we're going back to yesterday's.
Yeah, I know.
era, but
I thought I understood what you said yesterday.
No,
but you seem to be saying more.
The additional 10% for market signals that was added to the objectively assessed need, so-called, in the plan, that was accepted as being entirely arbitrary. There was no justification for 10% or any other percentage. They just said, oh, I think it's going to be 10%. That is not objective, and we do not accept it at all. And because they don't even accept that the previous 8% was going to do what they wanted it to do, we don't think that's objective either.
But you're not saying that there shouldn't be an uplift, or are you?
We're most certainly saying there shouldn't be an uplift.
Even though the framework and the PPG tells you to do one?
It doesn't tell you to do one. It tells you to examine.
Look at certain
you
factors.
should examine certain factors.
Yeah,
that doesn't mean when you've examined it that you have to sort of mindlessly find some excuse to raise the number.
Okay, all right, I'll leave it there. Are you going to add anything to that, Mr. Bolton?
Well, I'm not going to agree, sir.
Well, I know you're not. I know you don't. You think it should be 20.
I think the arbitrariness, I mean, when you look at the evidence that's been presented to you and when we've looked at uplifts, it's not been arbitrary. What we've done is we've looked at what evidence there is available as to what uplift is required to improve affordability. And we've referenced the documents in order to do that, both the recommendations of LPEG and the recommendations of the National Planning Advisory Unit. So far from arbitrary, they're research-based.
Yeah, all right.
So, you can disagree with it, I accept that, but you cannot refer to them as arbitrary. That would be incorrect.
Yeah, all right, thanks. All right, Ms. Island.
Thank you, sir. I think the point is that even if Mr. Bates' lower figure were to be accepted by you, sir, which I think came out at about 10,900, I don't have the precise figures in front of me, as you suggested should be the alternative OAN, that would still leave the council significantly short of housing land supply. So I've still not heard that Mr. Bates thinks that there are no exceptional circumstances that exist. It seems to be the scale of provision within the Green Belt that Mr. Bates has the issue with, and not the fact that the council has correctly identified that there are exceptional circumstances. Nevertheless, I'm not going to get back into the detail of the OAN other than to say that the council thinks it has been objectively assessed.
All right, thank you. Right, Mr. Baker.
Yes, thank you, sir. There are some points I'd like to come back to because I think they're important. One or two I won't. I'll pass on the discretionary point. I think it's been made. The Calverton paragraph 50 was pointed out as being particularly relevant because it sets out what Calverton, the judge, said was effectively the sequence of steps that the council should go to in seeking to demonstrate exceptional circumstances. Mr. Hill quoted from that passage and listed the criteria, but they are a sequential list. It is a sequential list. The starting point is the acuteness and intensity of the need. And as he said, in brackets, says matters of degree may be important. And it is precisely that point which we say that has not been followed by the council. In other words, it has assumed and indeed taken, and indeed most of its background documents talk about the scale of the need. In other words, the amount of assessed need that the council says needs to be met. Now, Calverton, particularly paragraph 50, says that is not the starting point. The starting point, the overall need, the Calverton says that, as Mr. Hill pointed out, that it's a circular argument to rely on an overall number. You need to test that number. The existence of a need is not in itself exceptional circumstances, so you need to delve into it. We are saying that the council hasn't sufficiently delved into it in order to demonstrate that that need is so acute and so intense, not just as a number, but what makes it up constitutes needs that that justify releasing the greenbelt. That's that first point. The second point is that it was said, I think again, Mr. Adams, there's no evidence that that there are any other ways of meeting the need other than in Hatfield. Well, the council considered others, and amongst other things, it has considered whether or not there are long-term ways of meeting need with its partners, with other authorities, and those might be new settlements, not in Hatfield, but beyond the Greenbelt, as has been referred to. That is a way of meeting needs, and it's a way of meeting needs within the plan period, if and when, say, there were a review of the plan. Because we're talking about a period up to the 2030s. Well, so it's not a question of... So our question is, has the council investigated all these alternatives before determining the amount of housing that it needs to include in its plan? In other words, setting the target, which, as I say, is one of the elements that they have to demonstrate exceptional circumstances for. And we say that they haven't looked at all those alternatives sufficiently and to determine that what constitutes the acute and intense need has to result in loss of greenbelt. Now, in answer to Ms. Hyland, clearly CPRE, and I'm not sure anybody around this table is saying that there shouldn't be development in the Hatfield greenbelt in order to meet some of the needs that are going to arise here. We personally believe, or I personally believe, and CPRE has accepted, CPRE Hertfordshire has certainly accepted, that there probably needs to be a release of a significant amount of greenbelt land because the other alternatives, however you address them, won't be sufficient. I mean, we've been offered, I think, Hatfield have been offered 450 affordable houses or properties within a quarter of a mile from this very point, which is effectively a windfall for them, and that is directly towards affordable housing. Well, that would make a big difference to the short-term, intense and acute need. So we're not convinced the council has done a thorough enough job. Now, Mr. Bolton said that we said this issue is a new test. We're asking for a new test. Well, it's not. It is there in Calverton. If you read what Calverton said, particularly that first criterion, it is that a lot rests on that issue of acuteness and intensity, and matters of degree associated with it. And I suppose the only other points I wanted to make was that paragraph, it was pointed out on my right that by Mr. Slatford, that paragraph 17 of the NPPF talks about the need for attempt to meet needs, and That's part of the golden thread of sustainable development. But I also point out that paragraph 17, one of the bullet points, is specifically refers to protecting the green belt as a core principle. Protecting the green belt around towns and villages in order, amongst other things, to protect the countryside. That is part of, that is a core principle. And it follows almost directly on NPPF paragraph 14, which, as I said earlier, sets the context for sustainable development. Sustainable development and what flows from it is centred on the application of NPPF paragraph 14, which says that meeting needs, the council should seek to meet needs unless that would mean conflict with other NPPF policies, and particularly refers to Greenbelt. So I think I don't think anything's changed. I don't think the council said anything to indicate where that they have identified acute and intense need. And I'd refer you, sir, to their various background documents, to their answers to your original questions. I think it's EX 14 and in TPA 2 in the topic paper, where most of their references are to the scale of development rather than demonstrating that the need is either acute or what constitutes the acute or intense elements of the need. We're not saying they don't exist. We're saying the council hasn't demonstrated and justified the number they say ought to be released in the Green Belt. Thank you, sir.
Before you leave, you raised the issue of a new settlement, which obviously has a bearing on duty to cooperate. It's my understanding that there were indications in the East of England plan that the development in East Hertfordshire at Birchall would contribute to Welling Hatfield's need, but when the plan was revoked by the government, East Hertfordshire then said, well, it can contribute towards our need. The council subsequently talks to East Hertfordshire about its problems in actually accommodating even its submission plan need within the borough, and basically was, if you like, told by East Hertfordshire that, well, we can't accommodate it, we've not got any room. Are you suggesting that that's not right? I'm asking Mr. Baker first. You can tell me what the real situation is in a minute. I don't know the ins and outs of discussions directly between East Herts and Welling Hatfield. I know there's been subsequent discussion post-submission about North and East Hertfordshire seriously looking at a new settlement, etc., for the medium-long term. But that's not the same as trying to sort out the initial problem that we've got now.
Yes, so there's been widespread discussion amongst the various authorities in Hertfordshire about how to resolve the longer-term needs arising from the area, partly as a result of the wish to try to protect Greenbelt. And they have been looking at, and indeed are looking at, options including North Hertfordshire, the northern edge of the county and indeed north of the county, in order to meet the needs of the area in the longer term.
Looking is the operative word, I take it.
As far as we are aware, there are no concrete proposals for those, but the North Herts plan certainly proposes that the North Herts Council are seeking to meet longer term needs in that area, and indeed in discussion with East Herts Council, I know they have been looking at the potential for development to the north, beyond the Greenbelt. What the point I'm making is that it is wrong to say that I think Welling Hatfield haven't looked at this issue, but have concluded that it is not an issue that can be resolved during this plan period. And what I'm saying is I think it probably could be, but that would depend entirely on there being an early review of this plan. And when we come to looking at the overall strategy at the end, when we draw all this together, it will be a point I will be making, is that but given the many uncertainties on many fronts which we currently face, our view, we will be suggesting to you, sir, that you should be considering that, because that will be a way, or potentially a way, of resolving both short to medium term and longer term proposals by distinguishing by what needs to be done now in this local plan now, and what could be done or should be done with partner authorities further afield in the longer term. Thank you.
Why does it need a review of the plan to move that along?
Well, because
It ought to be happening now.
well, clearly an important part of it does have to be dealt with now. But the point is, the longer term, that longer term option, and dealing with meeting some of this area's needs further afield, can't be, because it hasn't been directly addressed by the council and indeed its partner authorities now, and the information to back it, to support it, the evidence to support such an approach doesn't exist, as far as we're aware, that can be included in the plan now. So in other words, there is no way the council could modify the plan to follow that approach within the and to enable you to find the plan sound.
Yeah, anyway, we're digressing into future matters. Ms. Tully, you wanted to say something?
So it was just to clarify the point you were making about what was in the RSS about where needs should be met. Although Virtual Garden Suburb was promoted by the landowners to ERA, it was actually not identified in the RSS East of England plan. Instead, as a consequence of the panel's recommendations, there was reference to west of Hatfield being an option which should be considered by the local planning authority. So there was an indication that we should be releasing land from the Greenbelt, and that land to the west of Hatfield might be one of the options that we should consider. So there was no reference to Virtual Garden Suburb as such. However, when both East Herts and Welland Hatfield came to review their plans, the landowners promoted Virtual Garden Suburb to both authorities. We included it in our emerging core strategy as an option, and discussions have taken place with East Herts on that basis as a consequence.
So there's never been an indication that the part of Birchall in East Herts would contribute to meeting your... Sorry, there's never been an indication that the part of Birchall in East Herts would in some way contribute towards meeting any of your needs?
We posed that as an option in our emerging core strategy. We considered that some of that should meet our needs. However, when we came to review the evidence on housing market area, it became clear that it would contribute to the needs within the housing market area. Whether or not it's in East Herts local plan or Welland Hatfield's local plan, it still contributes to the needs of the housing market area, which is what we're required to address. With regards to discussions on new settlements, there have from time to time been discussions with authorities in Hertfordshire on the potential for new settlements. I think we first raised it at one of our Duty to Cooperate workshops in 2015. North Herts do refer to the potential for a new settlement in their local plan, but it is very much about meeting longer term needs, and there are discussions across Hertfordshire about how we can work together to meet longer term needs. Southwest Herts authorities are all now reviewing their plans. Hertsmere are currently out to consultation on their issues and options, and this includes a range of options, including an option for a new garden village. And if you look at their area of search, part of that area of search includes land within Welland Hatfield.
Okay, do you want to say something?
Thank you. So it was just to pick up on a couple of Mr. Baker's points. Turning back to Calverton and paragraph 51 of that case, I think Mr. Baker inferred that it says that authorities need to test the OAN. Well, it doesn't say that. It says having first undertaken the stage of the Hunston approach, i.e. objectively assessing need. So let's assume that everyone agrees it's been objectively assessed. then it needs to go on to make the planning judgments and to take all 5 of those matters into account. I'd also like to turn to planning policy guidance on housing and economic land availability assessment, and in particular to paragraph 22. Would you like the full ID reference?
Yeah, better
have. It's 3-022 hyphen
22
hyphen 201
yeah
403
yeah
06.
yeah.
Now, this is in the context of when authorities review the suitability, availability and achievability of land, which of course is relevant to when we're considering what the constraints are on the availability of land. And it says where constraints have been identified, the assessment should consider what action would be needed to remove them. And those actions might include a need to review development plan policy. Now, of course, Greenbelt is a development plan policy. It's not an absolute environmental constraint. And the council has followed that process through its HELA and its site selection. It's challenged itself. It has sought to see where does it need to take steps to deliver its housing land supply. And I'd like to go back to an earlier point that I made, that we've been looking for land since 2007. We appointed independent consultants to do a thorough review of our urban areas and of the opportunities. So it wasn't just based on a call for sites, but it was to examine all the opportunities within the urban area. Subsequent to that, we've updated our housing land availability on at least 3 occasions, I think through a 2012 SLA, 2014 SLA, and then through an incredibly thorough HELA in 2016. I don't think there's any evidence from Mr Baker to suggest that we could meet our OAN from within the urban area. So I think we're in agreement, and I think Mr Baker did say that he accepts that there would need to be significant releases from the Greenbelt. So in that sense, hopefully there's no distance between us. But yet again, I think along with Mr Bate, perhaps Mr Baker feels it's the scale of growth that neither agree with.
Okay. Are you wanting to talk about exceptional circumstances? Because I don't want to keep going off on the tangents we've been on.
No, I was just, sorry, I had that up because it was the point made about paragraph 51 of the Calverton decision, which has just been made, that the OAN is set before one goes to look at the first bullet point of that, i.e. The acuteness of the need. It doesn't require you to go back and disaggregate the OAN. The OAN set, and then you look at the acuteness of the need.
Okay. Yep.
Thank you. Couple of points just on what's just recently been said by Mr Baker and by Mr Tiley. One thing that we're looking at the acuteness of the need, which we haven't got to yet, and I know it's on the agenda for tomorrow, and that is windfall. We would argue that there is a significant opportunity to meet a lot of the demand from windfall, given recent history and expectations going forward. We think the council has massively underestimated windfall. And on the new settlement, just to come back, I mean, you seem to be accepting that it's not possible within the, or certain people seem to be accepting that it has to be subject to a review to start those talks to bring a new settlement into the period of the plan. We would contend, as I think you've hinted as well, sir, that that's not necessarily the case. There's nothing at all to stop this council talking now with those councils that are just next door. They claim that they've spoken to them, but as we submitted in the last session back in the last month, that was really very, very late in the day in any case. I think Ms Tiley mentioned 2015. This idea has been on the table since for a decade at least, and the evidence, again, Mr Baker, I think incorrectly has said that there was not sufficient evidence. There is evidence in the charrette that was conducted back in 2008-9 relating to this, relating to the particular sites, and it's not rocket science actually. And as you said at the last session, we have a long history in this part of the country of developing this type of opportunity, and we really should just get after it. So we don't accept that it could wait for a review. It should be being done now. Thank you.
Okay.
So, whenever I tried to advocate the idea of a new settlement in in this council for many years, it was met with open mockery by the political leadership of the council, and the officers were then hamstrung, of course, because they are, you know, they have to do what they're told to do. It's only in the last couple of years that you know, there's been a gradual warming towards the idea that it actually might be a good idea. So we put it into the 5-year review. But you know, I don't see why we can't start now. I know the portfolio holder for North Herts, or he was a couple of years ago, was incredibly keen. He was so keen on the idea of a new settlement that he'd actually set up a company to try and make it happen, and yet we weren't talking to them.
Mr. Adams.
So just picking up on the point that we could start now to look at alternatives, I think I just wanted to very briefly refer to paragraph 182 of the framework, which is about the tests of soundness. And clearly, we ought to remind ourselves that one of the tests is that the plan is justified, and that is that the plan should be the most appropriate strategy when considered against the reasonable alternatives based on proportionate evidence. And then immediately following that is that the requirement the plan is effective, and that the plan should be deliverable over its period and based on effective joint working on cross-boundary strategic priorities. The position that we've reached, based upon cross-boundary liaison which has taken place over several years, is that there are no reasonable alternatives in front of us, and any reasonable alternatives should, in my view, be capable of being delivered over the planned period. So if we were looking at reasonable alternatives, they would need to be more than a glimmer in the eye. They would need to be firm, deliverable proposals at this stage to carry weight as alternatives. So I think the thought that we should start now to look at alternatives to new settlements is to kick the can down the road such a long way that it would be well beyond a matter to which weight could be attached in this local plan examination, because it would not be reasonable alternatives that we could assess, and certainly wouldn't be reasonable alternatives that we could be confident could be delivered over the planned period.
I certainly wasn't suggesting that myself, if you were inferring that at all.
Well, no, I wasn't. So I was just picking up on the points that have been made by various parties this morning.
Mr. Maddox.
Thank you. I'm just picking up on the points regarding alternative strategies for new settlements and the apparent consensus that would require cross-boundary liaison, significant change in policy, considerable thought in plan making. But of course, this plan that we're now examining includes a new settlement that was introduced at a very late stage of plan making. So we have a new settlement in this plan.
Right. Point being?
The point being that it is a fundamental shift in policy, long-standing policy of the council. It is not a matter that should be introduced at a late stage of plan making. And it's clear that introducing new settlements, and we'll come on to maintaining existing settlement pattern shortly, and this is probably running into that conversation.
I think so.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But, you know, this is a fundamental change of local planning policy.
Yeah, I know, but it's not really Greenbelt exceptional circumstances, is it?
No, no. And we're moving now on
strayed
to...
a long way out of the parameters of what I set you. Okay.
Yeah.
Nobody else has got their Toblerones up. Good. It's 25 to 12. So we'll break for... You need to set up, don't you? Is that right?
No, I've got everybody seated.
Okay, so we don't need to set up.
Sorry, they were all set up.
Set up. All right, so we can come back at 10 to 12 then. Right, inquiries resumed. Mr. Hill, on behalf of Gascoigne Cecil, was going to introduce this session, which is about actually the review that the council has undertaken. It will be helpful to me if, when Mr. Hill has done that, if we can basically try to subdivide it a little bit and concentrate first of all on the methodology that the council used, whether people think that that was fit for purpose, and the proper way of going about it, and then we'll move on to whether in actually using that material it was actually done in a full objectively assessed way. Okay.
So just to clarify, I mean, I would have been happy to do it, of course, but your email on the eve of the start of this session suggested that item number 5 would be introduced by Aurora. Mr. Adams.
Yes.
Yeah.
Not me.
Oh.
I was handed housing market
Oh,
area.
I'm sorry. Yeah. Yeah.
I would have been happy to do both, but I don't want to steal Mr. Adams' thunder.
I don't know. I didn't do it. So, all right. Well, from Aurora.
That's me, sir.
Yes, that's you, isn't it?
Yeah.
Mr. Adams, have you come prepared to do it?
Of course, yes.
Sorry?
I am ready, yes.
Yeah, that's all right then. So
Yeah.
I apologise, Mr. Hill.
No. Anything else you'd like to bowl my way, sir? I should be happy
All
to
right,
take it on.
okay, I'll
but,
bear that in mind.
Thank you, sir. I thought it'd be useful to start this session referring to paragraph 85 of the framework, which relates to defining greenbelt boundaries, because we've been this morning to 83 and 84. And paragraph 85 is advice on defining boundaries. And so I'm just going to go through these headings and just make a brief comment to sort of set the scene. And I'm also going to refer briefly to the appendix to the Council's statement on the Greenbelt review, which is Appendix A. So that's the Greenbelt review, question 4, the Council's hearing statement. Just to introduce a few themes. I'm conscious that some of these themes we will return to when we deal with settlement strategy. But I think they're relevant to the approach to defining greenbelt boundaries. So in defining greenbelt boundaries, the first requirement is to ensure consistency with the local plan strategy for meeting identified requirements for sustainable development. And a useful cross-reference there is paragraph 53 of the framework, which we went to earlier. And I'm not going to say more about the objectively assessed need. Clearly, that is that the test is defining boundaries that could accommodate the full objectively assessed need, unless there were very specific matters relating to harm to the greenbelt arising from meeting the full need. There's also a requirement to take account of the objective of meeting sustainable development objectives. And it's certainly our view that in reviewing the greenbelt boundaries, the current pattern, the current distribution of sites doesn't necessarily reflect the most sustainable pattern of sites, but that is something I think we'll come back to when we look at the spatial strategy, sir, and the detailed selection of sites. The next requirement is not to include land which it is unnecessary to keep permanently open. And the Council's analysis is based upon a substantial two significant Greenbelt reports prepared by SKM. And we don't take any particular issue with that work. We think the work is thorough and helpful as a basis for reviewing the Greenbelt boundaries. Where we do take issue is in some areas we think the Council's approach to redefining Greenbelt boundaries is not consistent with SKM's analysis of the contribution of sites to Greenbelt purposes. So if I take this very specific second bullet of paragraph 85, which is not to include land which it is unnecessary to keep permanently open, I'll just highlight one area which I think is worthy of discussion, not necessarily in detail today, but during the hearing, and that relates to the approach to what has been defined by SKM as a strategic gap between Potters Bar and Hatfield. So it might be helpful just to refer to Appendix A, Map 1 in the Council's statement. And here's this map shows Greenbelt functions based upon SKM's analysis of in their Greenbelt Review Purposes Assessment. And I just wanted to draw attention to the strategic gap, which is shaded pink or purple between Hatfield and Potters Bar, and includes land which is defined to the east by the East Coast Railway Line and to the west by the A1M. And trying to keep this at a high level, sir, we're not entirely satisfied that the Council has respected that strategic gap and the particular importance of openness within the strategic gap in its pattern of site selection. And perhaps a useful plan to refer to there is to move on to map 4 in the appendix. And I'm not going to spend much time on individual sites, but I just want to illustrate, if you like, a strategic concern that we have. So on map 4, it shows a number, or it shows a housing site selection, and the strategic gap between Potters Bar isn't overlaid on this map, but essentially you can see Potters Bar is the built-up area at the south of the plan, and you can see the gap between Potters Bar and Hatfield, and unfortunately you can only just make out the East Coast Railway Line that runs up the west side of Brookton Park. But the point that I wanted to draw attention to is that in considering the question, has the methodology for reviewing the Greenbelt boundary taken adequate account of the need in some areas to keep land permanently open, we're concerned in inconsistencies, we believe, in the proposed allocation of sites to the northeast of Little Heath, to the northwest of Little Heath, to the west of Brookman's Park, and to the south of Hatfield, as they sit either within the strategic gap or within local gaps that have been defined by SKM. So it may not be a matter for today, but I think as a theme, we think it's important to look at whether the analysis of the contribution of the analysis of the Greenbelt character has actually been properly taken into account in the pattern of allocations of sites. And I've drawn attention there to 3 sites which would sit within an area identified as having significant Greenbelt purpose, and particularly in the context of fragile gaps, either a strategic gap between Hatfield and Potters Bar or a local gap between, I think it's Little Heath and Cuffley. The 3rd and 4th and 5th criteria of paragraph 85 relate to whether or not, the importance of ensuring that in reviewing the boundary of the Greenbelt, a long-term approach is being taken to ensure that there wouldn't be a need, an immediate need, in the next local plan review to review the Greenbelt again. So the 3rd criteria is, where necessary, local authorities should identify areas of safeguarded land between the urban area and the Greenbelt in order to meet longer-term development needs stretching well beyond the plan period. And then that's reinforced by the 5th bullet point, which says that local authorities should satisfy themselves that Greenbelt boundaries will not need to be altered at the end of the development plan period. And we have a significant concern that the plan does not allocate or redefine sufficient land, releasing it from the Greenbelt, to meet longer-term growth requirements, particularly for housing. And of course, we have a concern that, and that really stems from the fact that the plan is only releasing land capable of accommodating part of the objectively assessed need, let alone providing a cushion and anticipating future growth in housing requirements and making provision for safeguarded areas. So we think there's an issue there which needs to be examined. And then the final criteria of paragraph 85 relates to boundaries. And the advice is that in redefining Greenbelt boundaries, boundaries should be defined using physical features that are readily recognisable and likely to be permanent. And so in your questions, you pose the question whether the boundaries proposed would result in stronger boundaries and would endure well beyond the life of the plan. And we do have concerns there. Staying in the south of the borough, the East Coast Railway line performs in a very important role as a defensible boundary to the Greenbelt, particularly in the area between Potters Bar and Welham Green. And there is at least one allocation which breaches that boundary, and we think would significantly reduce the robustness of Greenbelt boundaries, particularly in the south of the borough, because it's and the proposed allocation that we're concerned about is BRP4. But the point is, we're not satisfied that in all cases the Greenbelt boundaries that are proposed would be follow strongly defined physical features and would be defensible in the long term. And so we think that is an area that is also worthy of discussion. That's all I wanted to say by way of introduction to the topic, sir.
Okay, thank you. Do the council want to respond at this point, or do you want to leave it?
Would it be easier if I did a roundup, having heard all the
Yeah,
points?
sure. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, however you want to play it. Yeah. Okay. The lady on the end, I can't actually read your name.
I wanted to.
You tell the wrong round of it, then I can read it and write down what you called. Okay.
Yes, on the matter of defensible boundaries for newly defined greenbelt boundaries, I agree with the points just made. Those strongly defined boundaries, if the greenbelt is to be redefined, are critically important, and the MPPF clearly explains what constitutes a strongly defined boundary. So, you know, a road, a river, a railway track, a motorway, strong permanent physical features that can't and won't be moved in the future. And in some instances, some examples of site allocations do fall within strongly defined boundaries. And just by way of an example, Hat 1 follows a strongly defined boundary. And from my perspective, that constitutes a good argument for redefinition of a greenbelt boundary to allow for an urban extension. But equally, there are poor examples of what have been described by the council as robust and defensible boundaries, which clearly aren't. Hedgerows are not defensible boundaries. Woodlands are not defensible boundaries, particularly if the woodland is not really an ancient woodland, but is more of a cash crop, even if that cash crop will be realised in 30, 40, 50 years' time. That doesn't constitute a permanent and defensible boundary. So some of the boundaries that have been drawn by the council make sense. Other boundaries are extremely weak. And the other point that I wanted to make on boundaries is that, you know, the MPPF talks about physical boundaries, not policy boundaries. Green belt, green corridors, if you like, are policy boundaries. They're boundaries that are defined by councils in order to preserve areas of green belt. They're not necessarily permanent and lasting physical features because they can be changed in subsequent plan periods, whereas, you know, motorways are unlikely to be removed and replaced, and the same point for rivers and railways. So that was the point that I wanted to make on new boundaries. If greenbelt boundaries around urban areas and around villages are to be redrawn, it makes eminent sense to ensure that they are constrained from future urban sprawl by these strong physical features, and that's the points that we want to focus on. Thank you.
Okay, before I move on, as I said at the start, I'm trying to put some structure into this. So what I'm wanting to hear at the moment really is what people think about the Greenbelt review that the council undertook in 2 stages. If everybody thinks it's the best thing since sliced bread, then, you know, I'll put your hands up and say so, and we'll move on. But if people don't think it's fit for purpose, then I'd like to know about it now. So people with their table runs up are going to talk about that, yeah? Okay then, Mr. Bolton.
Okay. As I understand it, what's being presented is a final assessment of all potential releases, and that an increased OAN isn't...
I'm not really worried about what they're wanting to release. I'm wanting to know whether you think the evidence base that is being, you know, their final conclusions have been derived from.
Okay.
Is the right evidence base. If everybody thinks it is, then that's great, we'll move on. But I've gathered from reading various people's submissions that not everybody agrees.
That's correct, sir. I'll come back to that other point because it is one in terms of the process of the examination. In terms of the pro forma in the most recent addendum, we've got 5 categories in which Greenbelt has been assessed. Checking urban sprawl, which is the same as first point in bullet point in paragraph 80. preventing merging of settlements, and the safeguarding of countryside from encroachment. So the first three are the same. The next two, preserving the setting, is different because the actual purpose in the MPPF is preserving the setting and special character of historic towns. The way it's been interpreted when one looks in detail seems to be whether or not, for example, a proposed release is close to or next to a conservation area. That, I think, is a different test and has been scored negatively on that basis. The other test that's been applied is not to assist urban regeneration, because the council say all sites score the same, but is the maintenance of the settlement pattern. Again, that's a different test to that in the framework. So how those tests have been applied and how especially those additional tests have been applied, I think are of concern to us. Actually, within that document as well, what we have, or I have found on one occasion at least, and again we'll come to it when we pick up the site specifics, if we pick up the site specifics on non-allocated sites, is some of them have scored with, in the summary, are listed as having 3 significant impacts, but when you look at the detail of it, have less than that. So there's some detail there as well. So there's a general point about the additional, or the changes, if you like, to the purposes of the green belt, and then there's the actual application. And my initial point was given, well, it's one about how do we deal with excluded sites, and do we need to deal with them? And my view is that probably we do, but I'll make that point some other time.
I'm not sure from what you've said whether or not you consider the material in the phase 1 and the phase 2 greenbelt assessment is or is not adequate for the next stage, which is then to, if you like, prioritise areas of the greenbelt which from a greenbelt point of view could be considered for release.
Well, because they are including 2 tests which aren't the function of the greenbelt, I don't believe it's correct.
Okay, fair enough. Right, gentleman sitting next to you, Mr. Bennett.
Yeah. Hi. We just felt that strategic study at the beginning was far too broad. I appreciate it has to be an overarching study to begin with, but it didn't seem to us that it was focused on the opportunities in the borough to achieve sustainable development. And if there had been a finer grain analysis earlier in the process, the council could have dovetailed their strategy for growth in alignment with that assessment. And we just felt certain sites, when you look at the characteristics of them and their ability to achieve sustainable development, you look at that in the context of these massive broad parcels, they're unrecognisable. And we got very frustrated by that process, sir, because we didn't feel that the individual characteristics of a particular site, could be Brookman's Park, could be Cuffley, were captured by that broad assessment. And I think there should have been a finer grain and approach to it very early on, in order to achieve the council's settlement strategy and their spatial objectives.
Okay, I'm assuming that the council must have felt something similar to what you said, because they then got, I think it was the same consultants, to do a finer grained analysis of the areas around the urban area.
Yeah, the problem was by that stage, because the analysis was so broad, and you look at the purposes of including land within the green belt, the broad nature of that study was ruling out particular opportunities around urban edges.
Okay, so what you're saying is that the actual areas that were considered, were even from a strategic point of view, were far too large?
Yes.
And that really there ought to have been subdivisions, presumably?
There should have been a finer grain analysis, subdivisions, so the council could have looked in more detail earlier on at the opportunities for sustainable development around, for example, the southern villages.
Okay. Mr. Maddox.
Thank you. I have some concerns on the evidence, the conclusions of the Stage 2 Greenbelt Review in relation to the site assessments. So it is part of the evidence base because it was carried out by the consultants. So the way in which and the weighting that they have applied to some of the sites against some of the purposes. So it is actually on that. So I have concerns with that concluding evidence that the council have then used for their policies.
So you don't think the scoring's objective? Is that what you're saying?
Absolutely right. Yeah. Absolutely right. I also wonder whether, in coming to conclusions, and I note that this is a Greenbelt purposes assessment, and I know that not all the Greenbelt purposes were included, and a local purpose was included. So I appreciate it's a purposes assessment, but as it is also looking and guiding the council to give evidence on what land could be released from the Greenbelt, whether or not a further consideration on the reviewing of Greenbelt boundaries to consider paragraph 84 of the MPPF, which is to how does that land contribute towards channeling development towards urban areas in reviewing Greenbelt boundaries. So it's not a purpose of the Greenbelt, I accept that, but after doing an assessment against the purposes, then taking that step further and saying, okay, if we are going to release land from the Greenbelt and review those Greenbelt boundaries, which sites contribute best to that MPPF guidance?
Okay. Mr. If you could put your troubles on top of the parapet, I can read what your names are. Okay. Mr. Stiving. Okay.
Thank you, sir. I don't...
Pass the one, Pounds.
I take a somewhat different view to the contributions you've already heard on this question.
Okay.
I think that the Council's Greenbelt review methodology has been robust through stages 1 and 2. Mr. Adams has put to you that he has concerns over certain sites in the south of the borough. I don't share those concerns, and particularly with regard to the Council's more finely grained assessment at stage 2. And very simply, in answer to your question, yes, the evidence is sound and robust, it is fit for purpose, and it will lead to defensible boundaries in the long term.
Okay, is it Mr. Richards?
It is, thank you, sir. Sorry, I couldn't balance it on the parapet.
It's all right, don't worry.
I blame myself. We've got fundamental concerns regarding the methodology underpinning the Greenbelt Review, and I'll try and explain why. Page 3 of the Stage 2 review recognises that, due to the strategic nature of the Stage 1, it is not therefore possible to identify all the small sub-areas that may be able to accommodate development. It's therefore possible that additional potential small-scale boundary changes that would not compromise the overall function of the Greenbelt might be identified through more detailed assessment work, which is what the Council attempted to do with the Stage 2 review. However, fundamentally, the Stage 2 review started off with a very unevidenced and broad-ranging assumption that all settlements washed over by the Greenbelt were automatically unsustainable. Okay, so I'll just refer you to paragraph 84 of the MPPF, which the Council used to justify that point of view. And I think the wording's important here because it explains that when drawing up or reviewing Greenbelt boundaries, local planning authorities should take account, so I'll emphasise that, take account of the need to promote sustainable patterns of development. Our argument is that the only way to take account is to have an evidence base. I'll also refer you to paragraph 86 of the MPPF, which explains the purposes of insetting and washing over certain settlements from the Greenbelt, which relates to the important contribution that the open character of a settlement makes to the openness of the Greenbelt. It doesn't relate, as far as I can understand from that paragraph, to the sustainability of a settlement. So Greenbelt designation does not relate to the sustainability of the settlement. I'll give an example, but I don't need to mention any settlement names because I had a look on Google Maps this morning, which we all know is 100% accurate, and there are 2 washed over villages that are between 1.5 and 1.8 miles from where we're sitting today. Not only that, but they're both served by a strategic high-frequency bus route that links St Albans with Welwyn Garden City. Now, by automatically excluding consideration of such settlements on the premise that washed over equals unsustainability, the council has not been able to come to a conclusion regarding the sustainability or otherwise of those settlements, regardless of then going forward to consider whether there's land within those settlements that fundamentally contributes to the 5 purposes of the Greenbelt, which would be a latter assessment within the Stage 2 report, which wasn't undertaken for any settlement washed over by the Greenbelt.
Is that right, though? I mean, I've always understood washed over by the Greenbelt to mean that it's significantly contributing to the openness of the Greenbelt, and when it was established, it's just unfortunate that there was development there, but nevertheless they didn't feel, however, that it was justifiably excluded.
Yeah, well, I did want to mention that because it goes on to a question under your Matter 5 about whether washed over settlements should have been reassessed. So I'm happy to address that now.
I mean, the thing that does worry me, or I've got thoughts in the back of my mind, is that, you know, if they're washed over by the Greenbelt, then they're important from the point of view of keeping the Greenbelt open.
Mm-hmm.
If they're not doing that, then I question why they're there in the first place. But then how you can start suggesting, other than in very limited circumstances, where there's good justifiable reasons to be actually putting development in these settlements, because by definition you're going to be reducing their openness.
Well,
and therefore, you know, if you like, their contribution to the Greenbelt, there'll obviously going to come a point when they shouldn't be there as washed over settlements.
You've led me on very nicely to my second point.
Okay, good.
Which is, it was bad enough in terms of the methodological approach the council took, but they weren't consistent with taking that approach. And I'm going to refer to Simon's Hyde, which not only is it washed over by the Greenbelt in entirety, but it doesn't contain any, other than some limited agricultural and cottage buildings, any development. So what the council have said in the Stage 2 Greenbelt review is that they will consider the sustainability and the Greenbelt purposes of a swathe of Greenbelt which is at the moment open countryside. But for whatever reason, existing settlements, which I would like to think people won't disagree are less open than Simonside, by virtue that they contain existing houses, primary schools, village halls, they're not going to assess whatsoever. So there's an inherent conflict there between saying, well, if it's open countryside washed over, then of course we'll assess it, that's absolutely fine. But if there's existing buildings, we won't possibly assess it because it's automatically unsustainable. And that for me is a fundamental misapplication of Greenbelt policy. And as I said, I will come on to the argument that the council should have reconsidered washed over settlements as part of an additional element of the Greenbelt review under your Matter 5.
Okay. Lady sitting there on the right, again, I can only read out your name, Mrs. Margaret Short, right. Could you switch your microphone on, please?
Sorry, I'm a member of the public and I hesitate in this room of experts to bring in a point that has not been mentioned at all in terms of sustainability of this Greenbelt area, is the actual water resources to meet the requirements of those properties that are going to be built in the vicinity. Because
remember, we're talking about the council's Greenbelt study here.
I appreciate that, but Greenbelt, as you've referred to in your areas for discussion, is the question of whether the benefit of Greenbelt has been properly considered. Now, in this area, we have a history of considerable pressure on our rivers. In fact, the River Lee is currently the only river without abstraction restrictions upon it. In Welwyn, we lost the Bimram for a period of time simply because of the pressure of abstractions. And having looked at the environment agencies...
Well, I'm sorry to interrupt you, but whilst it's very relevant to the location of development, what you're saying, it's really got very little, if anything, to do with the Greenbelt. Greenbelt's, you know, a separate consideration
Well,
okay, and I'm not, you know, we will come on to talk to constraints about why sites shouldn't be developed, which will include, you know, all the matters relating to water, whether it's water supply or flooding or whatever.
Yeah.
But that is nothing to do with the Greenbelt, which is what we're here talking about this morning.
There are different elements of the Greenbelt, and some of them
Yeah, but water resources are not a part of, you know, the reasons why Greenbelt are defined.
In that case, I will not continue.
Okay. You know,
I appreciate your assistance.
It's all right, we're short of time. I mean, please do come along when we do talk about that sort of thing, because it's a very relevant matter.
Yes, my particular concerns are the level of pressure on our water resources in this facility, and given the climatic changes which we're already seeing.
It's all very valid, but, you know, it doesn't really impinge upon, you know, council taking land out of the Greenbelt.
It
might stop the council from proposing development on the site because it's got water issues, but they are separate to the issue of whether, you know, the sites are contributing to the purposes of the Greenbelt, which is what we're talking about this morning.
I was under the impression that the viability of the land in terms of development was that, but I will.
Well, viability is coming down the line, in, you know,
position.
either in a day or two, or probably in a month or two.
Yes, I appreciate that.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
No worries. Mr. Hill.
Thank you. Thank you very much, sir. I do appreciate you want to keep things at a high level at the moment, and you're not inviting us to descend into the detail.
Please.
So just responding very quickly to there are 3 points really I want to make. Your first question, has an objective assessment of the contribution land makes the purposes of the Greenbelt been undertaken? Has an objective assessment been undertaken? We would have to say that it has been. The material before you certainly looks to me like an objective assessment of that issue. No doubt people around the room will take issue with various points. You're never going to have a document that everyone agrees is perfect. But it certainly does the task of performing an objective assessment of the contribution the land makes to the Greenbelt. Second point, sir, and this really picks up the third, the last point actually on your new agenda, which came out at the beginning of the week. So there were a few extra points from the original points you raised, was absolutely fine and entirely open to you to raise additional points, having read everyone's matter statements. Has the green corridor between Welwyn and Hatfield been appropriately defined?
Can we leave that till the end?
Do you want to leave that to the end, sir?
Yeah.
Happy to do that. So the other point I just wanted to touch on now, responding to what was said on my left, on the question of boundaries. Do the proposed revisions to the boundaries result in stronger boundaries? Simply to say that if hedges and woodland will not suffice to define Greenbelt boundaries, we are all in trouble, because there is not a motorway, a river, or an East Coast main line for every tract of Greenbelt, and an authority has to make the best of what's available to it. And I firmly reject and invite you to reject the suggestion that one can't rely on woodland or hedgerows to define a Greenbelt boundary. I'm afraid that is done and has been done across the country for decades, and no doubt will have to be done again here. So I just make that overarching point without descending to the detail of any particular site.
Okay, thank you. Right, is it Mrs. Quinton?
Just a quick comment about the relationship between the first Greenbelt boundary and the second Greenbelt boundary reviews. The first Greenbelt boundary review divided the area into packages, some of which it ranked very highly as protecting the Greenbelt. It also included a review of the, as already been mentioned, the barriers between towns merging, such as between Potters Bar and Hatfield, between Welwyn Garden City and Hertford. We then come on to the second Greenbelt review, and it seems to me that it does not take the conclusions from the first Greenbelt review into adequate consideration. To paraphrase it, it says that we're looking at small parcels, and the small parcels don't really have any impact on the Greenbelt. It doesn't seem to take any conclusions from the first Greenbelt review into the second Greenbelt review. And that was my concern.
Okay. Mrs. Is it
Gardner.
Gardner? Yeah.
Thank you, sir. We did have concerns about the very broad areas that were defined as part of the stage 1 process, but those were concerns were to an extent overcome by reference to the conclusions at the end of that stage 1 study that some reduction in size of the individual parcels in which the sub-areas have been identified would not significantly compromise the primary function of the Greenbelt, nor compromise the separation of existing settlements. That's a statement taken from paragraph 2.9 of the Council's topic paper. And so that really then enabled the stage 2 process to consider these smaller parcels. And as a result of that, we were happy with the process and the linkages between the two stages. Can I just pick up on the comment that was made earlier and which Mr. Hill referred to in respect of hedgerows and trees? Because I really do think that hedgerows and trees have a far more substantive role than might have been indicated previously when defining Greenbelt boundaries, and they do form defensible boundaries, particularly where they create tree belts, etc.
Thank you. Mr. Baker?
Thank you, sir. 2 points. Actually, on that last point, I think it is legitimate that trees and hedgerows should form defensible boundaries, but that is kind of dependent on what protection is given to them in the plan. So hedgerows, we know, after the hedgerow regulations, there were huge numbers of hedgerows ripped out, particularly in this county. So they're not necessarily defensible features unless they are protected as part of the plan process. Moving on to the substantive point I wanted to raise, and that is in relation to the review, whether it's fit for purpose. I wanted to draw your attention, sir, to the lack of consideration for the 5th stated purpose of the Greenbelt, to assist in urban regeneration by encouraging the recycling of derelict and other urban land. And the reason I wanted to draw this to your attention, sir, is that in the local authorities' topic paper on this, they said that the reason that wasn't included in the review is because it had already been achieved, because it had been successful in promoting urban regeneration. Well, clearly that is an ongoing purpose which the Greenbelt needs to continue to undertake. So it is still a relevant process. It isn't, I agree, relevant to comparison of one site with another, but it is still an important Greenbelt purpose in determining whether or not land should be released from the Greenbelt, and indeed possibly the scale of that release.
I don't think they were actually saying that, unless I've misunderstood
well,
it. I took it to mean that really the, if you like, priority is to use urban land, and particularly brownfield urban land, and that if you're doing that, then the considerations affect all parts of the Greenbelt the same. Therefore, you wouldn't be favouring one area against another for that reason, so therefore why analyse it?
Well, certainly, sir, that is what they have said in their statement.
Yeah.
I agree, but I draw your attention to the fact when they were carrying out the exercise, that is certainly the statement that was made. They would say the 5th Greenbelt purpose was excluded, as it was already apparent at the time of the review that there was a limited supply of available land across the local authorities, across the areas, and hitherto the Greenbelt has successfully fulfilled its purpose in assisting regeneration, so which is not quite the same thing. So I think this is a bit of retrofitting the justification to the situation the council finds itself in. I wholeheartedly agree with what the council are now saying, in having carried out local plan Greenbelt reviews, that in fact this is the reason you do not include it in the comparative exercise is because it isn't relevant to testing one site against another except on size, but it is still an important consideration in determining whether or not development should take place in the Greenbelt, because it is an important Greenbelt purpose, and in fact, in fact, I think Mr. Maddox pointed out that paragraph 84 points out the purpose of channeling development towards towns within the Greenbelt, and indeed to areas beyond the Greenbelt. That's all part of, and indeed towards London in this area, which is an important Greenbelt purpose. Thank you, sir.
Okay. Mr. Griffiths?
Thank you, sir. I think it's necessary to go right back to basics to consider the overall role of the Greenbelt here in Hatfield and in Hertfordshire. And that's the first purpose. It's the London Metropolitan Greenbelt. It's there to stop primarily the outward spread of London. So that's the number one purpose. So I'll go back to what Mr. Adams said originally, that it's been very successful in terms of protecting the outer edge. And there is that strategic gap between Potter's Bar and Hatfield and Welwyn Garden City that has been achieved by that overall purpose. It's also important to recognise that what it has done is to achieve working countryside in an arc that goes around the outer edge of London, and this is very much part of it. And that's part of the third purpose, which is to safeguard the countryside from encroachment. That has been very successful. Been successful in terms of the second purpose, to prevent neighbouring towns merging into one another. So I think it is important to recognise that. In terms of the study, Mr. Baker and I, in fact, did a similar study for Cheltenham some years ago. So we're very familiar with that, and of course we would say it's a good methodology. But I think it does need to return to the overall strategic nature of the plan in terms of the sustainable pattern of development. And I think that they needed to return to that in terms of looking at a sustainable pattern of development. Defensible boundaries. I think the boundaries here are too tight in terms of the long-term permanence of the Greenbelt. And I think that is something I think that perhaps you might want to return to later on. So I think to be cynical about this, I think the Greenbelt Society thinks that what the council has done here in terms of the distribution of development is to share the pain around the borough. And we'll come back to that maybe later on. And just a brief point about boundaries. I've been involved in a long period of time now in actually defining Greenbelt boundaries. Yes, motorways, yes, railways, yes, rivers, but yes, also in this county, defensible boundaries like woodlands, like hedgerows, as Mr. Baker says, provided, of course, that they are protected. But defensible boundaries in a county like this are very difficult to find, and it's I think those kinds of boundaries, ridge lines also, are very important to define. So in my experience, yes to things other than strictly engineering type boundaries. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Bate.
Thank you, sir. I should say at the outset that in my view, the Greenbelt review carried out was substantially better than a number of other Greenbelt reviews I've seen in other authorities. However, nonetheless, we do have some matters we wish to raise with you about it, and particularly about the way in which the Greenbelt Review has been used to assist the choice of sites which have then been proposed for allocation in front of you. So on the substantive issue, our first concern is that the Greenbelt Review has not given enough attention to openness. You'll be only too well aware of the importance, the central importance of openness as to why we have the Greenbelt in the first place. And the 5 purposes are all intended to contribute to that overall aim. Now, one measure of openness is paucity of building in the area. And the Greenbelt Review presents this in figure 7.4. Could I ask you to turn to that, if you would, please, sir? This is GB1 if you're doing it by document numbers.
Yeah.
And it's figure, excuse me, 7.4.
7.4.
Yeah, we've lost page numbers by this stage, so it's page 7.4. And there's lots of various grades of pink, shows the percentage built over area of each of the parcels in the 3 authorities. And you can see that there's 11 categories, and the category with the least built over percentage is 0 to 0.20%. And in Welwyn Hatfield, there are just 3 of these. You might think there's just 2, because you can see sort of bottom left is 49 and middle right is 46. What you probably will miss out is 43A mid-west, which straddles the boundary with St Albans and is comfortably the largest of the 3. The problem is, just obviously as it were a typo, that has been miscoloured. It should have been coloured with the lightest level of pink. You can see it says there 0.2%. It's so it should have been coloured that way. So here we have 3 areas which are particularly open. They have the least building on them, as I say, of which 43A is the largest. The qualities of the parcels are then reviewed in the consultant's annex, and there's descriptions. I don't know if you want me to go into that. Obviously, the one that we're interested in is 43A. But what it effectively says, and I sort of loosely paraphrase what it says, it effectively says this is pristine, unspoilt countryside that is quintessential to this part of Hertfordshire. Those are my words, not its words, but that's effectively what it's saying. Or to put it simply, the Greenbelt is doing an excellent job here of keeping this particular substantial parcel of land open. Unfortunately, this information on openness has not been used by the council in any practical way. For example, and this is taking Ms Hyland's earlier point where she sought to draw a distinction between the process of the Greenbelt Review, which was done prior to the Calverton decision, and the decisions of the council, which happened after the Calverton decision. And we can see, if you could turn to the council's statement for question 4, as they call it, I think matter 4 or matter 5 as it is on today's sheet. If you can turn to the very last page of that statement, or a pair of pages, which is their Appendix A, Table 1, Greenbelt scoring sheet. If you go to this scoring sheet, have you found that one, sir?
Yeah,
You're there. Okay. You will find that there is no reference whatever to openness. The material in figure 7.4 from the Greenbelt Review has just disappeared effectively. There's no attention to maintaining the merit of openness. Now, given the remarkable qualities which parcels like 43A have, it seems to us extraordinary that the way in which the council has approached the allocation process has resulted in a new settlement being allocated bang in the middle of parcel 43A. If I may, it's a bit like the equivalent of David Attenborough looking around the world's oceans and finding the most pristine spot and then saying, oh, this is great. Do you know what? Let's have a plastics dump here. That is the Greenbelt we're facing the Greenbelt equivalent of that. And we just don't think it's credible. It's about the most damaging action you could take in the light of the evidence in front of the council from their Greenbelt review. And you won't be surprised that the consultants to the council did not include parcel 43A in their schedule of strategic sub-areas contributing least to Greenbelt purposes. And so the whole matter, that whole parcel should have been excluded, but it wasn't. What happened was that from this point on, a different approach was taken by the council, which didn't take advantage of the evidence which had been presented to them by their consultants. Broadly speaking, what happened was the council moved the goalposts. In June 2016, the council produced its Housing and Economic Land Availability Assessment, HOU 19, the one that Ms Hyland referred to as particularly extensive and detailed. And when we look at this, we can see what happened if we go to section 2.5. I don't know if you want to refer to it or if you'll let me just give you a reference number.
I'm not sure whether all this is appropriate, because if you're going to start hammering the case for Simonside over the next 10 minutes, then everybody else who's got a site is going to be wanting to start talking about theirs. I know what you say. I mean, what I'm trying to find out now is whether what the council's done is fit for purpose. So, all right, you've used your example. You know, they don't seem to have taken account of openness, is basically what you're saying.
That's the first
point.
But
that surely should be a point across the whole district, not just vis-a-vis Simonside.
Well, that's what you wanted, so that's what I've done.
Okay, but...
and the second point I'm making
I mean, I did say at the start, try to use a site that you're not actually promoting.
Well, you will understand, so that
in your case.
Simonside is a very, Save Simonside is a very small organisation, much as it would be delightful for Save Simonside to rewrite the plan for the council. We're just not in the position to do a wide-ranging analysis of all the different sites. We cannot pick out other sites to illustrate our points. We can only refer to the process and see how it applies to ours.
Yes, but if I start talking in great depth, I'll let you talk in depth about Simon's site today, then the people that are representing the Birchall Garden suburb are going to want to do the same. The people representing Pangsanger are going to want to do. Anybody objecting to Hatfield 1 are going to want to do the same. We're planning to have separate sessions to talk about the matters that, if you like, have led to the
that's why
allocation of those sites in due course.
I've referred to 3 sites which would be affected by the concern that we've expressed on openness, not just Simonside.
Okay, yeah, I've noted the
trying
point.
very, very hard to do exactly what you want, sir, of sticking to the broad principles. But the second broad principle I'm drawing to your attention is that the council did not thoroughly apply the advice it had received from its consultants when it came to make its proposed allocations. And I'm pointing out that it, as I said, moved the goalposts so that different sites which had not been considered by the consultants managed to creep back into consideration in ways that the original consultants had not expected and had not recommended. And I was drawing particular attention to I wanted to draw particular attention to the way in which the Housing and Economic Land Availability Assessment in June 2016 had slipped in a new exception, and this is effectively a point similar to, I think, raised by Mr. Richards a moment ago. Exceptions could be made to allow sites capable of forming a new excluded settlement. That was one of the additional criteria slipped in as a political decision later in the process, which resulted in the pattern in a selection of possible sites for allocation before you now, which wouldn't have been there had the original approach of the consultants been followed. And that has precisely the consequences which Mr. Richards drew to your attention. So I can leave that one there. The next point is I would also like to support the point made, I think it was by either himself or Mr. Maddox, I'm sorry, I can't remember who it was, that one of the benefits of the original methodology used by the consultants was it specifically avoided putting numbers and therefore rankings against the various criteria. It said that these matters need to be dealt with qualitatively, that there are some places which are more or less important against the various criteria, and that's the way to approach it. Yet we have in front of us in the Council's hearing statement for this matter 4, as question 4 as they presented it, their scoring spreadsheet with exactly as it says, scores on it, and this is completely the antithesis of what was recommended by the consultants, and like as previously mentioned, we do not accept that this is a useful way forward. So regarding boundaries, well, I'd better not overstay my welcome on this, but I'd like to support a number of comments which have been made before, but regarding the utility of hedgerows and farm tracks as defensible greenbelt boundaries, with farm tracks, well, it's just not acceptable that it would be incredibly easy for development to leapfrog a farm track. I just don't accept that as a reasonable permanent greenbelt boundary. Regarding hedgerows, in addition to the points previously raised, I'd say, well, there are hedgerows and hedgerows. There are some hedgerows which are big, thick things which have a reasonable prospect of surviving in perpetuity and making a reasonable boundary. There are other ones where you effectively have field boundaries with a few trees in them, and I do not accept that in those cases what would be called a hedgerow in technical term would amount to a defensible boundary in the long term. So one has to, you'll get onto this when you get to the sites, but one needs to just be a little bit more nuanced than say hedgerows are okay or hedgerows are not okay.
Well, isn't it a matter of horses for courses? I mean, as somebody pointed out, you know, the A1M and the East Coast Main Line don't run east-west across the districts. And a hedgerow's presumably better than going across the middle of an open field. You know, if that's all you've got within half a mile, what else do you do?
Well, going across the middle of an open field is about the worst option you could do, clearly. But
so you obviously use the best that you've got. I mean, I would have thought if within 100 yards there was a main road, then that would be used rather than a hedge line that's 100 yards away.
Mm.
Yeah.
What in some respects we're getting to is a point that was made earlier. I think it was by Mr. Griffiths that or other participants as well, that the boundaries of the greenbelt have long been established on defensible boundaries. What we're now being offered is, if that's the right word, is an opportunity, if that's the right word, to move them to alternative boundaries, which in some cases look as though they're going to be a whole lot less defensible than they are at the moment. And that, to us, would be a retrograde step.
I'm not an expert on the Welling-Hatfield greenbelt boundaries because I've not been over it all, but certainly from the parts that I have, there are some that are very firm long-term boundaries, and there are other boundaries that I just wonder how on earth they became the boundaries.
Yeah. I'm sure we can always find anomalies of bits that are not permanent, and I'm sure that there's always opportunity to make corrections. I'm not disputing that at all. But for the scale of development now being proposed, and the argument that's being put by some of the developers, yesterday not least, that this is going to go on in future. In other words, it's going to be more pressure for more development into the future beyond the existing plan period. We do need to make sure now that we choose genuinely defensible greenbelt boundaries. Well, I know exactly what's going to be happening in the next but one plan review. People will be coming along and say, well, look, you've got this indefensible boundary here, why don't we move it? And you'll move on to something perhaps even less good, and then you can see what's going to happen after that. So I'm suggesting so that you watch out for the slippery slope argument on this one, that if you have decent boundaries at the moment, be thankful for them and be cautious about amending them.
Okay. I can't quite read your name. Gentleman on the left, yeah?
Back up Appendix A, Map 2, the one with big great big swathes of colour, the orange and the yellow and all the rest of it. Yeah. Contribution to Greenbelt purposes. I mean, most of us, I suspect, certainly around here, would say keeping Welwyn Garden City and Hatfield from converging would be extraordinarily important, and yet we've only got a middle grade area between the two, possibly goes further than it needs to. And then similarly, you've got, you know, if you're trying to stop Hatfield, Welham Green, Brookman's Park coalescing, or you're trying to stop Welwyn, Digswell and Oakland's Marley Heath coalescing, we've covered nearly all the settlements. The gaps in between are only marked by yellow, which is medium grade greenbelt areas. I would trust that the importance of stopping coalescence would be reflected by slightly stronger designations.
I mean, while we're on that point, do you know the specific answer to that? Because it did puzzle me as to why, you know, given that you've got a green corridor as well as a green belt between Welwyn and Hatfield, but yet, according to that, it's not that important.
Yes, sir. Thank you for the opportunity to come back on this specific point. The point we were trying to make in our statement is we do not agree that the quantitative method of assessing how many strongs you've got for a particular parcel is the appropriate way to assess the value of the greenbelt in Welwyn Hatfield. And our statement actually sets this out and explains why that is the case, very much for the reason that Councillor Cowan has just made. We think it's rather bizarre that the gap between Hatfield and Welwyn Garden City would score less well because it only scores strongly in terms of one purpose, where there are other parcels which score more strongly on two purposes.
Do you know why that, if you like, scores differently to the gap between Hatfield and St Albans? I mean, I would have thought they were on the same sort of path, a similar sort of size settlements. You know, the gap between Hatfield and St Albans is orange, the one between Hatfield and Welwyn is yellow.
I would need to check the assessment, and I'll come back to you on that. But I agree with everything that everybody said about this needing to be a qualitative assessment, and that is the approach we took when we reviewed the impact on the greenbelt at the site selection stage. So, for example, the reference has been made to the openness of parcel 43A. That was specifically referred to in the site selection document, and a weight was applied against that site coming forward on that very point. But the exercise we went through was a balancing of the positives and the negatives to come to an overall conclusion about whether a site should come forward, because the positives outweighed the negatives, as it were. But it was a qualitative assessment. It did pick up on things like openness. If you turn to it, you can see there is a specific reference to that parcel actually contributing to the openness of the greenbelt. So what we were trying to illustrate by, we were asked to do this scoring process. We thought it useful to include the maps in our statement to demonstrate why we don't think it works, and why we think there needs to be a more qualitative assessment using the information contained in the proformas. I can see Mr Bates doesn't agree with me, but that is the process we went through.
How did it emerge then that we've got this scoring spreadsheet at the end of Appendix A?
Well, we were asked to produce, I think so you asked us to produce some maps with scoring, so...
well, not exactly with scores on, but
okay,
something that was more understandable than all the different sort of thumbnail sketches that are in the document.
Okay, maybe we understood what we were being asked to produce, and that's why we produced those documents.
That's my fault, all right.
So will you withdraw it then?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I personally don't disagree with what you're saying about qualitative considerations being far more important than, if you like, doing a numbers addition. Yeah.
Yes, we've argued why it shouldn't be used in our statement.
Yeah, no, that's fine. You know, what I wanted was something that, you know, I could look at, like you've got there actually, on those plans, that was actually portraying what was in the two studies.
Well, those maps portray the results of the scoring.
Yeah. with qualitative scoring.
The one you're looking at the moment is a scoring of the strategic parcels purposes assessment. So it's based on giving a higher score to a significant purpose than a score for a medium purpose and so forth. It doesn't include any analysis of the openness of the green belt or the fragility of the gap. The last map produced in the appendix does include giving a score to the weighting that we applied, so does include some elements of openness, fragility of gap, but it is a scoring approach. We felt when we were doing the site selection process, rather than assigning a numerical value to the harm, it was better to provide a description of what that harm would comprise of, and then to apply weighting for a particular element.
Okay. Mr. Adams, you've been waiting patiently. I was going to leave you to the end, but we're probably a long way off from the end, so I'll ask you to...
just in terms of Tyler's comments there, I'm confused as to the way it should be attached to the analysis in the council statement, which is scoring based right the way through to the bitter end in terms of that form. And I'd just like to put in a couple of documents which might be helpful. I've given these to the council already, and we've got a few copies to distribute.
Thank you.
Have we got some copies we could, perhaps some people at the front could share, and we'll give some copies to the back of the room. Could we share at the front and then distribute, say, 2 or 3 copies to the back row? And we'll get some more copies done over lunch. Unless you wanted us to break now.
Well, it is 1:10, so maybe that will be a good idea. Yeah.
Okay, we'll get copies done for everybody.
Any burning issues, I'll adjourn until 2 o'clock.
Thank you.
And then we can have some more coffee. All right. Good afternoon. The hearing's resumed. You should have all been given two sort of sets of documents. One is a table and a plan, and the other is the plan of the last lot is of the whole of Welling Hatfield district, and the other plan that I've got is effectively the area south of Hatfield. If you don't have them, have a word with the programme officer. Is Mr. Berrant not here? Oh, he's there. No, he's not. Oh, he sat up there now. You basically putting a correction to your statements on the internet.
Yes. It's really regards matter 8.
Yeah.
I mistakenly put the wrong table in. So
Okay.
it's really just an amendment to that table.
All right. So if it's concerning tomorrow's agenda, so if you're participating tomorrow, then look for it. If by whatever chance you can't access it by tomorrow morning, then have a word with the programme officer. Right, so, Mr. Hill, I think we were at you. Oh, you hadn't finished, had you? No, that's right, you were going to tell us about these tables. Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you, sir. I'm just going to pick up on points that are relevant to the question, has an objective assessment been undertaken, and also which land within the Greenbelt is necessary to keep permanently open, and do the proposed revisions result in stronger boundaries from a methodology point of view. And
oh, could I just make one other point that I'd forgot? Yeah. We've had representations from people listening, watching this from home. They can't always hear what people are saying, so could you make sure that you do speak close to the mic and that you can be as clear and loud as possible?
Yes, sir. So the first point I wanted to comment on related to the qualitative assessment of Greenbelt purposes. There was a discussion before lunch about the merits of a quantitative scoring-based system versus a qualitative system. And there has also been a discussion raised by Mr. Bolton concerning what criteria should be assessed in considering the contribution of parcels of land to Greenbelt purposes. So I'd like to refer to a table that we have circulated, which is called Summary of SKM Analysis of Contribution to Greenbelt Purposes by Parcel. And that's the table which has the shades of green and then the right-hand column which includes shades of orange and red. So just to introduce this table, we agree with Mr. Bolton that the analysis that has been undertaken of Greenbelt purposes and the contribution of parcels of land to those Greenbelt purposes by the Council introduces criteria which do not relate specifically to the framework's Greenbelt purposes as set out at paragraph 80 of the framework, and introduce a significant degree of subjectivity. And examples of those, which I think have been mentioned this morning, are local purposes and settlement pattern. So what we have done here in this table is take the SKM analysis from their Greenbelt review dated November 2013, and this is their analysis of the contribution to Greenbelt purposes of the parcels of land that have been identified. So the parcels of land are referenced on the left-hand column. Then we have the four relevant purposes of the Greenbelt across the top of the table. We have not, this table does not include the supporting regeneration criteria because that is not relevant to this analysis. we have just represented SKM's qualitative assessment of whether or not each parcel of land makes a limited or no contribution, which is the lightest shade of green, or a partial contribution, or in dark green a significant contribution. So that's the SKM analysis. And we've added a simple column on the right-hand side of the table, which simply adds up the dark green boxes, which are those parcels where there is a significant contribution to one or more of Greenbelt purposes. And that, we think, gives us a simple and relevant analysis of the contribution to Greenbelt purposes of the parcels. It's relevant because it focuses on the framework's Greenbelt purposes. It is based upon a qualitative assessment, and simply our final column, I think, sticks with the principle of a qualitative assessment. It simply adds up and produces a summary of where there has been judged to be a significant contribution to Greenbelt purposes. And we think that this is a useful analysis, and it may well be useful when we come back later in the examination to look at allocations within particular parcels. And it may, sir, be closer to what was requested in terms of a simpler summary of the Greenbelt analysis. But it does throw up some differences to the assessment undertaken by the Council with all of the purposes, but I don't propose to reference those today, sir. I think we come back to what this table actually tells us when we do look at individual parcels. So that was the summary of SKM's analysis of contribution to Greenbelt purposes using a qualitative approach. The next document I want to refer to comes from the appendix to the Council's statement on the Greenbelt matters, and it's Appendix A, Map 2. And just a short point on this map. All we've done to this map is added parcel numbers, which aren't on the map within the Council's appendices. But we think it's necessary to have the parcel numbers on the map in order to be able to relate, but to interpret the map and to use it. The second point is that we identified a discrepancy in relation to parcel GB45, which happens to be the parcel which we have a particular interest in, which is on this plan zoned yellow, which is puts it into one of the higher contributions to Greenbelt purposes category. When actually checks the figures, it should fall into the green zone, as it has a score of 6. Now that's the only one that we have checked, sir, but perhaps the Council would be able to produce a corrected version of Map 2, because it is quite an important stepping stone towards evaluating the review of Greenbelt boundaries. And I would certainly like to come back to it when we talk about spatial strategy and other matters. Then I'd like to turn to Map 4, which I haven't circulated because it's in the Council's appendix on Greenbelt matters. So that's Map 4, Appendix A. And I'd like to return to the question of the consistency and logic of the site allocations and how the Greenbelt analysis that forms the evidence base has been used and interpreted. So map 4 shows the result of the council's composite scoring on Greenbelt conclusions. And just to explain that, this is the step in the analysis which the council have undertaken, which they describe on pages 9 and 10 of Appendix A, where they set out their methodology for bringing the Greenbelt analysis together. And on page 10, they explain that Map 4 provides a more comprehensive and detailed approach to assessing the impact of sites on the Greenbelt and demonstrates that the qualitative assessment undertaken has produced appropriate allocations. So that is the purpose of Map 4. It's summarising the council's conclusions, bringing together all the threads, qualitative and quantitative, in terms of Greenbelt analysis. And if we have Map 4 to one hand, I just want to refer, you recall, sir, that I referred to one of the important characteristics of the Greenbelt in Welwyn and Hatfield is the gap between Potters Bar and Hatfield. And I referred to SKM's diagram which shows that gap. I've just circulated to everybody a plan which is already attached to our hearing statement. I just circulated it for convenience, as not everybody would have had our hearing statement. And it's a plan produced by Liz Lake Associates, landscape architects, who've done their own Greenbelt assessment. But it simply shows in dark orange the strategic gap between Potters Bar and Hatfield that I was referring to earlier off SKM's very high level diagram, and it's just easier to see where the gap is. Sitting within that gap at the northern end in purple is what is defined as a fragile gap between Hatfield and Welham Green. But the key point is, sir, that this is you can see more clearly here on an OS base, the strategic gap between Potters Bar and Hatfield sitting between the East Coast Railway Line and the A1M corridor. If we look at Map 4, which is the Council's conclusions on Greenbelt, as I mentioned earlier, but I didn't specifically refer to Map 4, there are a number of allocations which sit within this fragile gap, which we think are indicative of some inconsistency as to how the Greenbelt analysis has actually been carried through into site allocation. So at the top of this strategic corridor on the southern edge of Hatfield is a orange site, which is actually Hat 11. But the point I wanted to draw attention to is that site is attributed on this plan in the scorings in the key at the top right-hand corner, a significant and high contribution to Greenbelt purposes of between 10 to 12. And that would almost certainly reflect the fact that it sits within the strategic gap and is very open and quite exposed in terms of character. But that seems to be inconsistent. So the allocation of that site, on the face of it, appears to be inconsistent to the Greenbelt analysis of contribution to the Greenbelt. And another site that I wanted to draw attention to, and I just to reinforce that, I want to make brief reference to the council's own analysis of that site, which was in their housing site selection background paper, which is How or Who 20. So in Who 20, June 2016 housing site selection background paper, this site reference hat 11 is considered in table 18, which is titled Hatfield Greenbelt Sites Not Considered Suitable for Allocation. And it says the site is located within a fragile gap between Hatfield and Welham Green, although the gap is already partly compromised by the presence of existing development. The site provides a strong visual and physical barrier between the two settlements, and development of this site would significantly reduce the gap between settlements. On balance, this, alongside the adverse impacts upon the purposes of the Greenbelt, are considered to outweigh the benefits of the site. So there's been a balancing exercise there, drawing upon assessment of that site's contribution to the Greenbelt, and yet that site has been allocated. And I think there is a similar logic or lack of logic in relation to another site within that strategic gap, which is referenced BRP4, which sits within that strategic gap to the west of the East Coast Railway Line, and is the large square yellow site just to the left of Brooksman's Park, which has been given a relatively high scoring in terms of contribution to Greenbelt purposes. So the point that...
What does table 18 say about that site?
Sorry?
What does table 18 say about that site?
I'd have to pull that out for you, sir. I haven't got it immediately to hand. But I'll find that and circulate the reference. But I think the point we're making is that we're not satisfied that there's a consistent and clear link between the Greenbelt analysis and the actual pattern of site allocations in some parts of the borough. We haven't looked at the whole borough, but we think that's a matter which should be perhaps examined when we're looking at the distribution of sites and the justification for the allocation of each sites. And we would suggest that the Greenbelt summary that we've pulled out, which just shows analysis of the sites against Greenbelt purposes, would be a useful document to refer to. Sorry. I'm just taking instructions just on...
wasn't assessed because it was allocated. It was only the sites that weren't assessed.
Right, okay.
And Hatfield 11 was recommended not to be allocated, then was.
Okay. I'll circulate the reference, but I don't think it actually appeared in the 2016 report, that the site to the west of Brookman's Park.
Oh, it's emerged since then.
I think it was probably already...
No, because it was allocated.
Because it had been allocated, there wasn't an assessment of it. I'll provide you with the reference.
Okay. Well, it's just that you refer to table 18 in the context of HAT 11. Was HAT 11 a late site to emerge then or something?
I'm not sure, sir. I'll have to... I'll provide you with a... Right.
Okay.
I'll provide you
me with an
note on it.
explanation.
Yeah, I will.
Please, and some references.
Thank you.
Mr. Hill.
Thank you, sir. I've just got one discrete point I'd like to come back on, if I may, which is a methodological one arising from the point that Mr. Bate made this morning by reference to figure 7.4 in, I think it's GB1, the SKM Enviros report. That's the one that looks like that, sir. Remember the one that had the various openness percentages on it, and whether you've got that still within reach.
I think I can find it. You say 7.1?
Figure 7.4 in GB1. Everything's various shades of pink.
You sure it's 7?
Figure 7.4, yes.
There doesn't seem to be one.
GB1, sir.
Oh, hang about, yeah, it's in the main text rather than the appendices. I'm looking in the wrong place. Yeah, 6. Yep, got it.
And so you recall that the council was being chided for not having factored in the various percentages that are shown on this plan in respect of the greenbelt areas. And this plan relates to proportions of built development. And you recall your attention was being drawn specifically to 43A, which is shown there as 0.2%. The point I'd simply make in response is if you look around those various parcels in the Welwyn Hatfield area, the vast majority of those are in excess of 99% undeveloped. So, for example, 47, which is Hatfield Park, it's 99.61% undeveloped, as opposed to 99.8% on 43.A and 99.66% on parcel 41. The point I simply make is that really, I mean, looking at this material, to suggest that those distinctions should have any material significance in the council's decision-making process is just not sensible. What does that document actually tell you about the relative performance of these areas of land in terms of the greenbelt functions identified in the framework? I would say very little indeed. And what the council should have done, and what it has done, is look at those 5 greenbelt purposes in a qualitative way and reach its conclusions. So I would say it's not fair to chide the council, as Mr. Bate does, for not having found some means of factoring in this material into its decision-making process. Simply not a useful exercise.
Yep. Mr. Bolton?
Just a couple of quick points. Firstly, I welcome the council's statement. They're not fully relied upon the quantitative scoring of sites in terms of allocations. And I take it when one looks to justifications of why some sites have been chosen and not chosen, one goes to the Housing Background Paper 20, and that sets out the reason. The point that's concerning me at the present time, I suppose, is that you spelt out quite clearly what your job is to do when looking at exceptional circumstances for each of these greenbelt sites, is to go through them individually and look. So to a certain extent, the debate we're having today is only to inform that, because you're going to have to make your own judgment on each of the 5 characters of the greenbelt. You're not going to be reliant upon the scoring system that the council have put forward, because then they themselves are not reliant on it. So to a certain extent, that's a process you have to go through. And a general discussion, I'm not sure, will take us much further down, or assist anyone much further down that process, without going into site specifics, which we're all starting to do this afternoon. The second point comes on where we have a strategy that is not planning to meet the OAN. The justification for that is there are no more greenbelt sites to be released. How does one reach that conclusion without then looking at the sites that have been excluded, i.e. the Part 2 sites, which had been assessed and then rejected? And I understand that examinations are not meant to look at objection sites. So it's a process question, really, sir.
Well, at some point I'm going to have to decide whether I think the council have done enough in terms of producing evidence to demonstrate that they can't go any further. And if they haven't, then I'll be asking them to do, or if I don't think they have, I'll be asking them to do more work. But I mean, I basically got to come to a conclusion that no matter what, certain parts of this greenbelt are not developable. Now, how much of this greenbelt falls into that category, I've got no idea. But I need some assistance at the end of the day through, objective information to arrive at that conclusion. And then, if I'm satisfied that maybe not all of the objectively assessed need can be accommodated in the area that's not essential for long-term greenbelt. I'll probably be asking the council to, have another look at sites within that area.
Thank you.
So, whilst I don't have an ability, I don't think, to actually tell them to go looking at exception sites, particularly if I come to the conclusion that enough land's been allocated, and I don't find anything wrong with the sites that have already been allocated. And if I'm finding things wrong with them, it's going to have to be effectively, fundamentally against national policy. In the one I did recently, I asked the council to review a site next to a major trunk road where standing by the site, I was convinced that, you just couldn't develop it all and have acceptable living conditions in terms of noise. Elsewhere, I've knocked sites out because council or somebody made a mistake that the land was liable to flood. I mean, things like that, I can go at.
I know.
But if it's saying that, the council have done some sort of sustainability comparison of all the sites, and this site's got 63 points and that one's got 62, and that 63 and 62, is out, then I won't go there. I mean, it's judgment.
I know, but in a situation here where the requirement has been set by the capacity.
Yeah.
That's the point I'm making.
Yeah.
And I realise it's difficult for you, and I'm just kind of asking how we go about that.
I've got to come to a conclusion as to just how far one could objectively go into the greenbelt. What is essential in terms of maintaining the purposes of the greenbelt. I mean, it might be what the council have done, and there's no more. I simply do not know.
No, I fully accept that might be your conclusion. I suppose when we are representing sites that have been looked at and just not scored quite as well as the ones that have come out, or sometimes they're scored as well as whatever, how, at what point do we make those representations?
Well, you make the point, I suppose, when we get to a discussion, if for sake of argument, they can't meet the overall need without allocating more sites. So if the council are maintaining that they can't allocate any more sites and they've not done anything, then you've got to prove them wrong. Well, why couldn't you allocate this site or that site?
And you're welcome to hear that when
I'm
we come.
welcome to hear that in those sort of circumstances, yes.
Well, okay, well, we're into
But
that.
it probably won't come about in that sort of fashion, I hope.
Well, I think that is the case, because if
Yeah,
we,
all right.
well, if we go to paragraph 430 of on page 7 of their submission on this.
Which one are you in?
Which one am I in? Sorry, it's called Council Hearing Statement for Matter 2, question 4.
Okay. Excuse me.
That's
Here
okay.
we go. Wrong way up. Okay, what page?
Page 7, sir. Paragraph 430, third sentence in. The council has insufficient sites to meet current need. So we are quite clearly in the position where the council are saying they cannot meet current need.
Well, if I sort of, if you like, leave this session convinced that they've done an admirable job and that everything is fully objective, then that might be the response. But if I don't, then I might be asking them to do other things.
I appreciate that. In which case, to a certain extent, when all of us, or a number of us around the table, actually have sites we think could come forward to meet the need, and we're not allowed to talk about them specifically, sir. Can you see my problem?
Yes. Yeah, I do. But if we weren't in an authority that had a green belt, what would simply happen, you know, and that's complicating it, obviously.
And they weren't meeting their needs, so I think you'd be finding it
they weren't
unsound.
meeting their needs, I would be going and saying, well, why are you not meeting your needs? And, you know, they come up, well, we haven't got any land because it's all subject to flooding, because it's on a, you know, river floodplain, or we've got an area of outstanding natural beauty and we can't go into that, etc., etc., etc. Or they might not come up with any excuses, and I'll say, well, then don't you think you ought to go and have another look at whether there's some more sites that come forward? I mean, you know, and it's up to them how they do it. They might have another call for sites from everybody. They might not. They might pick up, you know, what came forward last time and take that forward.
Yeah, in those circumstances, all I can say is if you look at the sites that have been rejected, and that's in their background paper of June 2016, and then look at the submissions that have been made on those sites, those rejected sites, we would suggest, in general terms, without getting site-specific, there is certainly a case to be answered for that they could do more.
Yes. But, I mean, if they do more, and they don't come up with your site, but they get enough sites...
That's my bad, as they say.
You know, it's not for me to go there, unless you can demonstrate that there's been something untoward happening. And,
no.
You know, it's not all above board.
Sir, if they go and allocate a whole load of other sites and meet their objectively assessed need, and my site's not in there, then yes, there's a different argument I've got to have. But at the moment,
it does happen that as well.
I know. You don't have to remind me. But no, fully accept that. But at the present time, what I'm saying is there's enough people around the table who think they have sites which which could assist meeting the OAN. And I was just investigating.
You would think that, wouldn't you? Or you wouldn't be here.
To be fair, no, because I mean, if we had a site in the middle of nowhere, let's rephrase that. No, but I mean, you know, there's people usually when they make a judgment about whether to spend money on a site, it has a certain logic to it. It passes that. Yes. If I put it in front of an inspector, is he going to laugh out loud? Type of logic, and certainly the sites I've looked at and I'm promoting, and I think the ones I've seen being promoted at you, mostly fall within the sites that the council have, if you like, taken to stage 2 anyway. So they've seen at least some capacity or some potential for those sites to come forward, and they're not all scored terribly badly. Some of them have scored just slightly worse than the ones that have been allocated. So I'm suggesting that, you know, there is the capacity there, and I was just wondering whether than talking about generalities, at some stage one needs to look at the more specific.
Well, at some point we will. Yeah. Mr. Quinton, is it? Yeah.
Yeah, I just wanted to come back to the discussion you were having with the council before lunch on the question you posed, you know, or whether they should be providing an explanation of the process. And I'm confused as to the response we got. We seem to be being told that we've produced a quantitative ranking, but we haven't used it. And yet, if we look at their submission to this session on this question, it seems to actually not say that at all. It says this is the quantitative result from the first round from our consultants, and then we've tried to be qualitative, but actually they've not been qualitative. They've just applied a different quantitative assessment. So we end up with a table which is very complicated and a sequence of maps, but those are still quantitative assessments that seem to be being used, and I'm a bit confused. It's not very clear to me exactly what the rationale, and I think going back to what Mr. Adams was saying just before lunch as well, it just seems to have brought in a very much stronger element of subjectivity to the process.
Ms. Tully, would you like to answer him?
Right, the assessment of sites, the selection of sites, and the assessment of the impact of sites coming forward on the green belt was all considered in this. Was all considered in the site selection background paper, which has been referred to. And you will have heard various people read out passages which indicate that it was a qualitative assessment. As part of that assessment, we applied a weighting to the impact. When we were asked to produce what we understood we were being asked to produce scored maps based on the purposes assessment. We wanted to include our own assessment, and we applied a score to that assessment to inform this session. We did not do that score prior to producing this hearing statement. So the assessment that the council took was purely based on what's set out in the site selection document. Consideration of the impact on the purposes of the Greenbelt, consideration of the impact on openness of the Greenbelt, consideration on impact of the boundaries, consideration on the fragility of strategic gaps. And if you look at the various assessment of sites, you will see commentary around all those issues. And then in the conclusions, or the overall assessment, there's a weighting, and then there is an overall conclusion based on all those various impacts. We didn't just look at the impact on the Greenbelt, we also took into account sustainability criteria, because we also needed to consider impact on patterns of sustainable development, whether there were any strategic advantages in certain sites coming forward, whether there were any disadvantages, flooding implications, the results of the healer. Those were all factored into the assessment. It was a discursive assessment, and it was a qualitative assessment. There was no scoring apart from the weighting used in the overall assessment.
Sorry, if you're using that weighting, surely it is. I mean, I'm sorry, I just don't get the difference. I mean, you're saying that I think, if I can summarise what you just said, you said that you're taking this as guidance only, and then applying a broad range of qualitative preferences. So none of the maps in this submission to this matter actually guided your decision, or only guided it loosely?
We didn't produce these maps until we were asked to prepare them for this hearing session. So they were not done at the time of the site selection process.
So in which case, when we get onto the site-specific discussions, there's no point referring to these and querying the rankings because you haven't used them.
Precisely. Yeah.
As a matter of interest then, how in a Greenbelt context did you actually compare sites?
Well, we looked at the results from the performers, so we looked at whether it was significant, partial, or limited impact. We looked at, as I say, whether there was a fragile gap or not. We actually came up with a definition for a fragile gap because that wasn't included in the purposes of assessment. So we concluded if something was going to reduce a gap to less than a kilometre, then that was an issue we wanted to take into account. And that's because of the nature of Welwyn Hatfield and the fragility of some of the gaps between settlements.
Is a kilometre the same for all gaps?
Yes.
Yes. So yeah. Whether it's
well, we felt if it was a gap between towns, that should have a greater impact than if it was a gap between a town and a village, or a village to village. So we weighted the national purposes more heavily than the local
ones.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. I get where you.
I mean, it's all set out in the introduction to the background paper, the methodology for that.
Okay. Where have we got to? Yeah.
Thank you, sir.
Can't read your name again.
Jonathan Fisher from Central Huts Green Corridor Group. Just coming back to your first question, sir, on methodology, and with my professional environmental economics hat and 40 years experience, I learned to be instinctively wary of scoring and weighting systems. They are notoriously prone to abuse in terms of where there is lack of evidence supporting the assessments, and also rigging the results, so rigging the scores so that you get the result that's desired. And I fear that is the case here, I'm afraid. 2 points to build on the earlier discussion. I'm still quite confused exactly what they've done, but from what I'm led to believe, it has two fundamental limitations. Mr. Adams has usefully highlighted the maps, and if you compare, you start with map 2, which has a green, the sort of yellow area of the green corridor between Hatfield and Welwyn Garden City, and we welcome that. I agree with this morning's discussion. It should be more important than yellow, but at least it's yellow. Then, and Sutali said that the key one is the housing site selection, which is the summary decision, and suddenly we see a big area of deep green, which was originally yellow, for WGC 5, which acts as a significant block to the green corridor. And we have significant concerns about that, but also the process that arrived at that, and very wary of how that process has happened, such to lead to that. And the other issue is the question of lack of your point about evidence, and there is a lack of supporting evidence behind those assessments. And Sutali mentioned sustainability. We're significantly concerned about the environment, but we see no evidence of the assessments of those behind those view scores and views and judgments. We looked at the reference issue gave, but I could see no substantive evidence behind it. So we're very worried as to the lack of evidence behind this assessment. I have some questions about the boundaries, but I can raise those later if you want, or I could go on to them now, whenever you want.
Raise them a bit later on.
Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Councillor
Cowan. Thank you very much, sir. Yeah, I think we're looking at the question, do the proposed revisions to Greenbelt boundaries result in stronger boundaries that will endure well beyond the life of this plan? Well, as far as I'm aware...
Can we do that till a bit later?
Okay, fine. Right, okay. I'll refer...
Unless people got nothing else to say about what we're talking about.
I'll refer briefly to this SKM document, and I looked at GB51 because it was referred to, and it says that it's ranked highly for preserving the setting and special character of historic towns, and what it's separating is Brookman's Park from Little Heath, neither of which I consider to be a town, and wonderful though they both are, I'm not quite sure they're historic, but to more than counterbalance that, I'm very grateful to Mr. Adams for reading out, highlighting the comment that was made in the report to the Cabinet Housing and Planning Policy meeting on 13th of June 2016 about Hat 11, about the site being located within a fragile gap, blah, blah, etc., which I entirely agree with. However, even stronger is the report to the meeting on the 11th of December 2014, which says it's separated from Hatfield to the north by Southway, which currently provides a strong defensible greenbelt boundary. Redefining the greenbelt boundary to allocate this site for development would result in an irregularly shaped boundary and would partially close the gap between Hatfield and Welwyn Green. Furthermore, access to this site is likely to have an adverse impact on the wildlife site, which lies within the site on the northern boundary. And I also have to say, as a member of that panel, when the meeting of the 13th of June 2016 came in, the decision to move Hat 11 to being one that would be included was rushed through at the very end of the meeting, clearly had no support from officers because we've seen...
Yeah, I'm not really interested in that.
Aren't you?
Okay. The lady that sat up there. Mrs. Gardner.
So I just wondered, Mr. Bolton a few minutes ago referred to paragraph 430 of the Council Statement on Section 4 and the provision of insufficient sites to meet current needs. Would this be an appropriate point? Would this be an appropriate point to raise the issue of the Council's commitment to an early review of the local plan, or do you want to leave that to later?
Oh, no. Not now.
Not now.
We're light years away from that as far as
Well,
I'm concerned.
no, but I think it has a bearing. No, I really think it has a bearing on the points that you've been raising about what's got to be provided for now and what possibly could be deferred until the early review of the plan.
Early reviews of local plans are frowned upon. You know, we've got an acute housing crisis now, okay? The southeast, if nowhere else in the country, needs tens of thousands of new houses, not 2025, not 2020, 2017 onwards.
I accept all of that, sir, but of course...
If I write a report recommending that this plan is deferred, then it's going to have to be watertight because it will probably go to the highest level. I mean, how do you answer the point about the greenbelt? You know, you're not supposed to keep reviewing the greenbelt. You're supposed to, you know, do it and then it's there probably for 20 years.
Yeah, no, I agree. I
Right.
agree with you, and I'm the one that sort of made comments on the fact that there hasn't been provision for sites beyond the end of the plan period. But what I would be concerned about would be the further delay, and I fully accept the council's argument that it is proposing a boost in the supply of housing, and almost sort of better to sort of bank that now and then consider these outstanding issues as part of an early review, which is something which your colleague in North West Leicestershire, in his report, which was only published last week, has actually got enshrined into policy.
Yes, I know. I mean, I've got an early review in the plan that I'm doing now. The other one, which is in Cumbria. But Cumbria is not Hertfordshire.
Yeah.
I've been referred, I've been given chapter and verse, the entire document of the Luton Local Planning Inspector's report. I mean, my answer to that is someone tell me, you know, what's sort of similar, apart from the fact that they're in the London commuter belt, between Luton and Welling Hatfield. I mean, I could probably find you better examples than Luton as to why,
well,
you know, plans have been deferred.
It's surrounded by greenbelt.
Yeah, and it hasn't got much of its own.
Yeah.
So that's the first point that it's not similar.
Well, okay. Well, I mean, I just wanted to raise
I'm
that
not
at some
ruling
point.
it out at the end of the day.
Okay.
But I need a lot more evidence before we get there. You know, I'll need some convincing that you know, your last local plan ran out, was it 2009? You know, why is it taking 8 years to get to this stage? And why won't it take you another 8 years to get to this stage again if I kick it into touch?
Well, it's not my plan.
No, I know, but you're presumably advocating the...
Yeah. No, well, yeah, okay.
Sorry? 2011, yeah. Okay, so yeah. Then by all means raise it at the end of the week if no one else does, but I suspect somebody else will have. Okay, so Mr. Steibling?
Stebbing.
Stebbing, sorry.
I'm not asking you to defer this plan
No.
at all. Far from it, sir. I think the debate over the last couple of hours has been on the cusp of getting rather site-specific.
Yeah, I know.
And I'm concerned that comments are being made, or that have been made, regarding my client's site. So they are matters that should be addressed at a further stage in this examination, in my view. I think you've shown Mr. Adams some latitude in allowing documentation to be put around the room, some of which is from his hearing statement. But it is on the verge of becoming a site-specific debate this afternoon, and that's departing from the agenda you set at the start of the morning.
Yeah, it's difficult, isn't it?
I understand
you know,
that.
without giving examples, if people are claiming that the council have not been objected in their assessment, you know, how do I come to a conclusion that it's not just a one-off mistake, or if it's something that's repeated, you know, around Welling Hatfield, and maybe, you know, something I need to address?
And I totally understand that conundrum you've got. I won't repeat what I said this morning, which is I think actually it is a robust greenbelt assessment.
It might well be.
In the round.
Yeah.
And follows best practice on such assessments. It's the detailed interpretation that we're veering into now. And I think that's a departing from some of what you hope to achieve today.
Okay, thank you. We've not heard from Councillor Jackie. I can't read the bottom of your name. Sorry? All right.
Thank you. Thank you very much for the opportunity to address this hearing. With regard to item 4 of the agenda for this stage of the local plan, thank you for the opportunity to be able to put North Mimms Parish Council's concerns. North Mimms is a rural parish of 3 main villages, Welham Green, Little Heath and Brookmans Park, and several small hamlets. Each is separate and surrounded by green belt. North Mimms Parish Council have tried to be pragmatic in response to the need for development, recognising that housing of mixed types helps build communities and that employment must sit within the proposals. But if the green belt is to be used and lost, then the small dividing areas between existing housing and employment areas, the villages and hamlets, becomes all the more precious. North Mimms Parish Council have concerns about defensible boundaries and coalescence between villages in the parish, which have clearly defined edges and green belt fields demarking the separations. Some proposed sites being promoted by developers could too easily be extendable and would require new access roadways to deal with the numbers of houses and therefore cars. The risk then is that new roadways allow encroachment, encourage ribbon development, and diminish greenbelt land separation and the character of a rural parish. Parcels of greenbelt land which lie north to south between settlements should be safeguarded to prevent coalescence. North Mimms Parish will take its fair share of new development, having acknowledged the needs for housing and employment land to be removed from the green belt, but only in as much that the strategy within the local plan seeks to maintain the existing pattern of development will this be acceptable. That's my response to item 4. Thank you.
Okay, you might want to come and make similar points when we actually get talking about where development should or shouldn't go.
Yeah.
Because it's
Thank
more
you.
relevant to that. Okay. Mr. Richards.
Thank you, sir. I just wondered if I could be pertinent enough just to ask the council to come back on my points made before lunch. I'll just quickly review what that was. In very simple terms, obviously Mr. Bolton's explained, and I think you've referred to PIN's guidance, that we should be looking at the potential for settlement by settlement to accommodate development. And we're in a situation where there's no less than 16 settlements that are washed over by the Greenbelt, which have been subject to absolutely nil assessment from either a Greenbelt or a sustainability perspective. So I had 2 specific questions. The first one was, how do we rule them out as being inherently unsustainable if you haven't assessed the sustainability? Because Greenbelt designation doesn't accord with sustainability. And secondly, again, I can refer to Simon's site because it's not my site. Why have you included an isolated tract of washed over greenbelt in the countryside, which is clearly less sustainable than existing settlements because it's got no development within it, and B, from a greenbelt perspective, is clearly significantly more open. And the only thing I would say to that is, if you're suggesting that you can make Simonside sustainable via development, why can't you make washed over villages, which you may consider currently unsustainable, sustainable in the same way? Thank you.
Do you want to respond to that?
Yes, would it be an opportune time to go through our response to all the points that have been made so far? Because a number of points have been made and I don't want to lose track of them all. I'm going to ask my colleague Laura Guy to respond to specific points about the methodology, so talk through the representations about the purposes assessment, and then I will cover the points which have been made about strategic parcels versus a finer grained approach, greenbelt boundaries, the approach to washed over settlements, if that's acceptable, sir.
Thank you, Sue. Thank you, sir. Firstly, if I just sort of try and pick up the comments relating to the purposes that have been raised so far. So, firstly, in terms of the local purpose, the Greenbelt Review clearly justifies the use of the local purpose on the basis of sort of a long-standing tradition in Hertfordshire that is outlined in the planning objective to the 1998 structure plan, which sets out that in Hertfordshire, the Greenbelt has served an important local function in maintaining the settlement pattern. And indeed, as just raised by our colleague, In terms of the community, I think people often think about coalescence between villages as important as coalescence between towns. In terms of the approach elsewhere, the Greenbelt Review GB1 in paragraph 4.14 outlines in the best practice review that other studies have sought to look at the local role of the Greenbelt in a number of different ways. And indeed, in our response, EX04, in response to question 3, we actually talked about some of the other authorities in Hertfordshire that have included, in Purpose 2, they've looked at coalescence in terms of all their settlements, not just purely in terms of towns, which we felt sort of diverted a bit from the MPPF. So we thought it was more transparent to set a specific local purpose. But in any case, just to sort of respond to some of the criticism, in our site selection paper, HOU 20, we haven't actually used the local purpose to dismiss any of the sites in isolation. So we have always looked at other national purposes. Moving on to Purpose 4, the consultants have taken a sort of broader interpretation of Purpose 4 in terms of the historic environment, and they've interpreted historic towns more broadly as historic places. This has been consistently applied across all the parcels, and then again in the sort of later stage of the Greenbelt Review, it's been applied to all the sites. So it's a consistent approach. But again, sort of in any event, in this locality, it hasn't been a particularly strong issue that's affected sites. In fact, I think there's only one site across the whole borough that scored significantly in relation to this purpose. And then finally, just responding to sort of comments this morning about Purpose 5, in terms of urban regeneration, just to clarify really that the council does clearly recognise the importance of the Greenbelt in assisting urban regeneration. And I think that's fully demonstrated, as we mentioned earlier, over the last 10 years. We've sort of done extensive assessment of the urban land in the borough, and indeed the local plan incorporates key examples of urban regeneration, sort of notably Hatfield Town Centre.
So just to pick up some of the other points, I think it was Mr. Bennett who commented on why didn't we start with a more finely grained approach. Well, the reason for commissioning the assessment in the first place arose out of the inspector's report on the decorum core strategy, and he commented that a comprehensive strategic assessment of the Greenbelt was required. They then spoke to St Albans, who agreed to take part in that assessment, and we also agreed to take part in that assessment as well. So it needed to be strategic.
Could I just ask you why it wasn't promoted on a Hertfordshire-wide basis? Seems a bit odd to me that it like stops here, the East Hertfordshire, North Hertfordshire are not part of it.
Well, I think some parts of Hertfordshire had already carried out an independent Greenbelt purposes assessment. We did specifically ask East Herts if they wanted to join in. They decided they wished to carry out their own assessment. That was a decision they took, but they were invited to take part in it. Hertsmere did come to some of the initial meetings, but again decided not to take part at that time. So there were opportunities for other Hertfordshire authorities to join in, but they chose not to do so for one reason or another. So just to retrace my steps, it needed to be a strategic assessment, and there was some discussion about what should form the boundaries of parcels, and basically they needed to be clear sort of physical features such as roads, rivers, that sort of thing. But at the end of the strategic assessment, it was clear that certainly in Welland Hatfield's case, it was not going to identify anywhere near enough land to meet the need for housing, and there was an acknowledgement in the report that there could well be smaller parcels which do not perform so significantly against the purposes, and that there was therefore merit in doing a stage 2 review, which is when we came on to look at the smaller parcels assessment. In order to qualify for being considered at this stage 2 stage, and to ensure that the evidence was proportionate, we focused on sites which had passed through the HELA process. In other words, sites which were considered to be suitable, available and achievable, because those would be the sites which would be considered for release from the Greenbelt. If they didn't pass that fundamental test, then they were never going to be released from the Greenbelt to meet our need. So that's why we had this 2-stage process. In answer to Daniela's comment about why not washed over settlements, well, the settlement strategy, which was set out in the emerging core strategy, proposed a hierarchy of settlements, very similar to what was is contained in the current district plan, which emanates from the previous district plan, which has looked at the sustainability of settlements and defined their role and purpose. Larger villages clearly have a range of services and facilities. The washed over settlements do not tend to have the range of services and facilities, and therefore in themselves aren't considered to be sustainable locations for growth, apart from small-scale infill development, which would accord with the NPPF criteria, paragraph 89, I think it is. Why couldn't they be made to be sustainable? Well, there were no proposals that came forward to us that would demonstrate that they could be made sustainable. In the case of the new village, that was a proposal which came forward. We considered it was large enough to meet that criteria of contributing towards a sustainable pattern of development. We had no proposals for the washed over settlements which would meet that same criterion, and therefore they didn't pass through the HELA and therefore have not been assessed in terms of impact on the Greenbelt. Moving on to Greenbelt boundaries, there's been various comments about what's the strong boundary. Is it worth having a hedge, whatever? So the boundaries have been assessed in terms of their strength as either being strong, moderate or weak. And the criteria for that is set out in the background paper, but also follows recommendations from the consultants about how we should approach that. So we looked at, in the site selection background paper, we looked at not only the strength of the boundaries of the sites, but also compared that to the strength of the existing boundaries that they would be replacing. And therefore they've been assessed on a consistent basis. However, just because it's a strong boundary does not prevent development taking place in the future, does not necessarily mean that it won't be breached in the future. An example of that is the West of Stevenage proposal, which was contained in the 1998 structure plan, which takes place on the other side of the A1M, and I don't think you could get a much stronger boundary than the A1M, and yet Greenbelt boundary was reviewed in that location and location identified for development there. Similarly, fragile boundaries don't necessarily mean they won't endure for the future. They can be strengthened with landscaping or planting. And indeed, if you look at the boundaries that exist in the borough and well in Hatfield around the towns and villages, a number of them are simply property boundaries, and yet they have endured for a number of years. And clearly, once sites have been developed, the boundary will be defined by new property boundaries. But they certainly have lasted a long time. In terms of the point about strategic gaps, Aurora produced a diagram indicating the strategic gap between Potters Bar and Hatfield. But it doesn't fully represent the strategic gap identified in the SKM work. which included Brooklands Park as falling within that strategic gap. So we have two different strategic gaps having been identified there. But just because a site falls within a strategic gap doesn't mean that one should necessarily rule it out. Quite often those are where the most sustainable opportunities are for development, and what we have taken into account is the harm that would be done to that strategic gap. How fragile is that gap? Would it be unduly compromised by development going forward? So in some cases, sites have been dismissed on that basis, particularly between Hatfield and St Albans. They've been rejected. Others have had the area sort of reduced so as not to make the fragility of the gap any worse than it currently is. And that brings me on to the point about sort of weaker boundaries. In some instances, there would be a weaker boundary, but that takes us back to the Calverton case, where we're being asked to ameliorate the harm to the greenbelt. And where you've got a fragile gap, we've felt it more important to maximise the gap rather than go to the nearest, strongest boundary. I think you only have to look at the gap between Hatfield and Welwyn Garden City, which is defined largely by property boundaries. If you were to go to the nearest physical feature, that would take you either to the A414 or the Riverlea, and the two towns would coalesce. There would be no greenbelt gap between the settlements. So sometimes it is necessary to go for a weaker gap in order to maximise that gap. And then just in terms of subjectivity, I would argue that the assessment set out in our evidence is not subjective. It is applied consistent judgments, and whilst different decisions may have been made about which sites to allocate, the evidence has been applied on a consistent basis and is there for everybody to see. It's quite transparent, the weighting that has been applied. If people disagree with the weighting, there is an opportunity to argue a different weighting should have been applied, but it is all there for people to see. And I think unless I've missed anything, I think that covers all the points.
Could you turn to figure 7.73 in document is GB1? It's towards the end of the main body of the report rather than the appendices. I think it's the last actual map. Yeah, it's got multicolours all over it.
Yes.
In pink on this map are what are called strategic gaps, which are basically between most of the major settlements. You've got one between Hatfield and Potters Bar, for example, and between St Albans and Hatfield. Then one goes to the north between St Albans and Harpenden. And there's also one to the east between Welwyn Garden City and Hertford. Why is there not a strategic gap between Welwyn Garden City and Harpenden?
I'm assuming that's because of the distance, but
because of the distance.
But I'm not sure, sir. Well,
okay, just seems a little odd.
Yes.
But
yes, you. Yes.
But going on from that, I don't want to get involved in a site-specific discussion, but there's a secondary local gap shown between Hatfield and Wheathampstead, and another one between Welwyn Garden City and Wheathampstead.
Yes.
And Simonside seems to sit in the middle of those. Would I be right in assuming that the basis for Simonside coming forward was that somebody in the council, realising that you were acutely short of land to meet your needs, thought maybe a new settlement was a good idea, and that's what came forward out of the private sector, rather than you looking at the green belt in Welwyn Hatfield and thinking that is the best site in Welling Hatfield for a new settlement.
That's correct, sir.
Okay.
When we were considering the proposals for the local plan consultation document, there was considerable debate about whether we should be looking for new settlements. We did write to the Secretary of State, sort of asking for support in terms of trying to find a new settlement within the Hertfordshire area. And the response we got was that we should be doing it together and it wasn't for government to get involved in. In response to that consultation, we also did receive a petition that we should be moving away from urban sprawl or urban extensions and looking for new settlements. And in response to the consultation, a proposal for a new settlement, a new village, was submitted as part of the representations, along with a number of other sites submitted at that time. And
so it wasn't the only one that was submitted?
No, it was the only new village, but it wasn't the only new site.
Okay, yeah. All right, thanks.
And we therefore carried out further assessment of those sites.
Okay. Mr. Richards, is that a continuation of last time, or you want to say something else?
I'm going to be very quick.
Okay, no worries, yeah.
I'm going to be very quick. I've heard what Ms. Tiley has said, and I've heard what you've said as well about not being site-specific. So I spent a lot of last night trying to find a site very similar to mine, which isn't my site. So I'm going to focus on the poor village of Lemsford, okay, which is washed over. So this is a village which it has a primary school, it has a church, has a village hall, has significant sport and leisure facilities. You can cycle to the town centre of Welling Garden City in less than 10 minutes. It's closer to the centre of Welling Garden City than your proposed eastern extensions. And you're telling the inspector, correct me if I'm wrong, we don't need to look at the green belt around Lemsford because it is unsustainable, full stop. But don't worry, you can adopt the plan because we're over 3,000 houses short of our OAN. And up to 2022, we're not even delivering the reduced housing target, reducing 60% of OAN. Can I just, but using Lemsford as the example, can I just confirm that's what your message is?
I'd say that Lemsford is perhaps one of the more sustainable washed over villages.
But they're all unsustainable.
Yes, certainly in terms of, there's a range within the washed over villages. There are four washed over villages which perhaps have a few more facilities than the rest. That is Lemsford, Essendon, Northorpe and Newgate Street, because they all have small primary schools that I don't think they're full class size. They're sort of church schools, so they're small in nature. In the case of Lemsford, yes, it does have a church and it does have a football pitch, but it doesn't have shops, it doesn't have employment.
But the point I made is the proximity to Welling Garden City.
Can we let the councillors witness?
Yeah, of course. Of course.
So as a settlement itself, it isn't considered to be a sustainable location for development. No, apart from as set out in SADM 34, so apart from infill development and apart from rural exception sites.
You need to remember that settlements are washed over for reasons other than whether or not they're sustainable. They're washed over because of the contribution they make to greenbelt openness.
Well, absolutely, but the point...
And as I said a bit ago, you know, if you're going to start building more than the odd house for agricultural workers or to meet specific local needs, then you have to ask the question, why are they washed over?
Well, you asked that question this morning, and every site we're looking at in the greenbelt was originally designated as greenbelt because it was considered to play a greenbelt function. What I think we're saying is that there are exceptional circumstances to justify the review of the greenbelt. What the council seems to have done is to have reviewed the greenbelt in certain locations, but for whatever reason has decided, putting aside sustainability, that washed over settlements don't need to be reviewed because they're still carrying out that function even in the context of exceptional circumstances. What I'm saying is that surely if exceptional circumstances exist and you're committing to a review of the greenbelt as a whole, that has to include sites on the edge of large urban areas. It has to include smaller settlements that are washed over, and potentially in the case of Simonside, it also includes open countryside. You can't pick and choose and say, well, actually, that bit of greenbelt doesn't need to be reviewed because somehow we're automatically assuming it maintains its purposes. Do you understand?
I understand where you're coming from, and I've made a note of it.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, okay. Mr. Adams.
So I wanted to comment on the local purpose point, because I've heard what the council have said, but I've heard no justification for adopting a local purpose as part of the Greenbelt analysis in this case. If I look back through the documents, in the local plan, the adopted local plan claimed that the settlement pattern in the borough had unique qualities, and it said those unique qualities were based around medium-sized towns and villages situated along main road and railway routes radiating northwards from London. Those unique qualities, if they are unique, don't relate to Greenbelt character and don't go anywhere close, in my opinion, to providing justification for introducing a local purpose. One could see that in the case of places such as Cambridge, the Greenbelt has a very specific local purpose extending into the heart of a historic city centre, where I just don't see the same any characteristics of this Greenbelt that can't be assessed applying the national frameworks for purposes. And I think we should be very focused on the assessment of the contribution to the four purposes of the framework. And I've put in SKM's analysis, summarised just to address those matters earlier. But I think to introduce a local purpose provides an unjustified level of subjectivity in the Greenbelt assessment. And finally, I think that what the discussion today has sort of shone a light on is that the council's, if you like, stage 3 analysis that has been presented in their Appendix A shows sites with a high impact that have been allocated and sites with a lower impact on the Greenbelt not allocated. And therefore there are inconsistencies in how the methodology has been applied.
Well, that could surely be due to weight of sustainability considerations as opposed to weight given to Greenbelt.
Well, we will see when we get to other considerations, sir, but I'd have thought Greenbelt would need to carry quite significant weight.
Yeah, but it's not insurmountable if there are lots of mitigating circumstances weighing the other way.
No, that's true, sir, but one would expect, I think, to have a greater degree of consistency between the Greenbelt conclusions and the actual pattern of site allocations. That's my point. Yeah. And finally, I'd just like to say I agree, I share Mr. Bolton's concerns about at what point we are going to be able to examine the many sites that were found to be suitable and available in the council's analysis but not allocated. But maybe that will become clearer as we go through the spatial strategy debate
tomorrow. Well, I hope I made it clear a few minutes ago. I mean, the system's what it is. I can't really depart from that.
Well, maybe the answer is to look at the justification for the allocations within each sub-area of the local plan.
I can't do a beauty contest. Okay?
Okay, well, we'll have to look at it in the spatial strategy
context. If we come to an
context.
agreement in terms of settlement strategy of, so much development needed at a certain place and there's not enough development, then I will ask the council to, review the evidence, see if there's room for more. And it may be that some of your exception sites will come out in that process, but that isn't for me. It's not my job to say, go and look at site X. I think you should be allocating it.
Okay, so we'll cross that bridge when we get to it. Yeah.
All right. Do you want to pick up the point he raised about local purposes for the Greenbelt? I mean, I don't know the finer details, but what I picked up is that, what you're trying to do through that is to keep, settlements other than what the Greenbelt was originally, set out for, was to keep stop London merging with the likes of Luton and Stevenage and goodness knows what, applying to smaller places in your district, yeah?
That's absolutely correct, sir. And if you look at the arrangement of settlements along the A1M, Great North Road, they're very close together, and there is a real risk of settlements merging and losing their character and identity. And that was certainly something that residents were very keen to protect. So it's picking up on those concerns. But this was a strategic assessment, so the local purpose was used for Decorum and St Albans as well, and it derived from from a reference back to the structure plan and the local role that the Greenbelt was considered to have in Hertfordshire in terms of maintaining settlement pattern. So it goes back to the original designation of the Greenbelt in Hertfordshire, I think from the 1976 structure plan. There is, I think the detail is set out in Appendix 1 of the SKM report, which goes through the history of the Greenbelt in Hertfordshire.
Yeah. I mean, isn't that what you were raising a while ago? Your concerns about, the coalescence of Welham Green with Hatfield, Welham Green with Brookmans Park?
Yes, I think...
Which is what local purpose is meant to address.
I think I was assuming that would be picked up by the purpose to prevent neighbouring towns merging into one another and safeguarding the countryside from encroachment. I think that would pick up those criteria.
In the national context, that's what was meant.
Well,
I think here it was basically to stop London and Luton merging.
I think preventing neighbouring towns merging into one another is a purpose that can be applied to prevent the settlements merging.
Well, yeah, but you come to a point when they're not towns, don't you? I'm not sure National Greenbelt is about stopping every little village hamlet from merging to one another.
Well, I think that's where safeguarding the countryside from encroachment comes in.
Well,
I just think we are making the exercise far too complicated and subjective.
Maybe. Okay, Mr. Maddox.
Thank you. I actually think that the local purpose is probably the least subjective of all the purposes in the Greenbelt Review, because in the Greenbelt Review it specifically says that it goes back, the local purpose is the identified settlement pattern from the 1998 Hertfordshire Structure Plan. And the 1998 Hertfordshire Structure Plan, Policy 6, titled Settlement Pattern, so it's really clear that that is the settlement pattern, sets out a list of towns where development should go ahead, where development should be steered to, and then it says a list of excluded settlements within the Greenbelt, and if you can't do that, it goes elsewhere, beyond the Greenbelt. So in my mind, the local purpose for maintaining the existing settlement pattern is actually really black and white. So looking at each site pro forma, does it maintain the existing settlement pattern? The question is exactly the same as, does it accord with policy S6 of the Hertfordshire Structure Plan? And that's been a long-standing policy for a long time. It was slightly wavered a little bit with the changes in the January 2015 spreading the pain, I think you called it. And now it's completely off track with the introduction of new settlement. But, so it really shouldn't be a subjective question, that one. It is quite simply, does it maintain the existing settlement pattern in Policy S6 of the Hertfordshire Structure Plan?
Okay. Mr. Griffiths?
Yes, sir. I'm part of that history. Going back to the Greenbelt purposes, the original Greenbelt purposes were set out in Circular 42 of 55. I didn't write it, but it was
So
on
you
a
were
single,
born then,
unlike this today, sir, it was on a single sheet of paper. But the original purposes are still in there. There are 3. And that was to check the outward spread of large built areas. That's the London purpose. To prevent the neighbouring towns from merging into one another, and I think you've got that. And to preserve the setting and special character of the historic towns. That one, as Ms. Guy has just, I think, illustrated, is not really relevant in Wen and Hatfield. I'm sorry for residents of Wen and Hatfield. It's not relevant here. I think that could be taken out of the analysis altogether. But I don't think it's going to make much difference to the overall conclusions that we're going to reach. Talking about, I agree entirely about the local purposes. That does emanate from the structure plan. I'm part of that history. And the policy really was set in the 1976 structure plan, approved in by government in 79, and embodied in the 10 district local plans by 1982. So it's got a long history. And I agree entirely with what we've heard from Mr. Maddox just now. So I think that there is less subjectivity in that than is being suggested. So I think I agree with the points which have been made by the council and by Mr. Maddox. I think that certainly we should go back to think about the principles of the thing. Safeguarding the countryside came in the PPG2, and I was on the working party that wrote it, so it's all my fault. And urban regeneration was always also put in there because that really was about the role of the Greenbelt around the large metropolitan areas in securing the regeneration of London and the other metropolitan areas. So I think hopefully that's helped a bit with the history of the thing. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Hill.
Thank you very much, sir. So can I just ask through you to make sure that I've got a proper understanding of the figure 773 that you asked Ms. Tiley about. This was the Greenbelt functions figure, this one, with the various shadings on it. And you were asking about the Wheat Hampstead Hatfield orange shading. Could I just ask, so through you, as I understand it, this is a sort of part of the working documentation in the back of the Greenbelt report, and virtually every gap between virtually every settlement in the borough is examined. Is that right? It's just part of the working papers.
Yes, sir. I don't know if Mr. Hode wants to comment as well, seeing as he was part of the group who commissioned the study, but I would agree with you.
I just support what Ms. Tiley said, that yes, the comprehensive Greenbelt review of the 3 district councils looked at all the gaps between the settlements.
Yeah, so that's what I thought. So this isn't promoting any designations or anything of that nature. And so I'm sure you'll see this on the ground, but you were asking specifically about Wheat Hampstead and Hatfield. I'm sure you'll see when you go and look on site how far apart those 2 settlements are, and the fact there's you can't see one from the other, far from it. And you made the point that Simonshyde lies within that swathe, but if it were plotted on there, which of course it isn't, you'd see that there was still a long way off. I mean, many kilometres between Simonshyde and Wheat Hampstead. And at least a kilometre between Simonshyde and the northern edge of Hat 1. But if we plot one onto that, it would be quite helpful, I suspect.
Mr. Bate.
Thank you, sir. I wanted to come back on 2 points which have been raised and introduce briefly some new ones. None of these will take a particularly any length of time, but I'd like to put them into play if I may. The first thing is Mr. Hill responded to the points I'd made regarding figure 7.4 from GB1, the map with the degrees of pink for the different parcels. This was to do with the percentage that was built up, and his central point, excuse me, his central point was that there was really hardly any difference between the rates of openness between the least open and the most open. In fact, you can see from the map that the least open is of the order of 97.5% open, and the most open is 98.8% open. And he was saying that there's not much difference between those, and that it gave very little advice indeed to the authority on openness. I wanted to make a rejoinder to that I don't accept that argument at all. There was another comment that was made around the table earlier that certain of these open areas were particularly open, and that's fair. The point here is that built development has a significant impact on openness well beyond the square meterage of the built development itself. That if you have a row of houses in an area, they can probably be seen from quite a wide area in different directions, and the impact on openness isn't just the area occupied by the row of houses, it's the impact on the openness of a much wider area as well. That's purely in visual terms as well. You'll bear in mind that that Greenbelt is a spatial issue as well as a visual issue. So in other words, the impact on openness is far. Sorry, put it this way: the percentage built may be small, but the percent impact of that built area may be great. And to give an absolutely extreme example, it's not housing, but think of the impact of, say, a single mast or a single wind turbine. The impact on openness of those developments can be quite substantial because of the perception of the openness of the area from a development which takes a very small physical footprint.
Where does all that lead us?
Well, where it leads us is that those areas which have very high levels of openness should be particularly appreciated for their contribution to that openness, which is the central aim of Greenbelt, and therefore should be given particular, well, I choose the word reverence, choose your own word, but particular attention in the planning process because of the contribution they are clearly making to Greenbelt.
I didn't understand Mr. Hill to be saying that. I thought what Mr. Hill was saying was that take out the urban areas of Welling Hatfield, the places that aren't Greenbelt, and most of Greenbelt had very similar amounts of development in it.
That's absolutely right. That's
I mean, that's
well,
not wrong, is it?
And so, if I can just help, but Mr. Bate makes the point really for me. I was saying that plan, which he made so much of, doesn't really take you anywhere. And his point he makes now about the impact of a structure being more than the square meterage, of course, that figure doesn't tell you anything about that because it's just bald information about square meterage. It doesn't tell you anything about the impact of the buildings, which has to be seen on site.
What it shows you is what this map with its indications of percentage built for each of the parcels of the three authorities is it indicates degrees of openness, and those authorities which have particularly little built development are especially open. I can't understand how that can be refuted. That maybe it's a matter of absolute numbers and percentages, but one could say that the three parcels identified as having the least rate of percentage built, they have something. The most built up parcels have well over 10 times as much building on them as the least. So that given the wider effect on openness of built development, it shows the big difference there's going to be between the most built and the least built of the areas. And one should certainly be paying attention to the degree of openness, which is the Greenbelt aim, in making an assessment of where development should go.
Well, you need to look at it qualitatively, don't you? Because
yes.
You could have an area which has got least amount of buildings on in terms of square meterage, but it's a television mast or it's a 2 or 3 enormous wind turbines, and although they've got very little built development on them, in terms of impact on the openness of the Greenbelt, they're probably, having a much greater impact than something with a lot more buildings on it.
Well, yes, I mean, that's
so
the point.
As I say, I don't know where this takes us.
Where it takes us is that in terms of the purposes of Greenbelt, or in terms of the aim which is above the purposes of Greenbelt, which is to protect openness, that those areas which are most open at the minute, which are highly likely, not absolutely certainly, but highly likely to be those with the least percentage of built development on them at the moment, should be given a special place in your terms. These should be the areas which are especially important to protect from built development. You were asking for a grading system, and this to some extent does provide you with that kind of grading system. Not entirely. I totally accept your point and the council's point that qualitative issues come into this, and there are the different purposes of Greenbelt which lie beneath the aims, which also need to be taken into account. So I'm not trying to say this is the only thing, but I'm saying it's one of the key things. It's why Greenbelt was wanted, to protect this kind of quality. Right. So that was. Sorry, that went on longer than I had in mind. The second rejoinder I wanted to make was it was a point raised by Ms. Tiley in response to Mr. Richards. It was about the sustainability of existing washed over settlements compared with the sustainability of a village that was proposed for development. And I couldn't quite understand, this is really a sort of question. If I put it in the form of how can it be, then that will perhaps assist the council to respond. How can it be that a village could be more sustainable as a form of development when it is offering no employment, no secondary school, has absolutely no infrastructure at all at the moment, and is going to be wholly a dormitory settlement? I haven't got my head round how the council is promoting that as sustainable. So if I could just park that thought for the council to respond to. It's coming back on the comment that they made earlier in response to...
We don't respond to it today because it's got nothing to do with the green belt.
Well, it was their response to the... In that case, that response given by the council doesn't at all deal with the criticism levelled by Mr. Richards.
I think there's a lot of confusion there between sustainability purposes and greenbelt purposes.
I do understand that, but that was the response that was given in respect of a greenbelt query raised. So I'm pursuing it. I don't mind when I get the response, maybe some other issue, but I would like it at some stage. And I appreciate this may not be the appropriate
By the time we get around to discussing Simon's side, there won't be much to say. Maybe we'll curtail the session to half an hour.
There were some the central point of what we're dealing with today is the reliability of the methodology for identifying sites for release from the greenbelt. That's what we're focusing on.
Yes.
Right. And I don't think I need to go into this in depth. I would simply, as it hasn't been raised, I would like to draw it to your attention because it's in our written statement and it's something that we consider important. You can tell me if you want me to pursue it, but otherwise I won't. I'll just draw your attention to it. In paragraphs 4 to 6 of our written statement, we argue that the criteria used in the Greenbelt Review and by the Council will not achieve adequately the prevention of the merging of towns. The purpose of the Greenbelt to do with the prevention of merging of towns. The argument we make is that it would be very easy to effectively nibble away at the boundaries of settlements until they got so close to each other that there was only a small green corridor between them before the policy kicked in. That was our criticism. Okay. If you want me to say any more, I will.
Understood that.
You've got that. Okay. So that was one additional point I wanted to make. The next point I wanted to raise is you'll recall that it was a central principle in the site selection process that the council took the view that all Greenbelt had contributed equally to the assistance with regeneration of urban areas. That purpose of Greenbelt was purpose 5.
Yeah.
That was their argument. You'll also remember that Mr. Baker for CPRE argued that that wasn't good enough, that some places did contribute more to the regeneration of urban areas than did others. He made that point. Anyway, the point I wanted to make is that the council has not reliably pursued its own policy on this matter. And there's a point where the council says this. I'll just read it out to you. It says, this proposal does not direct development towards an urban area inside the Greenbelt. If I give you the reference for this, you can look it up perhaps at your leisure.
Yeah.
The reference is the council's response to your questions, your questions on matter 3. It's the examination document EX14.
Yeah.
It's on page 19, and it's a response 7C. And that is the point they make there. Given they've made that in that particular case, I haven't done an assessment of all the allocations to see where else that might be true, but it's certainly true in that particular case. So if that is the case, then maybe we ought to have, as Mr. Baker was suggesting, another column in all the local authorities' work where it does have an additional box for impact on urban regeneration, because here the council accepting is it won't achieve that. That was all I wanted to say.
You know what the council's saying is that all parts of the Greenbelt contribute equally.
They are, but that's right. But then there's an allocated, the site they're proposing to allocate, where they specifically say this proposal does not direct development towards an urban area inside the Greenbelt. So they're accepting that one of their proposals doesn't fulfil their own criterion for what they should be doing.
Can you shed some light on that, Ms. Tiley?
Just looking at the sentence says, whilst this proposal does not direct development towards an urban area inside the Greenbelt or adjoin the edge of a town or village inset within the Greenbelt, the council has concluded that exceptional circumstances exist to release land from the Greenbelt to meet the borough's development needs consistent with the principles of sustainable development. So I think what it was concluding, this section is talking about the new settlement and how does it reinforce the Greenbelt between Welwyn Garden City, Hatfield and the towns to the west.
It's talking about Simonside.
It was specifically...
All right, okay.
Because the question specifically related...
Which is unique, so it's got its own treatment.
Well, it's certainly unique, but the rules are being manipulated to ensure that the council has some excuse to allocate it. That that they've invoked exceptional circumstances because they can't think of any other reason. Anyway, I've made the point that one of their principles for how to choose sites has been quite specifically abused in this specific case. I'm not saying it's the only case.
This isn't the time to raise it, is it?
Well, it is, because this is a process point about how to apply the...
Yeah, I'm not wanting to go through the process they've gone to with every site in the district that has come out of the Greenbelt, or we will be here till tomorrow night.
Okay. You'll be pleased to hear one of the points I wanted to raise on boundaries, which probably comes
we've not talked about
later.
Boundaries yet. That's the next item.
Exactly. I'll leave that for later. The other point I did want to raise, though, is... again, I can't claim to have done an analysis of the entire district, and you'll forgive me for not doing that. But there is, I'd like to refer you to the council's statement on this matter, 4.25. This is about the site selection process. It says site selection process also considered whether a site would have an effect on a fragile gap, defined as a gap of around 1 kilometre. We were surprised to see that one of the effects of the council's proposals in at least one location, you may not want to hear about this because you probably guess which one it is.
It's a kilometre. Mr. Hill's already told me.
He has 1 kilometre indeed. That here they are. Here is the council creating its own new fragile gap between a settlement.
Yeah, but again, you should be telling me this when we discuss in Simonside, not today. We're talking about the council's treatment of the Greenbelt in the round.
Well, this is in the round. They keep. They have a set of criteria and then they don't apply them. This is exactly the same kind of point that's being made by Mr. Adams by a number of other people.
That point.
That the council is effectively trying to have it both ways on the process. They say we've got this very nice process, and then they do something different.
Yeah. Well, you're not the only person to have said that.
Thank you.
Right. That it? Mr. Bolton.
Thank you, sir. Going back to the council's process, if you like, for releasing sites from the Greenbelt, the decision on whether sites come in or out is contained within HOU 20. That's the document. So all the other documents feed into that, both in terms of the assessment of Greenbelt and the assessment of sustainability, and indeed the assessment of availability. Firstly, that document is 2016 document. Therefore, the balance that was made about the Greenbelt qualities of a site and the need for the site were made in a context where the need was a lot lower, firstly. So if Calverton applies, then because need has increased, that balance has changed. So there is a need, I would suggest, to relook at that on a site-by-site basis, including the sites which were discounted, in order to see whether the increased need tips the balance a different way. The second point I'd make on that document, and it's been referred to by the council, is on allocated sites, they've taken into account mitigation, what can be done to soften the blow, so to speak. And I would suggest that has not been done on the sites that have been rejected. And if it was done, they might again appear to be more acceptable.
Why would they not have done that?
Because reading through it, one looks at it, what they seem to have done is just taken the full, that they've looked at the site and said, if all this was developed, and you could tell that by the indicative capacity of the site, that they've allowed for no softening of the boundaries. Which is what they've done on other sites. And
well,
maybe when
they were looking at the implications for the Greenbelt on a site before they decided to allocate it, they looked at whether or not there was mitigation that could be taken to basically create another boundary or whatever. Yeah? Why wouldn't they have done that on every site before they decided to reject or accept them?
Well, if they had done that, then the indicative capacity would be lower.
All right.
And that's probably a site-specific point, which we can come back to and demonstrate later for you.
Yeah.
But also, since 2016, and as a result of this examination, we have provided comments on the sustainability assessment and where we think that's lacking on certain sites. That obviously folds into the decision. And we've provided additional information on deliverability. And again, that folds into that final decision. So if you are looking, as you say, you've got to come to a conclusion whether they've done everything they can in the evidence and set that out in the evidence. They've done everything they can to meet as much as they need as possible. I would suggest no, the evidence is that there is more that requires examination. I fully appreciate that examination may not result in the allocation of any of my client sites, but it still requires the examination. Moving on to the local context of the Greenbelt, the local separation. And looking in general, in places such as Welling and Walmer Green, you have a number of sites there that score in the 7 to 9 range, so the mid-range. A reasonable amount of that score, if one looks at, again, HOU 20, is about the erosion, if you like, of a local gap. And we don't think that assessment is actually correct when you go out on site. It's a site-specific point, but again, you've got to be convinced that the document before you demonstrates that they've done everything they can. And we would suggest that no further investigation of the impact of the local gap or local greenbelt justification on excluding sites is actually appropriate. I've just about avoided to be site-specific there, so I'll stop now.
Thank you. Okay, does anybody want to expand then actually on boundaries apart from Mr. Bate? We did hear about, roads and railways being a lot more definite and long-term enduring than using hedgerows or woods that were coniferous. Oh, do you want to come back on what he's been saying?
Sorry, I just wanted to come back on the point about site capacities being reduced and looking at, at mitigation, because so the healer itself carried out an exercise looking at whether the impact of the site could be mitigated. So if that was to do with infrastructure or impact on wildlife or flood zone or noise, that's where the capacities were brought down. If the impact was to do with the greenbelt boundary, then that was considered in the site selection document. So there were some adjustments to boundaries made as a process of considering the impact and the fact that that impact would be reduced if a smaller part of the site came forward. That was done in the site selection document because that was a policy consideration. Yeah. But anything to do with impact on capacities to do with infrastructure, wildlife, etc., that was carried out in the healer.
Okay.
We can't go any further without looking at the sites, can we?
No.
So.
All right. Mr. Stedding.
Minor boundary points. The master planning for any site that's removed from the greenbelt can, of course, put in place a long-term defensible boundary, even if you've got any doubts about the robustness of the boundary that is presently shown.
Yeah, you can plant a wood on the edge if you want. Yeah, I agree. Yeah, if it's big enough. Yeah. Okay, Mr. Bate.
Thanks. I don't want to talk about the specific boundaries of Simonside, which is probably for some event next year. But there's a point of principle which has been misapplied. Correct me, shut me up if you just don't want to hear it now. But there's a point of wider policy principle which has been misapplied in the Simonside case. It may have been misapplied elsewhere. I'd be interested to hear if other contributors have got the same experience. Would you like to hear it, or would you want it parked till next year?
If it's not about the principles of boundaries, then I'd probably prefer you to park it.
Well, it is about the principles of boundaries. That's the point. It's not about the details of boundaries, it's about the principles of it.
Go on then, be quick.
Thank you. The document where this is referred to, if you'd like to stand up, it's the Housing Site Selection Background Paper 2016 Appendix B. It's one of the appendices in Appendices A to K. The document is HOU 20A. And this is where it gets specific. But the unfortunate thing is, in this particular occasion, a wider principle is made in what should have been in relation to a specific case of what was going on. But a wider point was made. And the point is this. It says, greenbelt boundaries may be less of an issue here as the site is a proposed freestanding settlement within the greenbelt. That is what the council is saying. If you go to the MPPF at paragraph 85, which is about when defining boundaries, there's lots of indents. The last one of which is define boundaries clearly using physical features that are readily recognisable and likely to be permanent. And yet, as I say, we have this statement here where it says greenbelt boundaries may be less of an issue here as the site is a proposed freestanding settlement within the greenbelt. There is no basis in the MPPF for differentiating between the kind of greenbelt boundary you have on the edge of a proposed new settlement and the kind of greenbelt boundary you have on the edge of any other kind of allocation. So it seems to...
They're saying that, are they?
Well, that's why I read it.
Well, I mean, you're going back to what Mr. Stebbing was saying a minute ago. If you've got a big enough development site, if it's got no greenbelt boundaries, you can create them. Well, you can build a wood around the edge of it if you really need to. Or not build a planter wood.
Well, I hesitate to get specific, but as this is exactly the same boundary, which is part of the fragile gap that is being created with Hatfield, I do tend to get worried. You can understand why an acceptance of a less adequate greenbelt boundary than would normally be required when making a new allocation within the greenbelt as an exception.
If they planted a 30-metre wide mixed wood, okay, you know, starting off with coniferous stuff, and it was properly managed through conditions, and you ended up in 20, 30 years' time with, you know, a deciduous indigenous species wood there, why wouldn't that be a reasonably enduring boundary of the greenbelt?
Well, I'm tempted to ask, is that what's proposed around every allocation?
Well, that's not really a matter for this examination, is it? It's certainly feasible to do that, given the size of the site.
It is. What I'm concerned about is the drawing of a distinction. It says it may be less important here. Why less important here than anywhere else? I do not understand that point. You could equally say that if some existing settlement was to be expanded, then all the next settlements, you know, couple of miles away. So it really doesn't matter how we have the edge of this settlement. Why is it specifically that in the new settlement that's proposed that the settlement boundary matters less? That seems to me, well, anti-favoritism, I think I would call it.
Can I ask you to ask the council when we start talking about Simon's side that question? But I would have thought it was easier to do it in a large development site than it is in some of the small sites that maybe only going to have a handful of houses on them. You know, you can't go and build, you know, a 30-metre wide strip of wood. You'd be taking half the site up, probably more.
Well, a lot would depend on the defensibility of the existing boundary compared with the new one, I think, in the circumstances you've described. I take the point. I'm not saying you can't have a 30-metre boundary. You made note of that, I expect. And I'm very happy to bring it up with the other boundary issues when we get to that stage of the plan, and I'm grateful to you for hearing me out.
Okay. Right, the only other issue then I want to move on to about this is enduring boundaries, and basically what I'm talking about there is actually enduring greenbelt. I'm assuming the council haven't actually provided any safeguarding land in this plan because they don't think there's any more greenbelt that can be released for developments in the current round of plans, so there's really no point in well, there's no opportunity to safeguard land. Is that right?
That's absolutely correct, sir.
So you're effectively saying then that come 2031, 32, when you wouldn't have met all your development needs for that period, so it probably be before then when that occurs, late 2020s, that there will be no more building of any significance within Welling Hatfield ever.
We're not saying that, sir, because we have talked about the need for an early review of the plan and the need to work with adjoining authorities. We've also talked about working with other authorities in Hertfordshire to consider how we best plan for longer term needs. I think Welling Hatfield's view is that a more strategic approach needs to be taken to one which has currently taken place with this round of local plans, with each authority trying very much to meet its own needs. And as part of future planning, we think this should very much more be about looking at where growth should best occur across Hertfordshire based on a number of criteria.
But until that exercise has been done, it's impossible to say where land should be safeguarded because we don't know where would be the best locations for growth.
But if you've rigorously done your assessment and you've got to a point where you're saying that no more land can be released, you must be reasonably, or should be reasonably confident that the areas you're saying can't be released are so important to the Greenbelt that, you know, in a matter of 10, 15 years, you couldn't possibly be considering releasing them. Otherwise, why not, you know, release them now?
Well, precisely so, and we don't feel there are any locations which we could release.
Yeah,
now.
okay. Mrs. Gardner?
If I dare mention the review again, can I just draw your attention to the statement that the council put in respect to question 7, which I know you will be giving tomorrow, but I'm not involved in it. And the last sentence of paragraph 7.19 in there says the council has also committed an early planning review in order to address the infrastructure constraints required to support additional levels of growth. So it does seem from that statement that once the council has given further consideration to respect to growth, particularly with respect to education, there may well be other opportunities within the borough for additional sites to come forward, which, as I understand it, could include further greenbelt releases.
That's not what Miss Tyler's saying.
Well, I'm reading her statement.
I think that's a fair assessment of our position, sir.
But you obviously weren't at the last session about duty to cooperate? No?
For me?
Mm.
Sorry, yes, I was.
Oh, you were? You weren't listening?
I didn't, I wasn't participating.
I mean, I suppose if I said I poured scorn on the council's sort of suggestions that you couldn't possibly plan schools in a 15-year period, having worked in local government for nearly 30 years and done just that.
I remember your scorn,
Right.
sir.
I mean, so I don't know what the infrastructure constraints are, but maybe I'll, you know, learn about them in due course and be convinced otherwise. I just don't know. But my initial reaction was, well, you know, certainly in the parts of the country where I've worked, it doesn't take them anything like that period of time to plan and build secondary and primary schools. And that was in eras when it all came from the Department of Education financially, not from developers.
Well, I think we can all guarantee that it takes quite a while around this in this area
Well,
to
you know,
sort
maybe
these
somebody
things
should
out.
look at why it takes rather a long time to do it. I just don't think it's an excuse to kick things into the long grass. But we shall see. I'm open to receiving what evidence anybody wants to put forward to me on that matter. All right. Okay, anybody else? Oh, Mr. Maddox wanted to say something.
Thank you. So I thought it's just a point of clarification following on from that question about other land available after the plan period. My understanding was, after the Greenbelt review, the site assessment proformers did actually identify other land that could come forward, and that went through to the next round of the local plan, which had the favourable sites and then the less favourable sites. I think that's what they were called, or partially favourable or something like that. But anyway, those less favourable sites were exactly that. They were sites that could come forward after the plan period. So they were there through the Greenbelt review.
All right. It's 4:05. We've got another matter to do yet, you know, and have a tea break before.
Oh, you're talking tea. I'm going to be quick, okay? Just to pour confusion on the situation. I mean, my reading of the council's position was the same as yours, in that there is absolutely no other site that can possibly come forward in the next 15 years. They've looked at absolutely everything. I don't believe that's the correct assumption on the evidence, but I understand that's their position. What I don't understand, therefore, is the minor alteration on page 30 to the strategic objective that actually deletes the words, after the words greenbelt, it deletes the words to ensure boundaries will not need reviewing before 2032. So that's minor alterations to delete those, take them out. And the reason for doing that, the council say, is that the local plan will need to be reviewed during the plan period to address the OAN shortfall. So they're proposing a minor amendment to you to do exactly the opposite of what you've just been told. My point, I suppose, is at some point in the preparation of the plan, the council did actually think there was more to come.
I wouldn't know. Judy Shardlow?
Yes, that's my understanding of the situation as well. I specifically remember being in a council meeting where HAT 2, which was formerly in the mix, was discussed and was taken off the table, but it was taken off the table on the basis that it would be revisited at some future point, but not in this plan period, but within a future local plan. So I'm somewhat surprised to hear from Ms Tiley that that isn't the case.
All right, Mr Quinton.
Yeah, thanks. I mean, it's really just to sum up, I think what we're hearing from the council. I'm very encouraged, thank you, for the council to finally getting around to admitting that we do need to cooperate with everybody else and look for a better solution and one that's more strategic. I just wish we'd done that already, and maybe we can still do it before this plan is signed off. But what I think you said, sir, earlier to the council is pertinent, is that the process that has been gone through is not an objective review of the Greenbelt boundaries. The process has been gone through is a question mark objective, and I'll accept that it was, and it was done in good faith, assessment of the various different sites that came forward, and the assessment has been made taking account of Greenbelt issues as well as a lot of other issues. And having reached a point at which we've assembled enough land to meet, or not quite meet, the OAN, we've then gone back and said, okay, so we need to release those sites from the Greenbelt because that's what we need. And so there's no actual strategic assessment of the Greenbelt boundaries in that. It's a purely pragmatic solution that has been reached. Now, I'm not saying that's right or wrong, but that to me is the summary of where we're at. And I think it does mean that, you know, the answer to your question, or some of the questions, which land within the Greenbelt is necessary to keep permanently open, and other questions like that haven't been addressed. And I would just draw attention to one of the figures in the SKM report, if I can find it, which I think was 8.1, which is on page 67. So this is going back to the original first phase Greenbelt review. And I just think it's quite interesting because it identifies a few sub-areas of the sub-areas that they'd already identified which are of least value to the Greenbelt. And there are two in Welling Hatfield. One is the part that covers Hat 1, and the other is just peripherally on within Welling Hatfield but covers the East Herts portion of Birchall. Now, to me, if there was a logical strategic view to Greenbelt, the approach might have been to say, okay, we'll review the Greenbelt based on that strategic assessment, and we'll say those are the sites within the Greenbelt which we can release. And that would have been my limit if I was taking a strategic review driven by Greenbelt considerations alone. Whereas I think what we've moved on to is, oh, it's all too difficult, we can't cope with only those sites, so let's just open it up to pragmatism. So I'll just leave that thought with you.
Okay.
Thank you. Yeah, just further on the question, I just want to make sure I've heard correctly about the proposed revision to the Greenbelt boundaries result in stronger boundaries that will endure. Sorry? That will endure beyond the life of this plan, and there are no proposals in the plan for any land to be safeguarded beyond the plan period. So the corollary appears to be that any future growth will either take place in the existing settlements or be outside the district, which is fascinating. But just to confirm, Judy Shadler was quite right. Hat 2 was taken out because it's needed for mineral extraction. It wasn't taken out because it was unsuitable in principle.
Okay.
Thank you, sir. A couple of comments about our concerns that the boundaries won't endure beyond the life of the plan because of ongoing pressures. First, I think it's important to go beyond the focus just on physical boundaries, which have dominated the discussion so far. We need to look at how we create conditions for the greenbelt boundaries to endure beyond the plan. So the plan needs to protect and enhance the greenbelt so that it provides valuable benefits for the local community so that they can safeguard these boundaries into the future. And if I can make two specific suggestions for what the local plan ought to do to achieve that. First, it needs to have strong measures to ensure that all developments pay for both the creation and the sustainable long-term maintenance of an expanded network of paths through the greenbelt. And also, it should enhance the natural habitats along the greenbelt such that those enjoying those footpaths can have a better enjoyment of actually visiting and enjoying the greenbelt. There's much more benefits from walking in a nice environment than just a standard footpath. And I think those conditions would help create sustainable conditions for the greenbelt in the future. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Adams, last word.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Tiley made such an important point that I feel I have to address it. She said that she was confident there was no suitable land that could be released because of its harm to the greenbelt. And I think we really do need to look at this and scrutinise that statement. We have put in our Appendix 4 a schedule of sites that have been found by the Council to be suitable, available and achievable in the HELA and found to be reasonable alternatives in the sustainability appraisal. There are 18 of those sites that haven't been allocated, and they would deliver approaching 2,000 homes. So even on the basis of the work that's already been done, there is a substantial body of sites that have been found to be suitable, available and sustainable. And some of those sites have been assessed to have a low impact on the greenbelt. So we would urge the Council to look again at the potential of those sites and indeed look for more sites because there is further potential to make allocations now, let alone longer-term safeguarding requirements. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. I'll break then till 4:30 when we'll resume and talk about the spatial vision and the settlement strategy.
So can I just get an indication from you as to how late you'd like to sit this evening, just in terms of trying to make some plans? About 6.
You're not supposed to talk, so go and see the programme officer, okay?
many do you want?
Probably half a dozen.
Oh, no, I don't think I've got that.
Right. Hearing's resumed. Everyone who's participating's got somewhere to sit. Is that right? Yeah? Okay. The last session is about the spatial vision. We're really here to discuss which is what's written basically on page 29 and 30 of the local plan and whether that is sound. Mr. Richards of Dundora was going to introduce it, so could I hand over to you, please?
Yeah, thank you, sir. We consider that the spatial vision set out within the local plan fundamentally contributes to the plan failing the tests of soundness when read as a whole. The plan fails to deliver full objectively assessed need as required by paragraph 47, and due to the staggered housing delivery trajectory within policy SP2 can be considered neither positively prepared nor justified. We note the settlement strategy on page 42 of the plan, and we do support the principle of Welwyn Garden City and Hatfield being the main focuses of growth as the most sustainable settlements, and we do agree with the council on that point. However, Welwyn Hatfield is characterised by a diverse range of settlements which have grown and developed over time to accommodate the residents of the district. As we demonstrated earlier today, the council's failed to adequately assess the potential for all settlements within the district to contribute to meeting what is a chronic housing shortfall, with particular focus from our perspective on those washed over settlements, which we discussed earlier. These smaller settlements, and obviously outside the main town and the town, they are all categorised as villages. They've always grown and accommodated housing within Welwyn Hatfield. That's why they're in the settlement hierarchy, because they contain houses. We see absolutely no reason, especially in the context of such a shortfall, that for this plan period they should stop fulfilling that role. We're not suggesting that each settlement should have an equitable number of homes. We're simply suggesting that based on the size of the settlements, they should each be able to contribute towards the overall figure. Focusing growth predominantly at Welwyn Garden City and Hatfield with little or no consideration of sustainable alternative villages has done two things. Firstly, it's resulted in the plan being unable to meet full objectively assessed need with over a 3,000 home shortfall. And secondly, due to delivery and infrastructure challenges associated with delivering large urban extensions, these have long lead-in times, which has resulted in the staggered approach delivering only 60% full objectively assessed need in the early to middle part of the plan period. So to sum up, the inability of the spatial strategy to deliver a range of sites across the diversity of settlements present in the district has not only resulted in a significant substantial shortfall against full OAN, contrary to the MPPF, but the staggered housing target will exacerbate affordability, household formation rates and the differential between income and entry-level house prices that we discussed yesterday. To be sound, the council should deliver on its laudable promise to leave no stone unturned by actually assessing the potential for all villages within the settlement strategy to deliver new housing of different levels and different quantums, and particularly those washed over that have been rejected outright without any evidence or proper justification.
Thank you. Would you like to respond to it, Mr. Tiley, please?
Yes, sir. It's appropriate to differentiate between different levels of development for different villages. As I said earlier, different villages have different levels of facility, and that facilities and services, some have access to job opportunities, some have stations, so clearly are more sustainable than others. It's not correct to say that the washed over villages are to have no development whatsoever. As you correctly say, some development has previously taken part in those washed over villages, and there is no reason in policy terms why limited infill development, which is appropriate for their washed over status, could not continue to take place. We have also assessed the contribution that those villages can take, can provide towards meeting our housing needs, and that assessment is set out in the windfall assessment, which I believe is attached to the HELA. So there is an assessment of the contribution of sites. We have actually looked at sites which were promoted but were too small to allocate, and whether are the types of sites that we think are likely to come forward which could contribute to development in those washed over settlements. So I think it's about 100 dwellings over the plan period that we are assuming would come forward from those washed over villages.
Thank you.
So
I mean,
can I just ask a question of clarification?
Yeah, please,
I think I think it's fairly straightforward. Is that in terms of the infill 4 dwelling limit across the washed over villages, that 100?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. I mean, the basic source of the strategy is, where possible, to concentrate most development within Hatfield and Welwyn Garden City or on the edge thereof, even if it means going into the Greenbelt. I mean, to start with, then, does anybody depart from that? Right.
Thank you. One of the 4 tests the local plan justified it should be the most appropriate strategy when considered against reasonable alternatives. Well, I've had the privilege and pleasure of sitting on the appropriate panel for the last few years, and I can't remember any discussion about alternative strategies. I follow football, and one of the things a manager might choose in strategy is, do I want a passing game, do I want a pressing game, do I want to hit and hope, or whatever. And if you keep the strategy the same, you might make a tactical change. You take off one striker and put on another, but you haven't changed your strategy. And if we go back to the charrette, which has been referred to, that was held by an internationally known planner some years ago, which the council didn't really involve itself in, they looked at 5 possible strategies for development. One was a new garden city, or new town, whatever you want to call it. One was garden villages. One was intensifying significantly in town centres around where you'd normally have, shopping, transport links, etc., etc., etc. So, sort of building your town like that, if you like. One was urban extensions, and what was the other one? Anyway, what we've appeared to have settled on is urban extensions without any consideration of what the alternatives might be. So my surmise would be that actually the plan is unsound because it hasn't looked at alternative strategies. When I asked where the strategy was, and the document I was pointed to merely talked about, shall we move 1 or 2 of our urban extensions between the main towns and the villages, or vice versa? And as I say, that is what I call tactical and not strategic. So I think the thing has failed on that level. The charrette gave the opportunity to have a fundamental discussion about and consideration about what should the strategy be. Now, as I said earlier, when we have advocated the view of a significant settlement, a town, not a village, we were mocked. And yet we were told it was already too late, and that was quite a few years ago. Now, years later, it's a good idea and we're going to do it in the future. So it was too late years ago. Now it's okay. So I think that indicates a fundamental change, which at one level is very welcome. But it would have been much better had that view been espoused much earlier on. There are sites. I mean, people say, well, where would we go? Well, when we look at how Welwyn Garden City and Letchworth were established, indeed virtually all the new towns, they were built on significant railway lines, normally with significant main road near them, and there's still plenty of places not a million miles away from here where that is possible. So we would say quite clearly there was no choice of strategy. One was simply chosen and has been pursued relentlessly ever since, with tactical adjustments about where the actual urban extensions should be. If you look at what is the benefit of a garden city, what is the benefit of a new town, you as a very experienced planner don't need me to tell you, but I mean, fundamentally it's that you plan the thing from scratch. You put different functions of a settlement in appropriate parts of the town, and you have good transport links, and you have the countryside around which people can enjoy. Whereas, of course, what we're now having with the fact that offices can be converted to residential without planning permission is the complete opposite of planning. Of course, we're getting homes put in with no leisure area around them, often significantly away from schools. And that's not an argument for the local plan, but does it indicate how much as a country you've moved away from the idea that planning is actually
we get a bit of message here.
Yeah, but fundamentally that planning is a good idea, and building a settlement which you can think about and which you can plan is a good idea. And I don't think many people would say Welwyn Garden City has been a failure, or would say that Letchworth has been a failure. So why not take the success? This council, this district, these people are used to the idea of working with new settlements and making them work. Nowhere else has both a garden city, no other authority has both a garden city and a new town within its boundaries. So instead of using that expertise, we appear to have let it go and only now saying perhaps we'll do it in a few years' time. Our suggestion is the plan should be changed to actually do it starting now, take advantage of the goodwill that is now seen to exist in other parts of the county, go forward with it boldly, make it happen, and recognise that actually we didn't make this council did not make a strategic choice when it came up with this plan. It just decided on one and went forward with it, and it's time to change tack.
Are you a councillor for Welwyn Hatfield?
Yes,
Oh, I
and
didn't
I've
realise.
advocated this point on a number of occasions, and as I said earlier, for a long period of time, as is often the case, you get mocked, and then slowly your idea gets embraced.
Are you part of the controlling group?
No, absolutely not.
Oh, right, okay. All right.
But I'd also point out I'm the only councillor here from the relevant committee, apart from the portfolio holder, which is actually not a very good indicator. But, you know, I've put forward my ideas consistently, our group's ideas consistently. They're slowly being taken on board. If only they were taken on board 8 or 9 years ago.
Yeah, well, the matters you've been raising, if you like, for another place or another part of this building and for your local electorate, we're where we are at the moment. I have difficulty seeing how your solution, wouldn't comment whether it's the right or wrong solution, but I have difficulty seeing how your solution could begin to actually deliver for about another 10 years in any significant amount. So, you know, whatever we do here, and however much land is allocated through this local plan, we need a strategy. And the strategy is one that Welwyn Hatfield has to resolve for itself. It can't go...
No, that's true. I was pointing out firstly that I think the plan fails one of the key tests of soundness in terms of picking the most appropriate strategy.
Well, in the circumstances, it must be the most appropriate strategy. Or maybe not the most appropriate strategy if there are other solutions within Welwyn Hatfield. But you as a council, having done nothing about your aspirations for however long it is, at least 8, 9 years, you've got where you are.
We have indeed. I'm saying that we should be starting the process of trying to work with other authorities as soon as we can, not leave it longer.
Well, that might be the way forward in the future. I hope it probably is. But in terms of what's in the plan, what's unsound about it, given the circumstances that your colleagues, if not yourself, have brought you to?
That the process of selecting the most appropriate strategy from all the ones that might be available has not been undertaken, and therefore, to that extent, the plan is unsound.
Well, I don't know that. You see, I've been... I mean, you know,
you're
moving to the point of telling me that your council's failed the duty to cooperate if you're not careful. You know,
no, I'm absolutely not. Absolutely not going down the duty to cooperate route at all. The point is, you know, where is the evidence that alternative strategies were considered? And what is the evidence? Where is the case that says out of all those, this is the evaluation and that's the result? And I've never seen it.
I've got a pile of papers about this thick telling me how your council's met the duty to cooperate, and among those papers are letters and minutes of meetings that you've had with East North Hertfordshire and lots of other people. And my understanding is, rightly or wrongly, the door was shut in your face. Now, if that's not the case, then you tell me why that's wrong.
Well, I've not seen that correspondence, so I can't tell.
So if the door wasn't, you know, if the door has been shut in your face, I'm not sure where your officers and, if you like, the politicians that are, if you like, running the council at the moment could have gone.
Yeah.
Well, I think we covered this at the duty to cooperate stage to a degree, and I think we pointed out then that if there was an attempt to engage with other councils, it only came 2 years ago, and it was perfunctory. There was a letter exchanged with the DCLG, which basically said, we'd like some help. They said, no, get on with it. And if you regard that as a rebuttal, well, I'm not sure I agree. I think that just means that the council should have got on with it and done their own work, and not relied on central government to step in and do it for them. You know, it's not a brick wall that's been put up there. by any stretch of the
All
imagination.
right, well, let's put it another way then. Do you want me to find this plan unsound because you've not properly consulted with other authorities, and that'll probably move on to finding it unsound vis-a-vis the duty to cooperate? So effectively, you'll get a letter from the planning inspector telling you to go back to go and start again.
Well, I'm not sure what the various different options are open to you, sir.
You know, as a
but,
councillor, is that what you really
I'm
want?
not on this council, I'm on the county council.
Oh,
but,
right, okay.
not much as I wish there was only one level. No, I mean, I think the option that pragmatically one would like to see, I think, is that the current plan should be amended. I think the process should start now, not under a review of the plan in a few years' time, to engage with other councils, and that the potential for meeting a large percentage of the need is there. Now, I know it can't be tied down in black and white specifically, but it's not far off. There's a lot of material out there about the potential sites.
But that's what it needs to be, doesn't it?
Well, you tell me. I mean,
certainly if it's going to start forming part of the development strategy for the latter part of this plan period, it needs to be tied down. So you,
well,
as
to
a
what degree? I mean,
your
any
colleague needs to be
site,
talking to your colleagues in other authorities.
I mean, a lot of the sites that are in here for the latter part of the plan have still got lots of subject twos, whether it's minerals or all sorts of other things. So there's I don't necessarily accept, and I'm not an expert on the process like you are, that it has to be absolutely tied down. I still can't see why it can't be part of the delivery plan within the period.
Well, you can't go down the route of having a proposal for a review that's going to provide, a location for a significant amount of the growth in another part of Hertfordshire without a letter from an authority in the other part of Hertfordshire saying, I will take it.
Well, how much effort should that actually take?
Sorry?
How much effort does that actually take?
I don't know.
I mean, I can't see why. I mean, it should have been done way before now. I can't see why in the next few months that couldn't happen.
Well,
if we're already, I mean, it sounds from what Ms. Tiley was saying earlier that the conversations are beginning to happen for the period beyond the plan. So why not just bring it forward? It's like your comment about the schools. Why wait?
I don't know. I don't necessarily think it's as simple as you say.
It may not be.
It takes two to tango.
But I think, I mean, as far as we're aware, there is a willingness to tango on the part of North Hearts. We believe there's also willingness, perhaps.
Well, you said there's a willingness to tango on North Hearts, but I mean, as I say, keep coming back to Luton because that's the plan the council and the report the council sent to me. Luton isn't Hatfield for all sorts of reasons, but there is an agreement between Luton and what is now Central Bedfordshire Council that they have the same housing market area. They did a joint housing market study. The argument was how much of Luton's need should go to Central Bedfordshire. That's what it was about. Not that need shouldn't go there.
Yeah.
And, well, Central Bedfordshire's failed a duty to cooperate because, they weren't really meeting all of Luton's needs, or its surplus needs, if you like. But at the same time, there's an agreement between North Hearts and Luton to the North Hearts to take some development. So I don't understand why that could not have happened here.
Well,
but it didn't.
Neither do we. And what we don't understand is why it can't happen now. But I don't know how much amendment to the plan is practical.
Go away and try.
Well, we'd like it to happen. Yeah. But just a couple of other points on the issues of the overall spatial strategy. I mean, as I said just now, I mean, in terms of the pragmatism that has driven the process, it does seem, despite what the council have said about extensive searches for available land, it appears prima facie that the reality is that it's been driven almost entirely by landowners bringing sites forward and then making a choice between those on various criteria, which we may or may not agree with. There hasn't been, and certainly the plan doesn't present a coherent argument as to say which parts of the borough do we wish to see developed and on what rationale. And I think the missing element here, we all recognise that we are very constrained from an infrastructure perspective, but we're also well served by infrastructure in many ways. I mean, the rail network particularly, and we have got certain parts of the borough that are underutilised from that point of view, and that also goes to the argument for the new settlement location, because again, it needs to be on one of the main rail links to be practical. And I just don't see in this plan any real attempt to drive development based on what the constraints are. It's all been just, well, how can we cram it in where and how. Now, just going back to Malcolm's point about the Charette conclusions, the other one that I think we do want to highlight a little bit more is the least bad development option in the Charette was actually the intensification of our town centres. Now, we are seeing that in Welwyn Garden, and I welcome it, the development on the shredded wheat site within reason. And that's adding considerably more homes than are actually included in the plan. And as mentioned earlier, tomorrow when we get on to Windfall, we will also argue that there is considerable potential to meet a much greater element of the OAN from Windfall and from those conversion options in the town centres. The gap in the plan is actually Central Hatfield, where we have very, very few allocated sites and very few numbers of homes. I think it's, I did ask the council and I got a reply. I think we've only got 66 in one site and provision for 125 additional sites over the life of the plan for the whole of the town centre in Hatfield. Now, 10 years ago, we actually had a development which was approved, which fell away because of the financial crisis, which included 300 homes, or close to 300 homes. And there is clearly, if you take the model of what's being brought forward in the centre of Welwyn Garden, provision to up that from a pure space point of view. And I think the town of Hatfield would benefit from increased development in its town centre and development of its town centre. And there's a lot of work going on in the background to promote the development of Hatfield, but it hasn't really happened, and it's certainly not included in this plan. So we would argue that there should be more focus on delivering homes within Hatfield itself rather than expanding overly much into the Greenbelt.
You just made a good case out for the strategy that the council have put forward, i.e. concentrating development in as much as possible
No,
in
but
Welwyn
they're
Garden
not.
City
They're
and
not.
Hatfield.
They're not. They're develop. What they're doing is they're expanding outwards of both those towns, and the problem with doing that is it's a spatial one, and it's an infrastructure one. If you continue to bolt houses onto the edge of settlements, you increase the distance, obviously, from the centre. So unless you provide the transport networks and everything else, you end up overwhelming those towns. And we reach a point where the town, I mean, Welwyn Garden City was well planned, it's a sensible size, it works, it's already been extended arguably a little bit too much to the northeast. Extending it further will not help. And we are looking at, I think someone else is about to tell you, something like a 50% increase in the number of households relying on Welwyn Garden City's central infrastructure under this plan. That is a big expansion of a town that's already, we would argue, reached close to capacity in terms of its aerial extent. Now, there is a case, I think, a good case to be made for building more in the centre, because you're taking advantage, you're using walking routes rather than road and all the rest of it. And the same is true of Hatfield. And I would accept probably, and given again the Greenbelt examples we were looking at before, there is a case for building a little bit on the edge of Hatfield. Much as it pains me because I live in Lemsford, which was mentioned earlier, and it's encroaching towards us. But and there are concerns about that again because of the traffic and the infrastructure constraints linking that development, particularly to Welwyn Garden, because with the best will in the world, people from that development are more likely to use Welwyn Garden than they are Hatfield, simply because of the geography. So is your preference
then to have more development in the larger villages?
I would argue that there is a good case for that, yeah.
Okay. Does anybody share that point of view? Okay.
So, yeah, I've been involved in this process since 2005, and it's been a little bit like a game of snakes and ladders in terms of our particular site. But the move that the council's spatial strategy has taken towards a more dispersed approach, which is spread across some of the villages, is welcome. But it just needs to be more radical, sir. And local political decisions need to be taken which are brave. So this council can meet its AONs in full. The sites are there, the reasonable alternatives are there, sir, and very sustainable ones at that. They can be dealt with now in the context of this plan, not a future plan, not an early review. They can be dealt with now without fundamentally changing the council's spatial strategy. It just needs to be a bit braver, sir. And the inspector need look no further than the council's own issue and options key diagram before regional spatial strategies were
were thrown away in 2009. And I think you'll find it's Appendix 2 of my statement, which is the key diagram, which identifies a whole range of villages in the south of the borough as major strategic growth points. And we would say that would be a good strategy for the council to pursue. There are genuine opportunities to achieve sustainable development, which would retain the pattern of existing settlements in the borough without the need for a new settlement and without fundamentally changing the council's existing settlement pattern. It can be done within this plan, sir.
Okay. Just going back to Mr. Quinton, you raised the issue of a new settlement on the railway line. Is that actually feasible?
I believe I'm not privy to all of the work that went into that, and certainly the charrette was done with the University of Hertfordshire. I know at the time, and it's not been counteracted since, as far as I'm aware.
University of Hertfordshire did what?
Well, they looked at the available sites. They looked at what could and couldn't be done. I don't know to what degree of detail it went, but certainly there is a well-known location on the boundary between. What do you want to?
Herts and Cambridgeshire.
Yeah, on boundary of this county and Cambridgeshire.
Yeah, that's not in Welling Hatfield, though.
No, I know exactly.
No,
exactly.
Well, exactly. So it's not in Welling Hatfield's plan.
No, as I was saying, I keep saying. Sorry to repeat it.
Can you take your county councillor hat off and speak as a resident of Welling Hatfield?
Well, as a resident of Welling Hatfield, I think we should be meeting the assessed need, in part outside of the borough.
Yeah, you've already said that.
Yeah, but just to be clear, because you seem to be misunderstanding me.
Okay, but the railway is not in Welling Hatfield, so it's a total red hat.
No, but I mean there is. I mean some of the villages in Welling Hatfield are, close to existing infrastructure, and possibly more could be done in those areas. I won't say any more than that.
Okay. Did you want to say something, Mrs. Quinton?
It's already been alluded to by Councillor Quinton there. The way that the settlement has gone is that it's actually a lot of the settlement is actually dependent on the infrastructure of Welwyn Garden City. Although all the proportionality has been divided into Welwyn Garden City, into Hatfield, into East Herts and rural locations, if you actually look on a map and where those people are going to gravitate to, where they're going to go to the nearest town, it's going to be Welwyn Garden City. And I counted up 8,850 homes, which were new homes, both within Welwyn Garden City itself and in all the fringe developments in the Greenbelt, including the one in East Herts, which seems to be forgotten by the council as being dependent on Welwyn Garden City, and Simon's Hyde, and half of the development at Hat 1, the northern Hatfield development, they will naturally gravitate to Welwyn Garden City because that's where the roads lead. And that is a 50% increase on the current population of Welwyn Garden City. I don't see that that maintains the settlement strategy of Welwyn Garden City as a garden city with Garden City principles. I would say that if you actually look at a map where these things are and not look at a table, you will see that it's dominantly around the town of Welwyn Garden City, which I think will be detrimental to the town.
Mr. Adams.
Thank you, sir. We certainly support comments from my colleagues on my left that there is more potential, untapped potential in the larger villages to the south of the borough. And they are the villages of Welham Green, Brookmans Park and Cuffley in particular. There's no doubt that the majority of new housing and employment growth will take place in and around Welwyn Garden City and Hatfield. And the existing, we've calculated that the existing pattern of planned growth would allocate around more than 90% of new housing into the Hatfield and Welwyn Garden City area, basically the north of the borough, including planned new settlement, and only about 8% in the south, in the villages of Welham Green, Brookmans Park and Cuffley. But there is an opportunity to do more, because the key characteristic of these large villages is that they are compact, they're walkable, so they're walkable communities, they're well served by rail transport, and rail is why these communities were established in the first place, and they have well established infrastructure. And so there is an opportunity to build upon their success, to deliver more housing than is currently planned for. And just a few comments around that. We reference in our statement that back when the council embarked on their strategy, and I reference HOW 6, which is a report to the council's cabinet, that there were 6 options for future housing growth, and one of the options which directed growth to the major settlements and limited expansion of the larger villages which was option 6, was the option that was preferred by planning officers and the council's independent consultants as the more sustainable option. But the plan hasn't carried that forward, and the potential of these larger villages has been overlooked. So if we look at the infrastructure that's there, if we take Brookmans Park, you've got a major railway station with 4 full-length platforms and services to London and also to Welwyn and Hatfield.
This is Brookmans Park.
This is Brookmans Park, and Welham Green also has a railway station, as does Cuffley, but Brookmans Park has significant railway capacity. Brookmans Park has a district centre. It has a secondary school and primary schools, and we can come back later to the question of capacity. But the key thing is it's got the essential infrastructure, and it's got the infrastructure associated with leisure facilities and parks, and it's already got a successful and flourishing community. But these villages have been very, very tightly constrained in recent years. As a result, their populations have, in the case of Brookmans Park, population of Brookmans Park between 2001 2011 fell slightly. Its population is estimated to be around 3,500, and there was a marginal increase at Welham Green and a slight decline in Cuffley. So there's been no provision for the growth of these settlements, and that's the implications of that we looked at yesterday was the spiking in house prices in these villages. And just very briefly, I mean, it is so pronounced, the affordability ratio difference between the Welwyn Hatfield HMA as a whole, where the average, as we heard yesterday, was around an affordability ratio of around 11%, although increasing, with Brookmans Park at 20%, Cuffley 17%, and Welham Green 12%. So Welham Green is closer to the borough average, or the HMA average. But the impact of the almost complete embargo on new housing in villages like Brookmans Park, despite the infrastructure that it has been to has resulted in this acute affordability issue.
Would it not be fair to say, though, that if you developed it somewhere like Brookmans Park, given its very convenient connections to the middle of London, it would very rapidly be full of people moving out of London. And it probably wouldn't do anything, if you like, for local affordability.
Well, I wouldn't accept that, sir, because development in Brookman's Park would be viable. It is capable of providing affordable housing at the full policy rate. So it can provide affordable housing, and that if the council wish, that housing can be targeted at those at local residents in the essential services within the borough. So there's no reason why a significant proportion of new housing that could be delivered in Brookman's Park or Welham Green or Cuffley shouldn't be affordable. And it's inevitable that some of the new residents moving into Brookman's Park would work in London because it's so accessible. But that's a reality of.
You'd probably get quick to Brookman's Park quicker than to a lot of parts of London.
Oh, it's remarkably well served. It's remarkably quick to get to King's Cross. It's probably less than 30 minutes. Well, it is less than 30 minutes. Yeah. And King's Cross is where we have this major growth in technology-based business. And if you look at the socioeconomic, the working profile of Welwyn and Hatfield, with the very strong presence of technology and science-based industry, world-class industry, then there's a perfect connection between that skill set and the science and technology cluster around King's Cross. So I don't think there's any adverse impact. It's just building upon the strength of Welwyn and Hatfield, of good access to London, but also a very strong science and technology-based industry within easy travel distance of places like Brookman's Park. So it strikes me as being a very sustainable place to put some more houses. And those houses can be delivered quickly. And what we've got is the existing plan, I think, seeks to constrain growth in Brookman's Park to around 250 homes. There is the council's own assessments have identified sites that are readily available and suitable and sustainable for around, let's say, 750 homes. So that is a very deliverable contribution that could be made to the gap that clearly we can see the gap between the objectively assessed need and what the council is providing for. But the advantage of places like Brookman's Park is you can provide housing in location that is essentially walkable, well served by public transport, and the infrastructure is already there.
Okay. That apart, remembering that the current plan doesn't meet the objectively assessed need, do you take issue with what it says in the spatial vision, which is basically 2/3 of the 12,000 new homes will be built on a range of sites in Welwyn Garden City and Hatfield, and the other third will be outside, largely in the main villages?
No, I don't take issue with that, because there is a need to plan for more homes than the council have identified. Yeah. And it's quite clear that locations like Brookman's Park and Welham and Cuffley have got sites that could meet some of that gap. And if Brookman's Park accommodated 750 rather than being constrained to around 200 or 250 homes, that wouldn't fundamentally change the balance in terms of the delivery of homes within the borough.
It might do if you did the same in Cuffley and Welham Green and anywhere else.
Well, I think the scale of opportunity in Cuffley and Welham Green is probably less than Brookman's Park, because Brookman's Park is the largest settlement with the most infrastructure. But I think the key thing is that those villages could make a valuable contribution to meeting the deficit there's clearly a growing gap between the objectively assessed need and what the council is planning for. These villages could help meet the gap, but they can also meet the gap with houses that can be delivered in the first half of the planned period, because the essential infrastructure is there. And that enables then the larger strategic sites to come forward later, potentially later in the plan period, because it will take time for them to put the infrastructure in place. So I think it's entirely complementary to a strategy of larger strategic sites in the north, with smaller sites but capable of being delivered now in sustainable locations coming forward in the south.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Hill?
Thank you, sir. I've got 4 points, and as usual, trying to keep it as high level as I can. So first, in response to your Matter 6 overarching questions, such as do they reinforce, or do the spatial vision and settlement strategy reinforce the garden city and Newtown heritage of the borough whilst maintaining the area's distinctive character? Our overarching response to you, as you will have seen from our statement, is yes, we think they do. So that's point number 1. Point number 2...
What about the point Mr. Quinton was making, though, that, you know, it's making it pretty big. You know, it's not exactly what Ebenezer Howard had in mind, is it?
Well, sir, I'm sure Ebenezer Howard might have had all sorts of things in mind that would have surprised him if he'd been around today. But that does take me to the second point. In terms of the area's distinctive character, as you will have seen and you will know as a very experienced planner, Hertfordshire has been to an extent the proving ground for new settlements in the southeast. We've got Welwyn Garden City, we've got Letchworth, Hatfield, Newtown. 2 of those are within the borough that you're considering at the moment. And we think that the proposals within the plan build on that in a response to the needs that have been articulated in earlier sessions of this examination. We would certainly say that a new village, properly separated from existing settlements and yet well linked to them, is entirely consistent with that heritage. And in terms of the broad point, at a size of about 1,100 units, we think it would sit comfortably alongside the other satellite settlements within Hatfield. I don't need you to get the plan out, but you will have seen that as alongside Welwyn Garden City and Hatfield, there's a variety of, we loosely group them as satellite settlements, small towns, large villages. It would be consistent with that broad pattern. The other point that I make, sir, is that the early phases of Welwyn Garden City and Hatfield Newtown were largely built on my client's land. Covenants have protected the environments of those settlements over the decades, and that will be the case for the new village as well, where the highest standards will be demanded, covenants will be imposed to protect the setting and the environment. And the same also applies for Hat 1, which is also on estate land where control will be maintained to ensure high standards of development consistent with what you properly described as the area's distinctive character. So that's point number 2. Point number 3, sir, and if you'll forgive me, I'm just picking up as well at this point with the last question under Matter 5, which I didn't think we came back to. I did start on it before, but you said to me that we would come back to it later on, and I think I forgot to remind you. Please forgive me. It does actually, it fits in quite well with the third point I'd like to make under Matter 6. That was, has the green corridor between Welwyn and Hatfield been appropriately defined? So this is the one caveat that we've got, and you'll have seen it from our representations and our interest in Birchall. We see a key element of the Garden City and Newtown heritage as being the Salisbury line, identified by the Marquess of Salisbury in 1946, providing separation between Welwyn to the north and Hatfield Town and Park to the south. The green corridor, I'm sure you've driven across it or along it already, along the A414, alongside the river. That has a long heritage, and it's very much part of and bound up with the development of Hatfield Newtown and the Garden City to the north.
Is there a plan of the Salisbury line somewhere?
I'm sure we can find one for you, sir.
I mean,
yes, there will be one in the documentation we have submitted.
Yeah, if you just tell me which appendix it's in,
I'll certainly do that, sir. And we say that that would be violated by the southern element of the Birchall proposals. It's not the time for the details of that now, but as you will have seen, it will bring development right down to the A414.
So just to understand you, what you're saying is that the Birchfield development shouldn't really be seen from the main road that goes from Hertford through to Hatfield, yeah?
Well, so yes, from the road, but also appreciated within that gap. As you'll have seen to the south, the contours rise up to Essendon, and you see across the valley there. There's a very prominent valley feature, and it's a long-standing part of the character of this area, we would say, and it's continuation and perpetuity has been part of the planning of this area for a very, very long time.
So when you're talking about the green corridor, it's not just the bit between the built-up area of Hatfield and the built-up area of Welling. It's basically the whole of that swathe of land within Welling Hatfield districts.
Well, it's certainly hard. It's hard to pin it down with a line, because I think it's what you appreciate as you drive really along the A414, and also as you look across from Essendon to the south. So that's really for another day, but I think it's appropriate to flag it up when you're dealing with these overarching points, because it is an overarching point about the settlement strategy as well. And then fourth and last, so if I may, Councillor Cowan and Mr Quinton have talked about a new town, possibly outside the borough. I would say that really isn't an alternative strategy before you. I mean, there is no proposal. It's not a practical option for you to consider. And the High Court keeps saying that an alternative isn't an alternative unless it's a live, viable proposal. And there isn't a live, viable proposal here. So whilst it's interesting and looking ahead 10 years or so, it may be something that the Hertfordshire authorities get together to achieve. It isn't a realistic alternative proposal before you that could sensibly dislodge the strategy that this council has resolved upon. Thank you, sir.
Okay. Before I move on to the people at the council, does anybody else want to add anything to what's just been said about this green corridor between Welling and Hatfield? Yep.
Yes, thank you, sir. Yeah, with the Green Corridor Group, specific interest on that. A couple of comments. One is we can provide you with a map that shows the Green Corridor, and we've been asked how big it is, and our response to that is it needs to be based on what are the services that you get from it. And we've done a report which we've provided for you on setting out what those services are and the sorts of benefits you get from it on natural habitat, but also flood risk management and soil erosion and access and recreation. So there are major issues that need to be considered to develop and define that green corridor. I think it's fair to say, and to give the council their due regard, they made a good start in doing a stage 1 report and having a policy on it, but they haven't followed it through in the local plan, and it's key that they do so in implementing the plan and have measures in the plan to protect and enhance it. And we in the Green Corridor stand ready, willing, and able to help them in that process.
Thank you. Anybody else? Okay.
Just come back on, after I finish my remarks, you seem to be implying, I'm sure you didn't mean to, seem to be implying that the railway line that will be served by a possible development in North Hart's South Campus would have no connection with here, because it's the line that goes through here now. The alternative, of course, is a line on the main line to the north.
No, I wasn't implying that at all. Okay. What I was implying was that there's no opportunity for building new stations and new settlements associated with them in Welling Hatfield.
Well, no, by definition, if the settlement is in another district, then clearly it wouldn't be a station being built here. But I mean, it may well be it would use a station that already exists with a good service.
It doesn't help me at all, does it? Because as just been said, there are no proposals for anything anywhere. I mean, you know, for sake of argument, if there was an obvious place that somebody had done a feasibility study on to create a rail station within Welling Hatfield district, and it had not been acted on for whatever reason, it's something I could raise with the council. But I can't go raising, you know, well, sometime never somebody might, you know, build a settlement around a railway line somewhere, you know, on the Cambridgeshire-Hertfordshire border. Because it's not, you know, in my terms of reference or in the scope of this plan. You know, by the time you get the railway station built, it's going to be at least 2025. Oh, okay. So you're actually expanding an existing town or village then? What happened to Dr. Beeching round here?
quite a large town
Oh,
at the
yeah,
far
the
end
major
called
routes go through
Cambridge.
where I live, where all the stations were closed.
Yeah, well, we've been slightly lucky here.
Yeah,
Having
obviously.
Cambridge at the far end of the line is enormously helpful. So, you know,
Alright.
it would be serving a very significant area where quite a lot of jobs may well be in the near future.
All right.
Just on the subject of railways, if I just come in and correct you on one point, but you mentioned the potential for expanding Brookman's Park just to feed into London or out from London. Actually, the travel time from Welwyn Garden is actually less than from Brookman's Park because we get the faster trains. So from Brookman's Park, you only yeah. We get
One ones I go and never stop here. Stop at Stevenage.
Yeah, well, we've lost some of the, we've lost what we had, but we still have a faster service than we do in the southern part of the borough. Just so you're aware.
Sometimes.
Don't get me started.
All right. The council want to respond to some of the things that have been said.
Thank you, sir. Principally to the comments by Councillor Cohen and Quinton.
Right. Well, somebody might not want to go there, but
it was just really to make the point that every authority in Hertfordshire is removing land from the Greenbelt. Now that's important because that includes East Herts and North Herts. They are the only two authorities in Hertfordshire who have land beyond the Greenbelt, and yet they have both concluded that their most sustainable development strategy involves removing land from the Greenbelt. So that means they don't have land beyond the Greenbelt that is available for others at the moment. And quite frankly, to think that any authority in Hertfordshire is going to provide land for Welwyn Hatfield until Welwyn Hatfield has exhausted all the reasonable alternatives available to it, or as is frequently called, no stone unturned, is slightly fanciful. Now, we do have an MOU with North Herts to look at longer term solutions, and that may include a new strategy for a new town. But that strategy has already been pointed out, is on the border with South Cambridgeshire. Now, to what extent beyond our plan period or at the end of North Herts' plan period, that new settlement, if it arrives, will meet the needs of North Herts, East Herts, South Cambridgeshire, and perhaps some of Welwyn Hatfield, has not yet obviously been discussed or resolved. So I just don't want the inspector to leave this hearing with the impression that there is an opportunity on the table here for a new town, because there really isn't.
Don't worry about that.
Thank you.
Did you have your answer, Mr. Griffiths? Oh, yeah.
Just a few points. I agree with Mr. Hill about the impossibility of considering a strategy that includes a new settlement outside of the borough. The charrette that's been referred to was merely something that was put together by the University of Hertfordshire. I have a copy of the conclusions of it. It was done at a very high strategic sort of level. Very, very enjoyable and all that sort of thing, but I think it's not something that's part of this plan. In terms of the Greenbelt Society's reaction to the overall strategy, we think in general terms it's fine because it does concentrate the development in the towns. Yes, Ebenezer Howard and the Garden City and all that sort of thing, but Welwyn Garden City's core is the Garden City bit. The rest, of course, occurred in terms of the New Towns Act of 1946 and in Hatfield also. So that's different public sector, different characteristics altogether. So I think
it's still
generally
comparatively nice.
Yeah, good standards.
Yeah.
So we basically support it, and I think what it does do is to try to seek to protect the Greenbelt. And of course we've got some issues on that. I'm rather puzzled by Mr. Adams' responses today, because I was agreeing with him this morning when he was talking about that gap, that strategic gap between Hatfield and Potter's Bar, and we have the stuff that he put forward over lunch. And please, can we have that circulated to everybody here? Because not everybody here has that material. Now, I think he probably will be referring to it at later sessions. But
I'm presuming it's going on the website, is that right?
Yeah, Louise.
Mr. Griffiths is asking what is happening to the documentation that Mr. Adams handed in at lunchtime, because not everyone got a copy.
not everybody has a copy, and I think some people have gone away without a copy. I think it'd be good. Yeah, well, somebody walked with mine. Yeah.
I think Mr. Adams has the
Yeah.
documents, but I don't
Okay.
have them anymore.
Right, you are.
Because both of them are already documents which are
That's true.
available to the examination.
Okay.
So they don't need to be examination documents.
Right, okay. Right, but just he referred to the gap and the importance of the green belt and that sort of thing. And then he comes back now and talks about Brookman's Park and Welham Green and Cuffley, particularly Brookman's Park. Yes, it's on the railway. It's a strange sort of settlement in terms of its shape. It's as you can probably see from the map. And it's a long walk from one end to the other to the railway station. And if you walk around Brookman's Park, you'll probably get arrested anyway. But I can appreciate where he's going there. But I mean, to put a substantial amount of development in Brookman's Park, in Cuffley, in Welham Green, is going to bust the green belt, we say. We'll come back to that when we look at individual sites later on. And finally, can I come back to the initial presentation by Mr. Richards? Because, I mean, going back to the history lesson and all that sort of thing, in Hertfordshire, we do have this polycentric pattern of settlements, 24 towns and a hierarchy of villages, which goes down, of course, to the very small villages, which in the green belt necessarily are overwashed. And I think if you had a pattern of development within those villages, which is more than what the council is suggesting, and there is provision for some development in those villages, you would have absolute chaos, because in Hertfordshire we have one of the highest coronership rates in this country, and don't we know it? It would be absolute chaos on those rural roads. And there is a policy, of course, in the local transport plan of the county council which seeks to take traffic away from those rural road links. So I think that's important. It is not sustainable to have that sort of pattern of development, in my view. Thank you.
Mr. Baker?
Thank you, sir. Yes, I just wanted to support part of what Councillor Quinton referred to earlier in relation to the overall strategy. There's several things he said which I don't necessarily agree with, but the one thing I do strongly agree with is that we believe more effort should have been placed on seeking development within the towns, and we agree with what appears to be the strategy, in other words, concentrating development in the towns, in the towns of the borough, but it isn't really, is it? It's on the expansion of the towns, and we don't approve of that. We think there ought to be more development within the towns, and we think there is capacity for more development in both Welwyn Hatfield and in Welwyn and Hatfield, as evidenced by what's happening nearby and with the former shredded wheat factory. And that the council should be making greater efforts to secure more development in the towns, and that indeed there is more windfall potential than they're claiming, and that's obviously an issue which we will be returning to tomorrow. But it's part of the desire to minimise development in the Greenbelt, and we think that ought to be a priority. But in terms of spatially, yes, we approve, but not expansion of towns more than they really have to be expanded. Thank you.
I don't get the impression that the council's overlooking the need to use land outside the green belt to its maximum potential. So, I mean, if you know things that you think they're overlooking, then for goodness sake, tell them.
Well, it'll be an issue which we're discussing tomorrow, but
yeah.
But we the concern is, to what extent we haven't been involved at all stages of the plan and all the processes are carried out, but our impression is there's too much reliance being placed on sites offered for development by developers and landowners over a several year period, rather than looking to see what is the potential now in the towns in the current market climate, particularly potential to reuse and regenerate former industrial land in particular. And we think that the process has gone too far to relying on what's coming forward from the development industry, which, as we know, tends to be more focused on greenfield sites.
Well, yeah, but nearly half of what they're proposing isn't on greenfield sites, is it? It's within the urban areas, which, I mean, as an outsider, given that you've had a greenbelt for 70 years, I think you must have done very well to have land around to actually provide that much development outside of the greenbelt.
Yes, it has, and it includes an area of special restraint, which in fact they're now proposing to release, which has been looked after and preserved for development at this stage. But we are looking forward now to a situation where, for the first time in a long time, the council is having to consider the alternatives of development in existing urban areas or expanding out into the greenbelt. And we think they ought to be minimising that, and we don't think they have done so.
Have they not always had that choice to make, though? I mean, is that not why there's not been major incursions into the greenbelt in the past?
Well, I'm not sure I can answer that, apart from to say that there was a time when land was, as I say, protected, safeguarded for longer-term use, which is now being used. But I don't think we are in a different situation now than I understand we were in the last time the council prepared its plan, when the scale of greenbelt releases were not an issue.
Yeah, okay. Mr. Bate?
Thank you, sir. Mr. Hill made his pitch for the new village, and it won't be entirely surprising that I'd like to make one or two comments in response. I
think that's a little unfair. I didn't make a pitch for the new village. I dealt with your question about settlement hierarchy as set out on the list.
That's right. Yeah.
I'm grateful for the correction. That I will keep it at a similar broad level. That we have particular concerns in, say, Simonshide about the impact of the proposal on the character of the district. That we don't think that will be maintained. That the concept of adding additional small settlements around the district, or indeed around the county within the Greenbelt, is contrary to long-established district and indeed county policy and approach. And the idea that one can do this, in this case, only a kilometre away from an existing settlement, apart from the impact it would have itself, the kind of precedent that that would set, which would give some implication that it's okay to have perhaps more small, similar-sized settlements a kilometre away from the next place, that very soon, on that basis, if that principle was acceptable, then one would be pockmarking the Greenbelt with great regularity. And we think that's inappropriate. Mr. Griffiths made the point about the importance in strategic planning of avoiding more chaos on rural roads, that you only have to try to drive around Hertfordshire outside the towns and you discover what the rural roads are like. There is a real issue here of trying to avoid that. And I suppose the alternative would be to make the small roads, the rural roads, very big ones.
We're getting a bit long way away from settlement strategy here.
Okay. I'm saying you can't change the settlement hierarchy without changing the roads, and there is the adverse consequential effects of doing that. That's the point I want to make. Thank you.
But in principle,
yes,
you know, I've been told that there is a history of Hertfordshire leading the way in terms of new settlements right back to Letchworth. And isn't it an element of government policy that there should be new settlements to resolve some of the housing issues?
Well, I was intrigued that Mr. Hill omitted the other Hertfordshire new towns of Hemel Hempstead and Stevenage, but there we go. But those are new towns which have substantial employment, substantial infrastructure. That they are above thresholds which allow you to generate urban activities and become to some extent self-contained in a more sustainable fashion. What is proposed here? It's a settlement. Sure, it's a settlement, but as he said, at around 1,130 houses, that's insufficient to generate its own secondary school. But what one would have at a settlement of this size is for almost all services and requirements which would be required by that settlement, it would be looking to existing larger towns for its requirements, and that would principally Welwyn Garden City, clearly, and Hatfield to some degree, and the other way to St Albans. That it would it comes back to the point about the lack of sustainability, on which I was hoping for a response from the council, which I raised earlier, which is this is essentially going to be a dormitory settlement, and I suppose to some extent I have to say that I was hoping not to have to sort of say much of this at all, because if you look at the submissions made on matters 4 and 5 by a range of contributors around the room, and some of them who are not here, you will see that the language they use to describe the impacts on settlement hierarchy of the Simonside proposal are really quite blunt. They move away from the usual consultant speak that one gets on these occasions. That we have Deloitte for Aurora talking about it's inconceivable that a new settlement without public transport connections and physical or social infrastructure could maintain the settlement pattern or be more sustainable than existing large villages. We have Maddox for Arlington Business Parks talking about it being absurd that a new settlement only scores a partial impact on maintaining an existing settlement pattern. We have Magenta for Sustainable Development Solutions say, how can it possibly be that an isolated village proposal adjacent to an environmentally sensitive ecological area in Simonside, Greatwood, and at a location effectively punches a hole in the middle of a strategic piece of greenbelt, is considered more favourable than some other areas.
Let's get away from Simonside. What's your views on new settlements? I mean,
well, how many other new settlements are being proposed? It's just the one. Therefore, we have to be
about the settlement strategy.
Yeah,
I mean,
the settlement.
Do you think the principle of a new settlement should be within the strategy?
A settlement of that size, no.
Okay, right. End of story.
Thank
you. Mr. Adams.
Thank you, sir. Just wanted to come back to the settlement hierarchy. I think you asked whether or not I was supportive of a strategy where 2/3 of the growth was accommodated in Hatfield, Welwyn and the north, and 1/3 to the south. And I said,
that order, I mean, not to the percentage.
We are. I mean, currently, I've just checked the figures. I had them checked for me, and the current the current planned growth would accommodate around 6% of the housing growth in the south. So you could certainly accommodate growth in and around the larger villages and not in any way disturb that hierarchy or that broad balance, but you just make a valuable contribution to accommodating some of the unmet housing need in a location where there is a need for housing. So I just thought that there's no risk of shifting the balance by allowing for modest growth in those largest villages. And I just thought I should. I'm sorry that I've fallen out with Mr. Griffiths, having got on so well this morning. But, so I'm cautious about saying anything more about Greenbelt around Brookman's Park, but just to point out...
It's only important between the A1 and the East Coast Main Line. The rest doesn't matter, I know.
That's basically my point, sir. Thank you for that. It's exactly my point, so I don't need to say anything else. And I think finally, on a more positive note, obviously Welwyn Garden City has been a great success, but I think you could regard places like Brooksmovens Park as having many of the characteristics of a garden village. There may well be work to be done to complete the range of facilities and the quality, but it has the essential ingredients of a garden village, and I think one should look positively at the opportunity for accommodating modest growth in locations such as that, where you can accommodate new housing, which is 15 minutes walk of rail, of primary and secondary schools, district centre, leisure facilities. So there's a positive opportunity, because quite often we're sort of, everything is rather negative. We're looking to constrain
I think the point is there should be more growth in the village. I take it, I haven't actually researched it, but I take it that you've got at least one client who's got land interests east of the East Coast Main Line in Brookmans Park as opposed to in Cuckley and Welham Green. Would that be correct?
I would hate to descend to site-specific details, sir. That would probably be a fair assumption, yes.
Mr. Hill.
So again, sticking to the overarching issues that you've raised in matter 6, and just responding to Mr. Bates, something he managed to get in that I ought to respond to in terms of the scale of the new village. Scale. So we're still looking at scale issues. He was seeking to suggest to you that at 11:30 it was not an appropriate scale because it wouldn't have a school or access to education facilities. You'll come back to this when we get to the detail, but just putting down a marker, because we're still looking at the principles, that is not right for the proposed new village. It will have a primary school, and there will be a new secondary school across the road, which we are providing for. You were talking about planning
you
for
should
schools.
be saying across the fields rather than across the road.
Well, across the road to St Albans is what I really mean. But yes, and they'll be able to walk and cycle to that secondary school.
Yeah, I read all that. Good.
Well, so I think it's important to get in, because I think we were being marked down on the basis of access to education as a matter of principle, and that wouldn't be right.
Okay. Right, Mr. Richards.
Thank you, sir.
Hang on. Well, go on. You may as well go now. I was going to leave you till last, but I'm not. Yeah, it's all right.
I don't want you second guess me that I'm promoting a site washed over by the Greenbelt.
I worked that out a while ago.
Just a response to Mr. Griffiths, and I find myself, I do agree with Mr. Griffiths. There are smaller villages that, of course, are not suitable for large-scale development. They have a rural road network, they have zero access to services, and I absolutely agree with him on that point. I feel a bit like Oliver with the begging bowl, in that all I'm asking is that I think, in the context of a plan that does need more housing, I don't think there is any harm in doing a full sustainability and greenbelt assessment of villages washed over by the greenbelt. If the conclusion of that is that every single village washed over by the greenbelt, all 16, are completely unsustainable and the openness of the village contributes significantly to the openness of the greenbelt, then we've got the evidence base. We can all go home and say, look, we looked at it, it was fine. But all I'm saying at the moment is, I feel, and I can't mention the site, so I won't, I feel there are opportunities. They may be 1 or 2, there may be 3 or 4, there may be none. But I feel it's at least worth looking at, and it potentially represents an additional source of housing supply within sustainable village locations. Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Maddox.
Thank you. I'm a little confused with the relationship of the spatial vision with the objectives, the borough-wide objectives. And I note the council say that the objectives provide the link between the vision and the strategic policies. The spatial vision, which I support in part, is that Welwyn Garden City and Hatfield will continue to be the main focus for shopping, leisure and housing, employment opportunities, etc. The borough-wide strategic objectives are to provide for the borough's development needs over the planned period, which we'll come on to tomorrow in terms of the targets, employment and housing, in a form which maintains the existing settlement pattern. And I've explained earlier what I believe, in fact what's said, is the existing settlement pattern from the Greenbelt Review and from the Hertfordshire Structure Plan before that. So another borough-wide strategic objective is to deliver a sustainable pattern of development by directing the majority of new development to the main towns and limited development to the excluded villages. And the spatial vision has a new excluded village with, I would say, more than limited development. So I'm a little unclear how the objectives actually provide the link from the spatial vision. The two are different.
Okay. Well, yeah. Perhaps Ms. Highland will pick that up when she concludes with the council.
Thank you, sir. I may just deal with the point that Mr. Richards made about whether or not there'd been an assessment. Of course, if he was to turn to the Stage 1 Strategic Greenbelt Review, which considered parcels, then that work would have considered all the washed over villages within the context of that review. So it has been considered. Now, obviously, it considered washed over villages, and it also would have noted and considered what essentially represents areas of ribbon development, which may or may not be of interest to Mr. Richards. In terms of Mr. Baker's comment about basically saying that he didn't think the council had made enough effort to maximise densities within towns, well, we have been exploring that, as I said this morning, for 9 years now. We have reviewed our evidence base on numerous occasions. We've challenged it. We believe that the assessment and the assumptions that we make around densities reflect those locations where higher densities are much more appropriate and are lower where they're not appropriate. So I haven't seen any compelling evidence from Mr. Baker to suggest what our alternative capacity would be within those urban areas. And in fact, looking at his hearing statement, the only comment he really makes is that greater emphasis should have been placed by the council to avoid development in the Greenbelt. So perhaps Mr. Baker will be able to enlighten us tomorrow as to what his assessment of our capacity is, or our increased windfall, which is what was suggested. In terms of the appropriateness of whether a village of the size of Simonshide should be in the settlement strategy, and Mr. Baker felt not, well, what is Simonshide, just as a principle, as a village? It's a small excluded village. It's of a similar scale to Oaklands and Mardley Heath in terms of the number of dwellings, and it's a similar size in terms of land area to Digswell. Both of those settlements are in the settlement hierarchy, which is where Simonshide is placed. Oaklands and Mardley Heath and Digswell both have primary schools. You've heard from Mr. Hill that the new village will also have a primary school. So I'm not quite sure if Mr. Bate is suggesting that it's inappropriately placed within the hierarchy, or just that it shouldn't be there, which I think is more of the case that he's actually making. In terms of the settlement pattern, well, let's have a look at the settlement pattern of Hertfordshire. What have we got? Well, we've got a series of small to medium-sized towns interspersed by a huge range of large and small villages. And in terms of the settlement strategy that Welwyn Hatfield is proposing, it's not proposing anything different from that. We will still have a network of small to medium-sized towns that are quite closely linked to one another, and the gaps between them happen to be Greenbelt. Nothing will change. Even with the introduction of a new village, we will still have that same network and the same pattern of small and large villages, medium and small to large towns, all interspersed by Greenbelt. Nothing changes.
You need to come back.
Only, and I'm not sure I got an answer to limited development in the excluded villages and whether 1,100 homes is limited development.
Well, I don't think Simonside's has been treated as an excluded village. It's going to be a village in the Greenbelt.
It is an excluded village.
Is it?
Within the Greenbelt.
It's not going to be washed over, surely. I mean,
it will be a new village that's excluded.
Yeah,
it isn't at the moment, but it will be, and it will be in the settlement hierarchy alongside other settlements of a similar scale, with a similar level of facilities and services.
Okay. Right. It's 5 to 6. I mean, is it actually about the settlement strategy? All right, we're not going off on tangents again. All right, then.
Instruction acknowledged. Right, so just coming back on what Ms Highland has just said, that everything will stay the same. Well, I would argue that it doesn't stay the same. And the reason for that is that Welwyn Garden City will no longer be a viable garden city size. It will be overextended to the extent that it ceases to work in the way that it does now. And I've yet to see or read anything from the council that addresses that point.
All right. Mr. Bate?
Two quick points that Ms Highland now seems to be taking your role of asking me the questions. So if you'd like to hear responses to her challenge, probably was the word, that I'll offer it.
Go on.
The question was it that we were objecting to the change in the hierarchy, or was it that we're objecting to the Simonside proposal being there? Well, on the latter, yes, we are objecting to the Simonside proposal being there, but also we are objecting in hierarchy terms, firstly because of the additional pressure that would be put on Welwyn Garden City. We were hearing this morning about increasing pressure in any event on Welwyn Garden City as a service provider, and also the more general principle that if that sort of thing is feasible, when would it ever stop? That the change, there would be a substantial change in the hierarchy as a whole if there were to be accepted as a matter of principle the accommodation of villages like this, where whenever the housing supply going got rough, which is the basis for the village in the first place.
I didn't quite follow that, but never mind. All right. I'm going to adjourn tonight then until tomorrow morning, when we will be moving on to matter 7, unless anybody's got any urgent matters that they particularly want to raise that are administrative.
Sorry, it's just a very quick response to
no,
very quick, literally one. I'll keep it to one sentence, so I'll try to, might be 2. It's simply to say that you've got the Greenbelt Review Part 1. Have a look at what it says about excluded villages, satisfy yourself on that.
I will, don't worry.
And then read page 3 of the Stage 2 Greenbelt Review.
All right.
Thank you.
Oh, no.
Sorry, so just very quickly, a number of comments have been made about Simonside looking to Welwyn Garden City for its services and facilities. Well, that's not correct. The linkages will be with Hatfield. Yes, they will. Well, the cycle links, the road links will all be with Hatfield. The secondary school is going to be in Hatfield. The linkages are...
I don't think wherever it's linking into an extra 1,000 dwellings in the context of the sizes of places like St Albans, Hatfield and Welwyn is going to make a lot of difference. It's just not, is it? It's certainly not going to overload, John Lewis or the bus station or what have you, is it? Anyway, unless anybody's got any urgent matter to raise, I'll adjourn until 10 o'clock tomorrow morning. Have a pleasant evening.